Hello and welcome along and welcome to finals day here for the World Championship of the Farming Simulator League Season 4. Joined here by my good friend Matty. How are you doing this morning, my friend?
Thank you for asking, Alex. Definitely nice to be here. Just like yesterday, the grand finals. Of course, a lot of expectations for today. But today, how I'm feeling today, I'm feeling damn good about the day. And of course, in Finland, snow came yesterday. There was 50 centimeters of snow this morning, so it was a bit of a chaos to get to the studio. But here we are, enjoying the best farming simulator content there is on Twitch today.
Absolutely, and we have amazing set of games today. We're starting off with two games from leftover from yesterday. So we've got Mindsanity versus Bednar kicking off, and then we have Valtra versus I can't remember who they're up against. We've got it escapes me. We got two great running matches today. Then we're into the semi-finals later on, which of course Trelleborg and New Holland through to. And we've got the grand final, which will be the best of 5 later on after that. Oh, and we got the game for third place as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of great matches today. Of course, 6 games in total. So yeah, we're gonna start from the groups. We're gonna be proceeding to the semifinals. Then we have a bronze game, and then we have the actual grand final. And it's gonna be, of course, best of 3, except for the grand final. That's gonna be best of 5. So that's gonna be a long game. And that's the first and the only best of 5, by the way, this season, because all the matches so far has been best of 3s. We're gonna be seeing the graphics from the groups. So they're gonna be appearing on the screen in a matter of seconds, as we can see. There we go. That is the Group A. So the game is 5A on the bottom row. Mindsanity versus Bednar. That's the first game of today.
Yeah, and of course, as I said, Trelleborg is through from Group A, having gone through and won in straight games yesterday. Mindsanity and Bednar, two fantastic teams, played so well yesterday. One of them, unfortunately, is going out. And we are going to be saying goodbye to them. The other will be going through and will be facing New Holland later on. And Lindner is the team that I could not remember the name of a few moments ago. They are playing Valtra in our second game today. Whoever makes it through out of those two will be facing Trelleborg in the semi-finals. So quite a big few games for all 4 teams today who are in this losers bracket or in this runner-up bracket at the moment.
Yeah, that's definitely, it's a hard bargain to be meeting the Trelleborg on the first semi-final of today. But of course, we still have the group, so I think these going to be very exciting matches as well. And of course, Mindsanity. We'll see how they will do on the first game. So that's going to be, of course, we know that there's probably a lot of Bednar fans on the chat. There was a lot of Bednar logos yesterday that I saw on the chat. So I hate to say it, but to me, it seems that there's a lot of Bednar people on the chat. So I could say that they are the fan favorite if you're going to measure that with the amount of emotes, because that's the most visible thing here on the broadcast. Because I saw so many yellow circles on the chat that there's got to be a lot of people.
I think this is the thing. It is both these teams that are coming up in this first match today played absolutely incredible games yesterday. Both of them were unlucky to lose to Trelleborg. Bednar especially right to the wire a couple of times and looked like they might even cause a bit of an upset by them. I don't think these teams can be discounted going through the rest of these finals. Both good, both have had very strong ends to their season. It'll be really interesting them going up against each other.
Definitely. You said it. Both teams, they lost to Trelleborg. So, in a way, maybe we should call the Group A Trelleborg bracket actually, that Trelleborg group, because that's I mean they are the dominating force. They have been the dominating force. Of course, they won the bracket already yesterday, so that is a pretty clear case for them, and they have been proceeding to the semis already. So now we're going to be figuring out who's going to be the other team that's going to proceed from here. And I mean, of course, like you said, it Mindsanity, Bednar, two very strong teams. They had a great matches yesterday. I think this can go either way. I may be a slight favor on the side of Mindsanity if you ask from me, but still, in general, I would definitely say that it's going to be a very tight series, and I'm very much looking forward how this game is going to go. Do we see the same strategies applied? I mean, teams have been, of course, also meeting and probably like chatting yesterday. I saw some pictures from the venue where the teams have been also like spending some time together. So what I'm mostly interested about today is that what has changed since yesterday.
I am going to cry because, of course, Mindsanity didn't lose to Trelleborg yesterday. They lost to Bednar today. So this is a rematch of the match
True.
that they had yesterday. But Mindsanity coming back playing against Astragon in the first losers bracket yesterday came very strong. Looked like they'd found their form again. So I think this is going to be as easier for Bednar to win as maybe the first game yesterday would suggest. It is going to be much closer.
That is true. I mean, of course, they played yesterday, and probably they have been taking some notes. Probably had a meeting like with the team, like, yeah, what should we change? How are we gonna like counterfeit that strategy? Of course, they should be doing less mistakes. That's one thing as well. That always needs to be like taken into account and fixed in a way. And but we'll see the result in a matter of seconds. We should be having the players entering the stage in some time as well. And there we go. That's the Mindsanity. Once again, the banner is right there, and the guys are looking happy. They are looking fresh. And this is what I call the Jeans Gang.
And Mindsanity definitely taking the more difficult route to the finals here. They are having to fight for every step of the way. Is their journey in this World Championship going to end today, or will they be knocking Bednar out? And how will they do? How will either team do against New Holland, who have been very good? Although, in all fairness, New Holland did go through in straight games yesterday, but it was a little wobbly at one time. And here comes Bednar coming through, taking their seats, looking very confident.
Yeah, we spoke about these guys yesterday.
I think they have a right to be.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they played yesterday, and then we spoke about the kind of like the youngsters versus the experience. The experience won yesterday, but Mindsanity still. I mean, they had a fighting chance there. So like I said, I think there's a small favor from my side towards Mindsanity. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. But of course, I mean, both teams, whoever's going to make it, of course, they will earn their rightful place on the grand final, on the semifinals as well. And of course, I mean, the stakes are high because the losing team is going to drop. They will not proceed. They will be out of the tournament, unfortunately. And then only the winning team is going to proceed to the next stages. So there's a lot on the line, just like you said, Alex, that the losing team is going to drop. And well, I mean, the guys are looking fresh, definitely, when you see these images. And like I said yesterday, I just love this when you see the players and the reactions. We saw a bit of guys smiling, at least on the Bednar side yesterday. And we should be heading to the first game just in a matter of seconds. So let's hope that it's going to go fine and without any major issues. We have been very lucky to not have any technical breaks so far. And well, of course, I mean, we're on the LAN environment, so it should be the case as well. But I really hope that this day is going to run as smoothly as yesterday did.
And our technical team here at Giants are very good. I mean, they are absolutely superb at what they do. So big kudos, big shout out to those guys. Right, we are into the game. We have Mindsanity versus Bednar. Mindsanity on the blue side, Bednar on the red, and we are into the ban phase. What is going to be our first vehicle ban today? It is the first of the telehandlers. We're fully expecting then Bednar to ban the second or the other telehandler too when they come to do their second pick. Mindsanity banning the large Fent followed by... They're taking their time on this one. The large John Deere. So 2 of the large tractors out. And then we're expecting the Manitou to go at this point. And yeah, no surprise there from Bednar, banning the Manitou out as well.
Yeah, well, those are the bans. So, I mean, like you said, it's no surprises with the telehandlers or the telehandlers, as some people say. So they're going to be chosen. So when you see one of those, the other one's going to be banned as well by the same team. Usually, now we'll see. There's a big hole. So let's see if Mindsanity is actually they're participating a little bit. So they will change it to bottleneck. I'm really hoping to see big hole. I said it yesterday that I'm really, really excited to see something else than the bottleneck being used as well. But I mean, of course, when you have bottleneck on the other side, then in a way you need to compete against that. And the best medicine for the other team's bottleneck is to take your own bottleneck perk for the team. And then we have the player picks. Not going to be expecting much of a surprises here. Runners, Archimedes, and so on. The usual perks, and then we'll see the utility that's going to be chosen as well. Of course, I mean, as we saw, there was no telehandler, so they're not going to be picked. I don't see any narrow tire tractors being taken though. Yet.
I was just wondering exactly why the big John Deere tractor was getting banned. And you think I can see it's the second highest horsepower next to the Fendt that's also been banned. It's also fast. It goes 65 kmh. It's faster, but has a lot less horsepower. Yeah, that's why those particular 2 large tractors have been banned by Mindsanity, because they are the 2 most powerful tractors in the FSL, and therefore it sort of prevents the opponents from picking really big, really fast tractors.
And there we go. We have the start. So we have the rush for the pad. So this is the first match of the day starting up. We can see the challenge on the first pad. It's going to be Ventil, who's going to be actually, by the way, late, as Mindsanity will claim it. Hannah's going to win the other Baylor from the other pad. So it seems to be clearly that Bednar is winning the early challenges, and that is, of course, like setting them up very nicely for the first bale. Let's see what Ventil, Mindsanity wins them, and so they are very nicely set for the first bale as well. We can see Ventil just going for the second pad, going to take the Baylor. Jan is just waiting when PB is going to come and take the harvester, and he's going to follow, so he's going to go for the first bale. They're pretty close to the barn. And now let's see how this is going to go down. Both teams are actually pretty close. So this didn't hurt Bednar as much as I was expecting. So they are still having a pretty decent position for the first bale. When it's going to be disengaging behind Hyper. And it's going to use the straw pitch. Let's see. It should be fine. Should be around 130, maybe 8 if he's going to swing that. But it seems to be slowing down, so he's going to reverse. So it's going to be like 136 maybe. Yeah, exactly. So that's the first bale for Bednar. So that is a decent start for them. Even though they have lost the battles on the pads, they will still win the first bale, which I think is a pretty good achievement at this stage.
That is a difference of 14 points, so not a full bale between the 2. So that is actually really good for Mindsanity. That means that they only have to deliver 1 extra bale to catch up on the points.
That was a close call. I mean, he was going for the straw bridges, but then it was just starting to raise, and he just needed to make an emergency break and just turn and go for the safer route. So even though Kermit is not yet here, we still have him on Spirit of our casting team. And Kermit is going to be joining, by the way, I think on the 3rd game today. So it's going to be 1 game earlier than yesterday. So he's still having those same freezing cold weather in Chicago, and he doesn't want to go to the studio that early. So he's going to be there on the 3rd game. He's going to join the action on the first semi-final. So no worry, you will get your daily dose of Kerminator, definitely. I mean, the first bales are delivered. So now we'll just see the usual harvesting happening on the fields. Hyper's going to follow Ventil. We can see Jan Hannes going on the other side. Peep is going to start pouring the grain. Jan is going to go there with trailer, going to start picking it up. Not going to be a problem. Just a very small bit of that's going to be poured to the ground, but that's not going to be a problem. And yeah, I mean, business as usual. So we'll see how it's going to develop from here. There we go. Back on the fields. And yeah, I mean, so we can see the difference on the first bale is 14 points, so it's less than one bale. We have the 12-minute drops. It's going to be silo closed and speed limit, and this is something we touched yesterday quite many times actually. That when the silo close comes on the 12-minute drop, it's not going to be as effective as it would be on the 8-minute drops. We have seen kind of like the grain being delivered very late. So even though we can see Bednar picking that up, we can see Mindsanity going to be picking that up. I don't know if the plan was to deliver any grain even now. So they will just go and make sure that they will pick that up as the other team did as well. And for sure, now they will not be delivering any grain. But I don't think that it actually makes much of a difference to the strategy, because yesterday, I don't know, maybe once or twice we actually saw a team to deliver grain like before, let's say, a 10-minute mark or something like that. And John is going to be claiming finally something from the pads as well. I thought it was a replay, but it's not a replay. It's actually a real time. So he's going to go and pick up that harvester.
I think they've grabbed a third harvester by the looks of things. Certainly suggests that Mindsanity are going for a large grain game here to see if they can give themselves an advantage, especially seeing as we have the silos closed. In fact, looks like Bednar have grabbed an extra harvester too. So both teams, because they're unable to empty their overloaders at this point, have grabbed an extra harvester and are now trying to get as much grain as they can together, as much storage for that grain as they can together, so that when the 8-minute mark hits, or when those silos are no longer closed, they are able to score as much, deliver as much grain as possible, and get the maximum they can out of that grain multiplier.
Well, the landscape views back in the action. We can see some people heading towards the silo. But well, it's going to be quite early for that actually. But yeah, we can see the action happening. We can see the Ideal also heading on the Mindsanity side. That's going to go next to the silos, or they're setting up the equipment for the grain drop at some point. We'll see what's going to be the timing. We still have 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go. And we can see Joseph just nicely putting that Ideal in place. We can see Hyper also moving there on the background as well. So yeah, definitely they're setting up something. We can see PB on the move as well. And yeah, interested to see. I mean, we can see the grain. Look at the amount of grain, Alex. 75 and 71K. So I think both teams are planning to kind of like top the amount of grain of the other one. And usually, I mean, Bednar has 71,000 or 72,000. Okay, maybe if you round that up to the 72. I mean, usually that's more than enough. I mean, usually teams are collecting 60, 65K, about that. And now Mindsanity has 65K. So both teams are topping the usual amount. So this is definitely, just like you said, Alex, kind of like result of picking that second combine or harvester from the pads, so they can actually collect more.
I think, looking at this, that Bednar had a bit of a disadvantage on the grain, simply because when they went to grab their second combine, rather than grabbing the case, which is the one that Mindsanity grabbed, they grabbed the Rostel mash, and that may be a costly mistake. From what I can see, they were in a position where they could have grabbed either combine, because Mindsanity grabbed the case after Bednar grabbed theirs. That's a big problem for them. They are gonna be at least a 2.1 multiplier to 1.9 here for Bednar, and yeah, they're gonna need to be getting bales in now. They have a little bit of a bale advantage, but Bednar now right on top of this. Look at that, bringing bales in as they're delivering grain, and Mindsanity a little bit behind on countering it. Can Bednar score lots of points with this and counter the overall thing? No, it's gone the other way. Mindsanity now have the advantage on the multiplier. Bednar have lost all their advantage. It's gone back the other way. This is going backwards and forward. It all depends on when these bales now get scored for Bednar. If they can score it with this 2.3 multiplier, they're going to be doing well. It's direct delivery or bridges raised. And Mindsanity have grabbed bridges raised. They are blocking Bednar. In fact, Bednar have also grabbed that power up. Bednar holding
Yeah.
it at 2.3.
Yeah, I mean, Bednar, they did actually put some bales on the belt as well, so they did get some points. I didn't see how many bales they actually did deliver, but anyways, we can see the scoreline that they have made at least 3 bales more to the barn. I would say that's about the case, and we can see the unloading of the grain. So the whole strategy with the grain is going to be unveiled as we speak. So let's see where the multiplier is going to be ending up, because there should be a slight advantage for Mindsanity in the end. But of course, Bednar claiming those early points, but they are losing on bales. So this is going to be one of those catch-up games when the other team is like, claiming those early bales, getting some points, but then maybe losing on the multiplier later on. It's going to be now still 2.2 for Bednar, and there's still 16k of grain remaining for Mindsanity. So they need to get that down and get that multiplier.
No!
When they do put that down, it should be about, I would say, 2.2, maybe even 3 for Mindsanity, depending where they're going to leave it. And there's going to be some bales dropping from the belt, because if Bednar getting more bales inside with the 2.2 multiplier, that's going to be damn good, as they are claiming the early points. Mindsanity has only made 1 bale, and that probably was just to counter a combo or something like that, because Bednar has been showing those into the barn.
And it's a 2.1 to 1.9, as we expected, with that extra grain. And now Bednar putting in bales, still putting in bales, but they're only getting 19 points per bale. They have pulled out a 155-point lead at this point. They are still behind on the bale count, though, but that is partly because they have scored points with those bales. They now need to continually bring bales in order to keep this lead and keep the deficit they have in multiplier away from Mindsanity. So can Bednar now supply themselves with the bales that they need in order to lead?
Okay, but I mean, for a moment, it seems that there's like a slight advantage for Mindsanity, because kind of like they had more grain, and the bale deliveries needed to happen at the same time. But I mean, Bednar, they were able to score those early points with a good multiplier, and then they have been also getting pretty close with the bale. So the bale, okay, it's 7 bale difference, but still the lead is 150 points. So it comes down to the efficiency at the end, how many bales they can actually score. So I think Bednar even. Yeah, they have more points, a little bit less bales, but I think that they definitely have a slight advantage, depending how well Mindsanity is gonna kind of like bring this together at the end. But we just have to wait and see if Mindsanity can actually get all those bales in and produce more bales and get it on the second floor, or maybe get a bottom boost from the super drop or something like that, and then use first floor. Then I think they have a fighting chance, but it's gonna be very, very close if that's gonna be the case. So I'm very interested to see, because this will be definitely one of those games where the other team is going to be just catching up. We can see, Jose going for the bale withering. That's the super drop. And that's going to be, of course, hurting a little bit Mindsanity, because now we can see that the bale difference is just only 4 bales anymore. And the point difference is almost 200 points. So Bednar is handling this very well.
This is some great play from Bednar. So I wanted to see which balers each team has. Bednar are running the case baler, which holds 3 bales and only takes 3,600 liters to press a bale out of it, and the new Holland, which is a slightly faster working speed but takes 3,800 of straw to create a bale, and of course carries 3 bales at a time as well. So they can get 6 bales back at a time, plus the 3 that come back on the front of that John Deere. It's going to be really telling which balers Mindsanity have. We know they have the case baler. Do they have the crone or the other case baler? Because if they have either of those, then this is going to be a really, really big fight to the finish.
Yeah, now the gap is about 130, 140 points, so it has been closing a little bit, but it's not yet enough, unfortunately. So just how my gut feeling says to me that Mindsanity, they have a good multiplier, but they have to do a lot of work to get those bales inside, and then they have the multiplier. So this should be a very close series. So we'll see how this is gonna end. Bednar still maybe a little bit like having the winning side there, but it's gonna be very very hard to tell. I mean, you never know what's gonna happen during the last 30 seconds of the game when the chaos starts next to the belt. We can see just Hyper doing a great job with the belts, gonna be getting 3 of those bales on the belt and claiming what is this 57 points from those bales. There's gonna be a couple more bales going in for Mindsanity. That's gonna be another 42 points for them, and they should be closing the gap somewhere around 80 points in a matter of seconds as we speak. So they are just, challenging each others on the belt. And now when we look at the amount of bales, there is a couple more bales for Mindsanity's side. So I think that, after all these bales, what they have currently available, Mindsanity is close, but it's not going to go above Bednar on the points. So now it's just about the last minute, how many bales they can still press, how many bales they can still deliver next to the barn. And this is where the true efficiency of the team is going to be measured.
Mindsanity definitely catching up here in the points. They are closing this gap all the time. The biggest problem they have is that gap closing quick enough? They do have both the case balers, so they are taking 200 liters less to press every bale. So that's 600 liters less straw every baler that comes in that they're having to use to press these. And now it's really a case for Hyper to get these on here to keep these bales coming in and to keep that gap going. There's only 50 points, no, 30 points in it now between both these teams with 30 seconds to go. This is going to be a ridiculously close match.
Yeah, it's only 20 seconds to go, and we can see Bednar actually has been doing a pretty good job actually producing the bales during the last minutes. Now we can see that they're already putting them on the first floor as well because they don't have the time to put them on the belt. Hyper's going to be stacking those 2 last bales. Okay, there's 1 still next to the belt, so that's going to go on the first floor, and that's going to be 800
it's gonna go
them, and we can see Mindsanity stacking it up as well. And we don't see what's going to be the end result, but we're going to be expecting that Bednar's going to win this one, at least based on the player picture. So they are happy with it. We will see the final score in a matter of seconds. We didn't see how many of those last bales were actually stacked. But yep, anyways, it is definitely Bednar who's going to win this one. We can clearly see that from the reactions. We can see also Mindsanity. They have a coach as well who's on the pictures right now. So there we go. It's going to be 50 points. So unfortunately, Mindsanity, even with a higher multiplier, they were just not able to produce enough bales. And I think, I mean, they missed the window when Bednar was scoring those early points and when they made that gap of 150 points or something like that. That's the moment which Mindsanity missed. And if they would have done the same as Bednar, they would have won it. But, they needed to play catch-up all the time.
And Bednar showing there why they were a team that was challenging Trelleborg yesterday. 36 bales is the kind of numbers of bales that Trelleborg were producing in the last tournament. And yeah, that is a hard number to beat. 4 more bales delivered than Mindsanity is what won that for Bednar. And that was despite having a baler that took more straw to produce every bale than their opponents. That is such a strong showing there from Bednar. Really great start to the day for them, and we'll see what they have to offer and what they have to pull out for this second game. Can Mindsanity come back and take this to 3 games? Bednar going through to the finals, to the semi-finals to face New Holland.
Well, first game for Bednar, so now Mindsanity, they have to come up with something. They have to find a way of how to tackle this series in the second game and then take it all the way to the third game of this best of 3 series. What do you think, Alex? Like, do you think that it's just fine-tuning the strategy, or do you see something else that that could help Mindsanity to kind of like turn this series, to the other direction of their favor?
I think, it's a difficult one because Mindsanity didn't play a bad game there. I think they did a lot of things right. I think they need to score a few bales earlier. Certainly, they were pushing a lot into the bottom of that last game, and that will have cost them points, especially with the advantage they had on the bale multiplier. So, yeah, I think they need to deliver some bales slightly earlier. Need to take advantage of higher ones when they do, and go from there.
There we go. The next game is going to start, and then we'll see if Mindsanity finds the way of turning this to the other direction. But yeah, they need to win this one. And if Mindsanity is going to lose this one, I don't want to go ahead of things. But I mean, we spoke about it yesterday. We lost the fourth on the circuit points yesterday as Diatka. They kind of like dropped out of the tournament. And now, I mean, if Mindsanity is going to lose this one, we might be losing another top 4 team. Before they proceed to the semifinals. So that would be one change on the, let's say, the circuit points versus the grand final semifinalists as well.
And that's the thing to remember. Mindsanity were sitting up at second at one point, and New Holland's just massive rise at the end of the season pushed them down to third. But they held a pretty unassailable point there. Otherwise, Bednar, who had a surge themselves at the end of the season, could quite possibly have ended up taking that spot from them. So we're seeing here really Bednar's strength as they've got to the end of the season, and how that has really affected the positions. I think we're going to see really good things from this team next season, whether they go out now or whether they go through further in these finals.
Well, there we go. No surprises on the bans, so there's going to be the same bans. Bednar's going to ban both of the telehandlers. Then we have the same bans also from the Mindsanity side as well. And seems that the picks for the players and the captains going to be pretty much the same as what we had on the last game as well. Deutsch Far on the both sides. Ventil and Jan's going to pick that up. Hannes and PB and Hyper and Josie also with Valtra and John Deers. Runner Archimedes, so that's pretty much the same as what we had on the last game. So this seems to be that the team. So I just wanted to fine tune the strategy. Of course, Bednar they want to, just continue where they left off, do the same thing, do their thing, play their strategy, and Mindset is going to try and find probably those small improvements. Of course, anything can happen, so we'll see. It could be a completely different game, but that's how it seems to be based on the strategy. And then we have the battle of the pads.
Teams are off, and the Case Baylor is down the front, and it looks like, Hyper is going for the. Hyper got it. How did Hyper get the ideal? A Mindsanity get the Crone Baylor, but I think that we saw Bednar get the Case Baylor. I think that went their way. So how Hyper got that ideal combine though, I don't know. He was right behind whoever was the Mindsanity player. So that is a really big surprise. And Bednar coming in really close with that first bale. They've got the Case Baylor, so it's taken them less straw to get it. This is a really strong run for them for first bale. I don't know how close their opponents are. In fact, no, Mindsanity still haven't crossed the bridge. So 137 point first bale for Bednar. Mindsanity coming in fairly closely behind. But how many points difference is there going to be? It's a 126, 11 points difference. So half a bale if they put it into the top.
Okay, so there we go. The gap it's pretty small. I mean, it's less than what we had on the last game of 14 points on the previous one. Now it's going to be 11 points. So we'll see how much of a difference that's going to make. At least it's a mental thing definitely for Mindsanity, because they know that at least they are like closer than what they were on the last game. So we shall see we shall see how they will utilize this. Do we see, for example, the second combine or harvester that's going to be picked from the past later on, as we saw the last game as well? I think that's one of those changing elements that could be varying depending from the situation. And of course, now as the teams are collecting the grain, I mean, we had a large amounts of grain, and in a way, I would say that the Mindsanity, because they did take more grain, they got the multiplier, but then they also lost a bit of a time. I mean, they were kind of like mixed up with the grain game, and as you know, Bednar just find the niche opening on the middle of the grain game to get those early points from the bales, and Mindsanity at the same time they were still playing the grain game and playing with the multiplier. So that's where they kind of missed those bales, as they were so focused on the grain. So maybe that's the thing, and then that's what I mean, that if we do see the second combine's gonna be taking, there we have well, a crash, as we can see.
Yeah, he crashed into it. He wasn't able to get it moving. That was the trouble he had. So he jumped into that ideal combine. He wasn't able to get it moving. He jumped out, and unfortunately, Hyper was there waiting to jump into it, and as a result, it went to Bednar instead of going to Mindsanity. So Mindsanity did beat Bednar to that ideal combine. But because he crashed right into the back of the combine, lifted the combine up, he was completely unable to move it. And that is the danger of driving the tractor right up into the back like that, and being unable to get the combine off the podium. You can very easily lose it to your opponents.
Well, there we go. The unloading starts, and we don't see the same amounts of grain. And this is, by the way, a very early delivery also. I mean, it's 11.5 minutes, so you don't usually see the deliveries happening this early. So now we have definitely an earlier delivery than usually. So there we go. They are pouring the grain to the silos, and we'll see if they... I don't think that they have any bales. We're going to see that in a matter of seconds. Maybe Alex has that information already. But yeah,
I think
delivery of grain is done.
I think we have a very even multiplier at this point. I think neither team needs to worry too much about delivering grain here. I think the team who probably should be worried about the overall grain delivery is Mindsanity. There are 2 ideal combines out there for Bednar. They have a big advantage on how much they can get back with just 2 combines. I do kind of wonder if what we'll see is Mindsanity going and trying to grab a 3rd combine and just putting that little bit of extra grain in if they need to. We've not seen it work out for teams before, though. We've seen that cause an issue, and certainly if Bednar do get an advantage here with the grain multiplier overall, they've got to be a shoe-in for this game, because their baling game, their ability to just press bales, is right up there with Trelleborg, and it'll be very hard for Mindsanity to match them in that part of it.
Well, I guess, I mean, I have been reading the chat a little bit, and I can see people definitely talking about the pancakes once again. It's not a surprise, so maybe it's time. Alex, are you ready? If we're gonna do like one pancake joke?
One pancake joke. Careful, it might fall flat.
Yeah, no. What do you call someone who's really bad at making pancakes?
I don't know. What do you call someone who's really bad at making pancakes?
A flip-flop. And that is not me. I proved that yesterday. I'm good at making pancakes. But anyway, so that's the first of today. I promised yesterday that there's going to be some of those jokes today. So that is one of those. Anyways, let's go back to the game. So, I mean, just no bales have been delivered. So there's just 1 bale for Mindsanity. Grain is going to be still collected. And by the way, they did deliver, I think, about 30K of grain. And they are now collecting. They had about 50K, both of them. So yeah, the grain game is definitely going to be once again a thing. It's not a surprise. And we just see this. I mean, I don't mind about the grain game, really. But I mean, it has been just coming. I mean, as we have moved further on the season, every play, every tournament, it's just later and later and later. So people are just, I'm just wondering when the limit actually comes that, what is actually the latest time when you can deliver the grain. But yeah, there we can see Jose is going to be just pouring the bales on the road. Somebody's going to be picking that up. We can see 3 bales on the Bednar side of things. We can see definitely Bednar now with a 60k. They're going to go towards the silo. I think we're going to see the same happening for the Mindsanity side as well, because they have about the same, just 100 liters of a difference. Not even that. It's actually 62 liters. What is the difference on grain between Bednar and Mindsanity? And there we go. The drops are there. Bridges lower, the bridges raised. I mean, where's the goddamn grain multiplier? I want to have that.
It's really interesting. There's those 2 ideals sitting there, and yes, there's a slight advantage at the moment to Bednar. So it's quite possible that they have delivered a few thousand liters to get that advantage already. And look at this. We see Bednar now delivering the grain, getting themselves up to a 2.7 multiplier. There is some movement from... I don't quite know what's happening there. Well, it's obviously PB picking up the drop, but he was completely invisible. So Bednar now sitting at a 1.9 to 2.0. Do they have slightly more grain? There's still 21,000 liters for Mindsanity to deliver. Bednar really need to get a bale or 2 on their conveyor, though. Take advantage of this while they have it. Hyper's having to be careful across that bridge, though, and they've still got a 2.2 multiplier. Can they get this sorted and get these on here before Mindsanity delivers the last of their grain? No, the grain is delivering, and no, it's 1.9 to 2.1 at the moment. 839 meters to go. There's enough just there to even it up.
There we go.
And it's even.
Yeah, I mean, they were just organizing the utilities. They needed to organize the utilities. They didn't get all the grain at once because, the pouring speeds are different. So in the end, they made it, but 1 bale got inside before it went back to 2.0. So, okay, maybe they lost like 1 point because of that. But yeah, I mean, they still managed to do it.
They did manage to score points with a better multiplier. So, yeah, that will help them along in the long run. It's not a huge amount. I think they've got an extra point or 2 from that. But as we've found out in the past, every point in this game counts. And we've got a bit of a bale deficiency for Bednar at the moment. But we know Bednar are very, very good at catching up with these bales, with the amount that they can deliver and then the amount they can score. So and they have a lead. It's not quite as much of a lead as last time, but they don't have the multiplier against them this time. So it's going to be hard for Mindsanity to catch up with the efficiency of Bednar at getting those bales pressed and delivered.
Yeah, we can see how focused the guys are. They know that they have their backs against the wall. And what is this replay? Let's see what's going to be. Okay, that's just a static image, so nothing that interesting. I think there was somebody who was like moving towards the straw bridges and probably was like just getting raised in front of them. And there we go. No, he's going to get inside. It's going to be a bit of a jump. Oh! It's going to go sideways. And he's going to recover from that, so he's going to be able to deliver the bales. But those are the jumps that's gonna make you like your heart rate increase, maybe with like 30% or something. Of course, depending what's the starting point. But there we go. The bales once again. Bednar delivering them. We can see also Mindsanity scoring some bales at the same time as well. So 100 points of a difference. The same multiplier. And Mindsanity, a couple bales will go inside. The bale difference is 3, and that is almost exactly. When you calculate it with the points, that's huge. They got the bale points.
Bale points.
And that, I mean, I was just going to say that when you count the bales and the points, it's going to be exactly the same. And now when they claim the bale points, I think Mindsanity, they have a slight lead now, basically.
Mindsanity have a few more bales. They need to deliver them in order to win this. But yeah, this is really close. Those bale points are absolutely crucial to Mindsanity. They've closed the gap to just 5 points between these two teams. Hyper coming in there and correcting the mistake of that bale and managing to save that. He is so good at getting bales on this conveyor. And part of the reason why there's a bale deficiency there for Bednar at the moment is because Hyper is so good at getting the bales onto that conveyor. And if he keeps delivering them onto the conveyor this efficiently, it's really going to help Bednar to take this match. Haynes now coming back with another set of bales for Mindsanity. And they have bales coming in. There is an 80-point lead, though, right for... No, in fact, a 60-point lead now for Bednar. And Bednar delivering more bales onto that conveyor. And in fact, I think part of the reason why Bednar are so good at getting points is because more often I'm seeing 2 bales go up on a stack onto that conveyor on Bednar's than I am on Mindsanity's. Mindsanity proving me wrong completely here by immediately putting 2 stacks of 2 bales on there. But certainly, it seems Bednar do it a little more often than Mindsanity do, and that will only add to their efficiency of getting bales delivered. And Hyper's dropped a bale. He had 3 bales on the front of there. He now only has 2. He's not wasting time going back for a hit. He is just going to get those in, get those scored, because Mindsanity have now taken the lead. They are currently leading with 1minute and 40 seconds to go. Bednar now just needs to keep scoring on this belt. They dropped 1 in underneath. That was to prevent the combo happening for Mindsanity. Mindsanity had been delivering bales unchallenged for a little while there. But Bednar now need to try and catch up and deliver lots of bales. Can they even these scores up again? And can Bednar keep delivering the bales in to keep Hyper supplied at this point?
Yeah, I think the key here is PB 400. I really hate to put the pressure on one single player, but I mean, he's kind of responsible from operating the belt on the Mindsanity side, and so let's see if he can actually get all the bales in this time, because I think they were lacking a couple of the bales on the last game, and in the end that definitely costed some points. So it's going to be a very tight series in a way. Mindsanity, they have the advantage on their sides because the PP getting 40 points more inside. They're going to be leading with about 65 points. There's going to be about 60 points on that belt. It's going to be 5 points away from a tie, as we have Mindsanity at the same time also putting some bales inside. PB is going to go and pick that one lost bale. Hyper, he only has 1 bale.
This is so
after
close.
This one, going to be getting so close. The bales are just going on the belt. Mindsanity, that's going to go inside. It's going to be 813 points, and now just 5 final seconds. Now they don't have the bales. They cannot do it anymore. Just a couple of bales remaining, and it's going to be in the end.
It's
going to be Mindsanity who's going to win the second game.
Wow, what a play from Mindsanity. What a comeback. Everything in that game said that they were at less of an advantage than the first game, and they came in, they delivered the bales, and they won it as a result. What a game from Mindsanity. You cannot count this team out yet. They have got one hell of a fight back, and this is going to 3 games. 37 bales delivered for Mindsanity. That is 1 more bale than Bednar delivered last time. And Bednar have got to come back fighting. They delivered as many bales. No, they delivered 2 less bales this game than they did in the first game. They're gonna have to come back, fight, work out how they delivered slightly less bales, and they're gonna have to gather themselves up and try and win again the next one, or they are out of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, either team, they just have to. I mean, both teams, they know what is at the stake. They know that they have to win the next game, otherwise they're going to be out. So it's going to be the same for both of the teams. I mean, Bednar, they won the first series, and I think Bednar was feeling very confident, coming to this game, also winning the first match of the series. And if I'm honest, I don't think that they expected that they're going to lose the second game. Of course, they know that it's a competition, so anything can happen. But they have been so far successful with their strategies, and this is the first loss for them so far in a single game on this grand final. And we can see finally, I think this is the first time when we see that the guys at the Mindsanity are actually smiling. Of course, I mean, the results haven't really gone their way, but it's really nice to see that those guys are also smiling a little bit and, feeling for it. And I mean, of course, this one victory for Mindsanity, it might mean that, they gain like an extra boost, that, the emotions and, just the spirit goes up. And that usually affects very heavily on a team's performance. So now when the guys are feeling confident, I mean, when you look at these guys' faces, they are just feeling it. We can see that they are not worried at all. And, they're nodding a little bit. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. They have definitely a very good team spirit going on currently. And that is a very, very strong signal that, they could be very strong on the last game of the series as well.
Absolutely, it's going to be really difficult, I think, for people to predict who's going to win this this final game in this match. Both these teams so well matched, so similar. To come out and to be pressing as many bales as they are, and to be scoring as many points as they are, and to go against advantages in grain multipliers and things to come back and win. Both these games, I can't pick between these two at the moment. They are so well matched, it's ridiculous, and we saw that in the first game, their game yesterday. We're seeing it in this match today. I don't know who's going to take this. This could go either way in this third game.
Well, let's see. Let's see if anything's going to change. I mean, the last game was, in a way, like a similar strategy, which we saw in the first game as well. But Mindsanity did manage to, start delivering the bales earlier as well, so they didn't miss those. Both teams, they were pretty equal on the grain game. They had a similar strategy on that one. So it was about those small things which Mindsanity now found. We can see no differences on the bans on the Bednar side. There's going to be the telehandlers, probably the second one as well. We can see the same bans from Mindsanity as well. So all four bands are exactly the same. So do you expect, Alex, any changes on the captain's picks or players' picks?
I don't. Both teams are playing really strong games with their current strategy. I think both teams will look for an upper hand in the way they can disrupt with selecting the power ups and things. I think the power ups in this final game will play a massive part in it. I mean, in the last game, part of the reason why Mindsanity won was because they got that boost in points. They won by more than that boost in points. It would have been a much closer game if they hadn't got it. But it conversely, had Bednar got that boost, they would have probably taken it. So, yeah, I think it's going to be to the power ups. Absolutely, I think unless they make their opportunities, unless they get something like closing the silos while they have a multiplier and the other team doesn't. I think if it's straight up play for play against each other, it's gonna be so difficult to pick these two teams apart or pull these two teams apart.
I know that the players are going to hate me from this, but what I would really like to see is that, the 12-minute drop, grain multiplier, 8-minute drop, silo closed. That would generate some very interesting grain gameplay, as that seems to be the case this time. But anyways, we're going to be heading for the third game, and the countdown is going down. It's going to be goal signal, and we can see the players heading for the pads. And we can see, challenges. We can see Hyper going for the case. We can see Mindsanity going for the new Holland baler. Hannes going to go for the case baler. And let's see how they will, in the end, manage to do it. I mean, first bale, they have been close. It was 14 points on the first one. Then it was 11 points on the second one. So will Mindsanity close the first bale gap? That is the question that I have on my mind.
I think that's a really strong start there from Bednar. They have both case bailers. Having said that, we can see here. Oh no, in fact, so Bednar have managed to grab both case bailers and the Crone bailer. That is a huge issue for Mindsanity.
This is good.
Not so much so because they have grabbed that New Holland bailer, but
That's gonna be 140.
Bednar have grabbed bailers that
42.
take less to press per bale. And a 142 and a 139. 3 points between them.
That's close.
Wow.
That's so close. Well, I mean, first bales are done.
Are we talking about? I'm just looking at the chat, and Paul Gordon seems very confused, and I have no idea exactly what I was talking about at that point, or what you were talking about at that point.
I don't know. We just spoke about the pancakes. I don't know. Maybe I spoke about the team members, how they are
Seems
looking.
to be
I think
pancakes.
I mean, Mindsanity is
pancakes.
definitely looking that they want to have some pancakes. That's why they have the high team spirit there. So yeah, every time when the team is not looking happy, it's gonna be about the missing pancakes, and I think that's the key.
Venta, one thing I will say about Bednar is that they are very, very efficient in getting that overloader. Every single time, every game this morning, we've seen Ventil drive up, drop the bailer off as he's driving, Shose going in there and having the hitch easily connected and being available. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, there we go. I mean, the first bale, I mean, this is definitely good for Mindsanity. Also, I mean, Bednar will make the best first bale, which they made today. And also, Mindsanity, like, yeah, of course, makes even better. And that's the first bale, like, the best first bale for them as well. And Bednar has been winning these first bale battles so far. So I'm pretty sure that Bednar, I mean, they were feeling quite confident. You know, it's got to be better than the previous ones. We have won the previous ones, so we got to be winning this one and with a better margin. But then in the end, Mindsanity is going to put that 142 on the board. And I think that might have surprised Bednar a little bit. And I mean, if Mindsanity can repeat the same strategy, or let's say the same level of performance which they had, and by the way, bridges raised and bridges lowered, going to be on the drops on the 12-minute mark, not going to make a much of a difference. They will probably go for the bridges lowered on both, bridges raised on the both sides. If they're going to go for it. But I mean, it's not mandatory. They can just keep ignoring them. But if the other team is going to pick either one, then the other team is going to pick up the same, most probably, because the impact isn't that heavy. We can see these early grain deliveries once again. We see exactly at the same time, 11:30, we saw the grain delivery start on the second game of the series as well. So, yeah, it seems to be the same. And there's going to be some bales pressed, by the way. So Mindsanity, they do have one bale. I don't know why. Maybe they have an idea what they're going to do about it. But the multipliers are not changing. Both teams are actually unloading at the same time. And it's going to keep exactly at 2.0. So that's not going to change the game anyhow, as they will just go back to the fields and grind more of some grain. And they're hopefully going to be starting to press some bales at some moment as well.
Yeah, it's when we don't get silos closed at that 12th minute, we get that early grain drop. We end up getting a very similar grain drop between the teams. It's one of those things where the moment they know that their silo isn't going to be closed, or that they're not going to have that problem, they immediately get it in there to try and get themselves back out there with that overloader as quickly as possible, because the quicker they can fill that overloader back up, the quicker that their harvesters, the quicker that the person who's pulling that overloader can get out there and start making bales. So yeah, the speed with which they want to empty that overloader has to be fast in order for there to be lots more bales. So let's go and see. Hyper, is that Jan is already back at the sell point. Ventil running a little bit behind. That will give Mindsanity a little bit of an advantage on their bale creation. In fact, Jan dropping a little bit of grain there as well. That will probably give them a bit of an advantage on the multiplier as well. I'm expecting them to drop some grain as well. There we are.
Yeah, it was a very small
And
amount. I don't know. Maybe he was just testing that, is it like properly aligned? Yeah, and now you can see with your web designer eyes that Mindsanity's bar is a different length than the Bednar's one, definitely. But it didn't yet change the multiplier. That might change later. I guess they want to wait for the 8-minute drops if there's going to be like a grain multiplier or something like that. Because, I mean, of course, it's a risky game. If there's going to be silo closed on the 8-minute mark, then they're going to be hoping that they actually would have been pouring it down. But if it's a grain multiplier, then they're going to be pissed off that they didn't, or that they did. So it's going to be a hard
I think they drop a little bit of grain at that point, just so they've got some space in the overloader when they bring the combines over. They want to be able to get combines emptying as they're emptying that overloader, and emptying a little bit into the silo at this point means that they make that space, and the combine coming in can then immediately start unloading while the overloader is unloading as well.
Yeah, just 5 seconds, then we have the drops. Let's see what's going to be coming down. I really would love to see grain multiplier or something like that coming from the drops. And there we go. Silo closed and the bale drop. So silo closed, I guess that's going to be the case. Both have about 60k of grain, so they will have to wait for it. Ventil's going to go for it. Let's see if they can pour it down. We can see already Mindsanity, they will put it to 2.1. Now the silo's going to be closed on the both sides, and Mindsanity will end up with a 2.1. So it's not going to be like a huge advantage, but I mean, might be just one of those very close series. And then, of course, like every point is going to count. So Mindsanity, I mean, they have 4 bales. So if they can deliver those, that's going to be a couple of points of an advantage towards the end. And who knows how close this series is going to be. So it might be those crucial couple of points. And I'm going to say that if Mindsanity now delivers the bales, and if they're going to win this series by a couple of points, then we know that this was the exact moment, the difference on the timing, about 2-3 seconds when they pick up the drop, that was the decision making. And then we know that it's a very close series.
Mindsanity now, absolutely need to be scoring points. While they have this advantage, they got 40 odd seconds of their silo close left, and a 2.1 multiplier for that time. 30 seconds left. They need to get all 3 of these bales in and scored.
Yeah, there we go. 20 seconds remaining on the silo closed. Let's see how this is going to go. We can see PB just getting the bales ready. I mean, Mindsanity, they know that they can, okay, this is fine for them. They know that they have the grain ready as well. Just a couple seconds remaining for both of the teams when they can start unloading it. So let's see what's going to be coming out of these bales, because they'll go on the belt and they should be starting to pour it down exactly at the same time, more or less. We can see now Bednar changing the multiplier. There's no unloading happening. The multiplier is going to go down. Now we can see also at the same time Mindset is going to start pouring it as well. So they will get them. Oh, they will get it 2.2. They will get it 2.3. And there's still bales on the belt. They're going to be definitely gaining up some points at 204, so the gap is suddenly 50 points.
That could very easy points that win this. That is such a small amount, but these teams are so similar, so tight, and Bednar again trailing in the bales and trailing in the points. They have got to start pressing bales as fast as they can, because right now, Bednar are trailing, and trailing badly.
Yeah, I mean, Mindsanity, they just used the moment. They used the multiplier. I mean, for a while, I was really worried that Bednar's, going to start unloading it and Mindsanity's going to lose kind of like the advantage. And now they're both at the same time also unloading. Bednar's going to be, by the way, trying to equal the multiplier. They're going to end up, I think, with 2.0. That seems to be the case. They should have enough grain. Exactly, 2.0. And once again, I gotta say it, Alex, the bars are not the same size, unfortunately. I mean, I know how much it bothers you. It's gonna be bothering me as well. But yeah, at least my car has 21 Celsius on the temperature meter. That is a good thing. And but yeah, so definitely, I mean, now when the grain is done, no more grain. I mean, we can clearly say that my Insanity, they won the grain game by a mile.
And once again, we're seeing Bednar sitting here, trailing Mindsanity with nearly 4 minutes to go. They need to get the 4-minute drop. The 4-minute drop is going to even things up for Bednar. Pretty much whatever it is, unless it's a multiplier switch. Multiplier switch will not be useful at all for Bednar. They need bail points, ideally, and it is multiplier switch. It is completely useless to both teams. So we are not going to see the 4-minute drop change anything.
Yeah. I think when there's like an equal multiplier and the multiplier switch comes in, I mean, there should be something else coming instead of it. I don't mean. I mean, yeah, I get it. It's definitely a strategical element. I don't mean it, on the serious way. But I mean, for example, there should be like a plate of pancakes to come with it as well. So that is like some kind of a comfort for the players who's going to be waiting for the multiplier switch to change their game. But instead of they get a multiplier switch and a plate of pancakes when they are like equal or something like that. But yeah, I mean, Bednar, they are getting close. I mean, it's just 28 points the gap as we speak. Okay, now it's going to be a bit more of that. It's going to be 38 points. But still, I mean, it's a pretty equal situation. And there's one bail more for Bednar. Now 2 bails actually currently. But of course, the bails are coming and going. So this situation changes all the time. But yeah, I mean, if both teams will get these bails in. We are pretty much in the similar situation what we had on the last game. That is going to be pretty tight situation. We can see one bail definitely dropping from that belt. That's not going to go inside. But yeah, if all the bails are going to be delivered, then it should be pretty equal. And then one thing before I toss it to you, Alex, I think Hyper has been doing a super job on the belt. And PB was able to match it on the last game. So once again, I'm going to call it that it's coming down to the individual skill of the stackers, how well they handle the belt.
And I think Hyper may have made a mistake. PB went out there, he was scoring points on the belt. He got about 6 bails on that belt, while Hyper was out there collecting bails, and it took Bednar from being equal points with Mindsanity to now being about 80 points behind. So it's going to be really telling. Is there enough bails there for Hyper to get on that conveyor and even this back up? Because right now he's trailing by about 100 points, and it's just coming down to how many bails are here, and can Bednar supply enough bails to match this up in the last minute and a half. And yeah, it's really looking bad at the moment for Bednar. They don't have the bails there. Bails are continually coming in for Mindsanity. It's going to be a tough one for them to catch up. They are catching up. There are only 50 points in it now, though.
I made a calculation. I just made a quick calculation that if both teams will get all the bails in, it's going to be Bednar winning by 2 points. If that happens, it's a very close one. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, let's see.
And of course,
I mean, if you're going to stuck anything on the first ball, that's going to change in 50 seconds to go.
60 points going on to the belt for Bednar. Mindsanity only have 20 points there. They are bringing more in. Are there enough bails in? This is so close. This is ridiculously
I think there was one bail.
Close. There is less than 10 points in this. And Hyper has another 60 points going on to the belt. Mindsanity only have 20. This will put Bednar into
there's
the
going to be 6 bails.
Ventil coming in with one more bail.
The difference.
Is there enough? Mindsanity don't have time to get these in the top. It's gonna go to Bednar. 7:24. There are not the bails there for Mindsanity. It has gone to Bednar.
Yes.
They have taken this third game, and they are going through to the semifinals.
Oh, so close series. I mean, Mindsanity, they had a great run on the middle of the game, and they kind of like took the lead on the, let's say on the 7-6 minute mark. But then Bednar, I mean, I mean, they were just so efficient. They got all the bales. I think they put one on the first floor, and that baited the situation. But then they had another batch of bales coming in from the fields, and that really helped them. And they were still able to get those. So once again, a great job, a great performance. And it's going to be Bednar who's going to be proceeding all the way to the semifinals. Mindsanity, they battled back. They won the second game after losing the first one. But unfortunately, on the third game of the series, that was the decider. They didn't get the result they were hoping for. We can see the difference here is going to be 22 points. So
One
Bednar
bale.
actually made one bale more than we were expecting, and it would have been 726 that I was calculating earlier. But now it's a more clear gap.
One bale, two more in on the conveyor. Such a good game from Bednar, such a close game, such a good game from Mindsanity. I mean, they played a blinder there. Unlucky to lose it in the dying minutes of it. And yeah, just not able to get those final bales in time to match it.
Yeah, unfortunate. And I mean, of course, Bednar, the better team, won. So congratulations to Bednar. They will proceed to the semifinals. And Mindsanity, they are out of the tournament, unfortunately. So that is another top 4 team that's not going to be making the semifinals or the later stages of the tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are. So we've got, I think it's, I'm trying to think who the other top 4 team whether the other top 4 team is out at the moment. But we will figure that out after the break. We will see you shortly.
And it's going to be time for the interview as we can see the captain of Bednar on the interview booth. And let's see what we can get out of these translations. Congratulations. Thank you. How do you feel about these games? He feels beautiful. First semi-final for them. Really happy about that. Are you proud of your team? He's very proud. Yes, of course. They have been practicing a lot before the finals. They were asking about the awesome 3 games. In about 100 points, they tried to push very hard. They just hoped that they didn't have more bails than they. Okay, at the end, they've spoke about the last 3 bails. They're talking about the next opponent, New Holland. They think that it's possible to win them. Everything is possible for them. And that's about it. So that's the interview. The guys, the German commentators, they seem happy. Alex, are you happy as well? Well, maybe later. Maybe later, Alex is going to be happy as well. We're going to be heading for the replays as we speak. And then we can see like a fist bump with the tractors.
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
boys, let's
what a
get it
great
done.
way to start.
Yeah, there we go. So we can see the early battles. We can see there was this slight, well, not a mistake. I mean, it could have been a mistake. There was a chance of getting stuck or something else on the straw bridge, but he did manage to dodge the situation. And yeah, that was the. I think it was the first game. Yeah, we can see it from the missing white dots on the bar. That this is from the first game. And let's see, do we have something's happening on the safer route? Not really. This is the one where he lost the
This was a
bail.
really big. This was really big game for Bednar. They were at a massive disadvantage all the way through it. They had a bailer that required them to do more straw per bale, and they ended up with and they had the multiplier against them, and they came in. They produced 4 more bales than their opponents. So yeah, here's the thing. So he grabbed it. It got stuck. He jumped out, and Bednar grabbed that combine, which is just that is why you don't drive your tractor into the back of the combine, because you can lose the combine doing it.
Yeah. Oh, there's the well, kind of like, I mean, I guess that's one way of like seeing what's happening under the combine. Like if there's like a repairs needed or something like that, you can lift it off. This was the jump from the straw bridge. We saw this happening on the stream. Didn't cost that much of a time, to be honest. So I think they might have been a little bit lucky there.
And yeah, Mindsanity getting those bail points really made the difference in that second game. That, I mean, I would go as far as to say I think that won it for them. They won by less than double the number of those bail points. So if they hadn't got them and Bednar had, that would have gone Bednar's way that second game. So yeah, I mean, that is how close these two teams are. Absolutely down to what the super drop gave them in that to win that second game.
Yeah, we can see. I mean, I don't know what to say about this series. I mean, this last game was definitely like a cherry on the top of the whole series. It was so good farming simulator action that yeah, and definitely well done from both of the teams. Bednar still in the end came on top as we saw, and now it's going to be time for the second game of today. So the first series is done, and now we're going to be heading for the final match of Group B instead. And this is the I would say that the previous one was definitely exciting. It was very even, but this is going to be, I would say, like even more exciting because of the Valtra, who kind of like surprised us yesterday, and then Lindner, who has been playing these special tricks. So this is, I said it yesterday, one of the matches that I'm waiting for the most.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is Valtra have had a shaky back half of the season. We saw it in their first game yesterday. I mean, the reason why they're in the losers bracket is simply because their first game yesterday was not a great game. I mean, they did not have a great time of it. But they came into the first losers game yesterday. They won that, knocking out Diaker Enfield, of course, who were the 4th place overall on the table, and they've come back fighting. So they're going up against Lindner, who themselves are a great team. We will see whether a refreshed Valtra can come back and get themselves in the finals to face Trelleborg, or whether Lindner are going to keep up their form and are going to go through themselves.
There we can see the players are preparing. We can see some technical assistance going to be provided as well. So let's see how that's going to go. Probably some audio issues as they are wondering how the microphones are working and so on. But this is going to be definitely sorted out in a matter of minutes, I hope. Of course, it depends. I mean, I'm not the expert there. I cannot say how long it's going to take. The guys are doing their best they can, and we'll just have to wait for it. But we know what the next game is going to be anyway, so we can definitely speak about that one. I mean, what about the? We cannot be without talking about the Lindner push yesterday. So, what do you think, Alex? We might see something like that today.
I don't as spectacular as it failed for Lindner yesterday. I don't think we're going to see that again in these finals. I think we're at a stage now where yesterday when Lindner tried it, they were in a position where they could lose a game and lose a match and still be in these finals. At this point, they are. It's all or nothing. They win this match or they are out of the finals. So I'm fully expecting to see a more regular game from them. We know their regular game, their regular strategy is really good, and that they can win games with it. So yeah, fully expecting that they'll go for that. And if they do, it's going to be a hard one for Valtra to beat because, as we said, Lindner very much are on form at the moment.
True. Well, I mean, of course, yesterday when they made the push, it was the kind of like the first game of the day. They knew that they can still lose like one game without being punished about it. So they were trusting about their skills, and they still won it in the end, the whole series with the 2 normal games after that one. So still well done from them. But yeah, I would really love to see that, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. I said it couple tournaments ago, I painted this picture on your heads that the barn is Alex, and then we have the belt going there, and it's gonna be like feeding pancakes, from the belt to Alex's mouth. But then, I was wondering about the Lindner push. If you put that on that scene, so instead of the first floor could be then maybe Terminator, and then you're just gonna push like 20 pancakes with a tractor in his mouth. So I don't know. Terminator, by the way, he's on the house as well. He is not yet on the broadcast. He's gonna be joining, like I said, on the 3rd game. He is on the office, and he's not from UK, as you know, so he's not having tea. He's having his morning coffee at the studio. He's gonna be chilling and enjoying and watching the broadcast. So we have been warmly welcoming him to the 3rd series of today. So after this one, it's going to be Terminator who's going to join. So if you're wondering where he is, he's already on the chat, and he's going to be on the broadcast later as the guys are still trying to figure out the technical issues. We can see Klaas, for example, here on the left corner of the picture. He is just the head of events at the Giant Software side. So he's trying to pull out the magic on that side. And I'm pretty sure that they will find the solution, as soon as possible. And then we're going to be, of course, proceeding all the way to the next series. Maybe, because we do have some time here, Alex. What do you say? Do we have time for a pancake joke?
I think we might.
We might have. So, okay, here it goes. And I know the chat is going to go wild. They're going to be, of course, telling that I don't know how to make jokes. But okay, so my wife told me after we just ate and I was making pancakes, she asked me, why am I making pancakes? And I said that I'm doing this for the dogs. And then my wife asked, why are you making pancakes for the dogs? And I'm saying, but, well, they don't know how to do it. Okay, silence.
Dear.
Never a good thing. I'm trying.
I have thought of one. Why did the pancake make such a bad politician?
Oh, I don't know.
He kept flipping on all the issues.
Mm. Well, I mean, that's a normal politician for me. They are always like turning their opinions. What is the crowd favorite? But anyways, we got some information from the production that there's some issues with the headsets, as we kind of like guess that it's microphones or something like that. So they're figuring out the issue. It's gonna take a couple more minutes, and then we'll see how well it's when they will fix the issue. So you're gonna be stuck with us, unfortunately, for a while. You still have to be looking at my face. You still have to be looking at Alex's face as well. But I mean, of course, we are beautiful as always. So just take a comfortable position on the chair, and as soon as the action's gonna resume, we'll make sure that you're not gonna miss any bits of it. So we gotta be, of course, heading immediately to the game when it's starting. So we're not gonna miss anything out. We're just waiting until the technical issue is gonna be resolved.
Yeah, it's our first technical break, really, of the tournament, which is not bad. I mean, that's actually really good. I mean, you were telling me a story about a 2-hour technical break or something on one of your other castings recently. So yeah, this is
Maybe it's a
minor by
coincidence.
comparison.
Maybe it's a coincidence that after we tell a pancake joke, there's technical problems. That could be a thing as well. But I mean, we can just blame Joss. Joss on the chat, Joss modding. I mean, he was yesterday saying that he's going to be expecting more pancake jokes today. So there we go. You have it. So you can just blame Joss on the chat.
I think the chat is catching up
all
with
the energy
with the pancake jokes.
There we go.
Falling behind a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna save it for later. The other ones, I don't think that the chat can handle more pancake jokes at this time, even though we have a technical break. But okay, I don't want to make this all about the pancakes, but still, I gotta ask one question. So how is you do tea and pancakes at the same time? Or do you?
I've never really done tea and pancakes. The thing is, so there's a place not too far from me in Norwich that does crepes. So does the thin sort of French pancakes. And you can get various toppings and things on them. And the thing to have with those is milkshakes. Really nice, big, tall, thick milkshakes. Absolutely delicious. So yeah, that's how I like to have the nice thin French pancakes. And then if I'm having an American pancake, sort of the smaller, thicker ones. I like the bit of maple syrup and some bacon with those. It goes really, really well. So yeah, it all depends on the type of pancake, really.
One question I have for you, Alex, because you have that great sheet of yours, with all the technical details about all the vehicles, and every time when there's a tractor that is not used that much, I knew that he's gonna take that. There it is. That's the Alex's secret notebook. I mean, it's not red.
I will say I was quoting stuff from it yesterday. Only that my copy here is out of date. That's from very early in the season, and some of the points have changed. So, perfect example of that is that under pressure, in my stat sheet currently says it's 2 pick points, whereas it got adjusted halfway through the season and is now actually a single pick point instead, which does make me wonder why teams don't go for it more often. It's one of those things where they seem to be picking Archimedes more now. I think that's mainly so that they can get the grain delivered quicker and that they don't end up at a disadvantage on the grain multiplier for very long, so they can even things out quicker. But yeah, I think that the under pressure would actually give would probably give a bit more of an advantage overall. So I am slightly surprised we're not seeing more teams pick that over Archimedes, as they are the same number of pick points at the moment.
So when you were a kid, as a child, did you have these these playing cards with the tractors and cars, with the stats like how many horsepower? because we had those in Finland. You bought
Oh
it from
yeah,
the store, and then we can like exchange the cards. Well, not didn't change the cards, but we had this like you took a deck of cards, and then who had like a more powerful vehicle by the stats, he can like won it
yeah.
in a way. So I'm pretty sure that you did play because I see some similarities with these cards and the stat sheet. And one thing I'm pretty sure as well, like every time you go outside, you go to the city. Oh, there's a nice car. So your friend says that. Oh, that's the latest Ford or Vauxhall as you have in the UK. And I'm pretty sure that you immediately pull the stats. Oh yeah, it only has 245 horsepower. It's not going to be good enough.
Do you know what? So when my kids were younger, and we would point out tractors on the road, it wasn't so much what's that? Oh, it's a tractor. It's what's that? It's a John Deere, or it's a New Holland, or
Mm,
basically, my son knew the name of tractors before he was about 5 years old, which was
okay.
different makes, and could identify them by their colors. Because I am that sad.
Yeah, I mean, I live in the city, so we don't have tractors around. But yeah, my son did the same with the different manufacturers of cars. So Volkswagen, yes, Audi. He's gonna, he
Yeah.
figured out all of these Mercedes. See the logos, knew what is the manufacturer and so on. But it's not the same anymore. But that's what it was when he was like, let's say, like 4, 5, 3, can't remember. It's a long time ago, anyways, but still definitely a lot of fun with the kids. Anyways, still having the technical break, so we are still waiting for it. So
Yes.
we are still stuck with it. I can see Terminator on the chat. He's gonna say that the jokes we make are so bad that he's gonna come and relieve us. So we're not gonna give him to come to the studio. Just stay there. He's probably like hiding somewhere under a blanket, eating his like a. I don't think he has pancakes or he has something, something second grade stuff there, and maybe having his American coffee. It's not the same as Americano here in Europe, by the way. That's not really the American coffee.
No.
It's just something that we call here in the Europe. But yeah, probably he's going to be enjoying and chilling, and hopefully he's having a great time. But let's talk something about the game as well. We have been trying to, kill the time a little bit here. But still, I want to talk about Lindner, of course, a bit more about it, and of course about Valtra as well. So what do you think? I mean, we spoke yesterday about Valtra, that they kind of like, they did skip some of the tournaments. They didn't make it on the last stages. They didn't like gain the circuit points anymore at some stage, and now they're kind of coming back. And so, do you think that the time they were kind of like away from the later stages of the tournament? Do you think that they have been like preparing something? Because I think we saw like a whole lot better Ultra than the last showing on the online tournament. So, do you think that there has been some kind of a progress, or is it the new meta with the strategies that they are just like doing better? What do you think about that?
I think it took Valtra a little bit of time to find their stride yesterday. I mean, we did see it in the first game. They were lagging a bit. They were not the team that we once knew Valtra to be, and they were struggling. They had a bad first match. But they came back the first losers game, the first losers bracket game. They came in. They beat a tougher team. They beat Dirk Enfeld and showed that they are capable of coming in and playing a solid game, playing a solid set of strategies, and winning. So I think they found their feet a bit in that first loser bracket game today. Yesterday, I think they are going to be a tough opponent for Lindner in this second loser bracket game. And they do have every chance of making it through to the semi-final. Having said that, as we said, Lindner, their second half of the season, like Bednar's, has been a very strong one. And they are going to be a difficult team for Valtra to come up against and beat. Yeah, I think overall, on balance, we're probably looking at a Lindner win here. But that doesn't mean that Valtra can't come back strong and come through and win it. So it
Hmm.
really could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I was just gonna say that let's do some predictions, but you already pointed out that you are expecting Lindner to win. I'm kind of like expecting the same in a way, but like I said yesterday, like Valtra is close to my heart because it's a Finnish manufacturer, so I gotta be, of course, cheering for them as well. But Valtra, I mean, yesterday we said the same. We didn't expect Valtra to come forward from the game, so maybe they can make another upset. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. And of course, we have the same stakes as the previous game. The loser's gonna go home at least out of the tournament. They can probably stay at the venue and watch the remains of the games. They don't have to pack the stuff immediately and just leave. And of course, the winner's going to be proceeding to the semifinals. But I mean, the winner's going to face then Trelleborg, which is, of course, a very, very tough opponent. So it's not going to be an easy way to the grand final. But of course, they want to first make it to the semifinal. It's going to make a lot of difference on the prize pool money as well. The winners, by the way, getting $20,000, and the overall prize pool is 40,000 for the grand finals. Maybe at some point we'll see a graphic about the actual prices for each of the teams, and of course the teams who made it to the final they dropped already. Of course, they will claim some money as well, and I think we had something coming from our director. Maybe we're going to be heading for a short break, maybe
I
before
think,
the issues
yeah,
going to be
with
resolved.
they're switching a PC out, so
Yeah,
it's going to be a couple more minutes at the moment.
yeah.
We've one thing that we will be looking for in this game, not just the performance against each other, but is there going to be something in the strategy, in the number of bales that the team that wins by, how well they use the multipliers, all of those kind of things. Are
Mm.
they going to be able to challenge Trelleborg? Are they going to have enough bales that they can press to meet the large totals that Trelleborg have for that every time? And are they playing the kind of disruptive gameplay that we've seen in the past that that teams that beat Trelleborg beat them with? Because I think we'll be able to tell an awful lot from this game as to how the semi-final against Trelleborg is going to go, and whether it's something where we might get an upset from it, or whether Trelleborg are basically going to have a fairly easy route through to that overall final.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, no matter who's going to be proceeding forward from the next game, the next, like we said, the next opponent is not going to be easy. And of course, I mean, it's not going to be easy for the previous bracket. I mean, Bednar, they will have to face, of course, New Holland. I think that's going to be a very exciting semifinal, by the way, because I think there's definitely chances for some. I mean, I'm not going to say. I mean, New Holland, they are looking very strong. I'm not going to say that, but when you look at the past record of these teams, New Holland, they have won one, and then Trelleborg has won what, 5 online tournaments. So I think it's in a way safe to say that still Trelleborg, based on the stats, is a stronger team than New Holland. So
Mm.
if you look at just the odds, based on the numbers, in a way, New Holland should be an easier opponent than Trelleborg. And if Bednar, for example, I mean, I think they have a better chance to win versus New Holland than they would have to win versus Trelleborg. So in a way, I mean, I think there's a kind of like a door open for another upset if Bednar can also win New Holland.
Mm.
But of course, that's
I
you still need to do it. So it's of course, I think New Holland has they are clearly the favorites for that one, but it's still possible.
I agree. I think New Holland versus Bednar is going to be a close match. Bednar have shown in all of their matches over this weekend that they are a team to be reckoned with. They are playing very strong at the moment. They came very close to beating Trelleborg at their own game in the semi final. I think we or in sorry in the second round match they had yesterday against them. I I think if circumstances had been slightly different, we could have seen a big upset yesterday with Bednar playing against Trelleborg. So I don't think as a team they can be discounted, and I think that New Holland is going to have a hard match against them. Um,
Mm.
as a result, I think that's going to be a very interesting semi final. I would like to see the same sort of strength coming from either Valtra or um, Valtra or Lindner here, because that would be good.
Mm. Just a second. Yeah, just needed to write a chat message to the production just to ask about more information. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah. We'll see how long the PC is going to take to change. It seems that we're not heading for a break, so you're going to be still stuck with us, unfortunately. Well, I guess it's still better than just having some background music. So, and looking the counter, or if that's going to be a counter. So we'll be here. And if there's anything you want to ask chat, I think this is a good time. So if you have any questions about the farming simulator esports in general, of course, make sure to follow the channel as well. Make sure to follow the social medias. It's got FSL esports on Twitter, for example. You'll find us from Facebook and Instagram as well. So just make sure and find those channels, follow them. If you prefer the German broadcast, you can find that from the Giant Software DE channel from Twitch as well. So you'll see the glimpses of the German commentators at some point as well. And yeah, that's how you find FSL esports. I think the plans for the next year, they haven't been yet released. I don't have any inside information. I don't know if Alex has any bits and pieces. Maybe
Nope.
Terminator can share something when he comes here if he knows something. But as far as I know, FSL is going to keep on going next year. So no worries about that. There's going to be plenty of waffles, plenty of pancakes, and plenty of FSL esports as well next year. I mean, Alex, if there's anything like FSL or Giant Software or Farming Simulator related that you would like to get as a Christmas present, what it would be?
Ooh.
Do you collect these like small models of tractors, for example?
I do. I actually have something I haven't revealed yet. I could reveal this on this screen because this is quite
okay. I mean, we have
and
time. Clearly, we have time.
So I got sent this.
Ooh,
which
special
is
edition
really cool.
in celebration of Queen?
The Queen's Platinum Jubilee. So there was only one of these tractors that was Massey Ferguson made a special Platinum Jubilee tractor in the UK to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee. And they only made one of them. It was a show tractor. I don't know where they keep it at the moment, but they made a model of it and have been selling it. So my brother works for an AGCO dealer, so I saw it advertised and went, "Can I have one of those, please?" And so yeah.
So do you let your kids to play with your tractor
very
toys?
Beautiful. There is no way my kids are playing with that. I'm still.
I thought so.
I've had it about a week to 2 weeks. I am still umming and erring whether it's coming out the box and going on my shelf of tractor models behind me or not.
How many tractors do you have on your shelf?
So I have on the shelf behind me, I have a Class TerraTrack, which I got while we were at Agritechnica FSL a couple of years ago, along with a shiny blue metallic Valtra T series. I have a Ford 7810 on there, and I have a David Brown 1210 on there. So I've got 4 tractors on there at the moment, along with. If I can get
Meanwhile, as Alex is going to be taking that, Tony was asking, Casters, is hot dog a sandwich? I'm going to say no way, never. Yeah, just show it.
Which is I've got all of the Farming Simulator animals. So this is the I've got Rosie over there, and I've got Henry the horse, and so I've got all of those over there on a shelf as well.
Henry
so
the
it's
horse. So
I have a proper Farming Simulator shelf set up. A Farming Simulator thing you can see in the background, just above my thumb there. That is a boxed version of the 64 version of Farming Simulator, which is just so cool. I got to play that for the first time at the Giants offices just before the release of FS19, which was pretty cool, on a proper Commodore 64 as well.
Yeah, I definitely need some Farming Simulator boxes myself. I only have the DLC codes. I only have the keys, and I have downloaded.
That one there, that has a Commodore 64 cartridge in one of that they made up specially for that special edition.
Did you have a Commodore 64 when you were a kid?
I actually had an Atari. I had an Atari ST.
Okay. But that came
Um,
later than Commodore 64.
oh,
I mean, Atari was kind of
yeah.
competing with
So
Amiga.
I started off. I started playing on the. So I played on Atari 2500 was my first gaming console. And then I
Pretty sure that
had
it's
a
2600.
NES and a Spectrum Plus 2.
I'm
So
pretty sure that was
yeah.
Atari 2600 because I had that as well. Okay, I might be wrong, but as
So
far as I
yeah,
know,
the
that was
2600, the box
yeah,
about this big. Yeah,
yeah.
that's
I
the
had
one
it
I
as
had.
well.
Yeah.
I had the Atari 2600, then I had a Commodore 64, then I had Amiga 500, and then Amiga 1200. Then I bought a PC. First, my PC with the summer holiday work money that I saved for 2 years, and yeah, that's my computer history, and had a lot of consoles as well. Super Nintendo, Basic Nintendo, Mega Drive.
Yeah.
Been playing with a lot of
Oh
those. I
yeah.
didn't have Farming Simulator back on the day, of course. I mean, at that time, Commodore 64 didn't have the Farming Simulator, so it came a little bit later. But yeah, it is what it is.
Well,
Um,
my farming simulator history goes back quite a way because, of course, way before FS08 or the original farming simulator was released back in the early 90s, you had Sim Farm, and yeah, that's where my farming simulation gameplay started back in the early 90s. So when Farming Simulator came out and I saw FS15, I went, oh, I got to play that.
mm.
And the rest, as they say, is history. Because yeah,
I still own a lot of the old PCs that I had, a lot of the old computers. I still have Commodore 64. I still have Amiga 500. I still have Amiga 1200. The 1200 and the 500. I mean, the Commodore 64 is the same that I had as a kid, so it's still the same, exactly the same. But the Amigas I sold when I was young, and then I rebought them like 2003, 4. I mean, of the similar models because I kind of like wanted to share that bit of the history. I used to code a lot with the Commodores and with the Amigas. I used to do a lot of like PC demos on the demo
mm,
parties and stuff like that. And I have this principle that every piece of software that I have ever written myself, I want to own the equipment still to run it. So that's why I
yeah.
have them, so I can watch the old productions that I have made. Okay, not gonna happen that often. Of course, you do a lot of stuff with the emulators as well. But yeah, I don't know if any people have been like associated with the demo scene back on the day with the Amigas and the let's say the early PC times with the Gravis Ultrasound Max sound cards, for example. If that rings a bell for you, that's where my
Oh
heart
yeah.
lies very heavily. That was a great time on the 90s. So many great memories from that time. We won actually one intro competition back on the day with the Amiga 1200, and we won an ISD and Chixel modem as a prize. About 1,000 euros was the price at the time for that piece of equipment, and we had like 4 guys on the group, and then we sold it, and then we split the money, and we were so happy.
Oh yeah. So I started recollecting all my old consoles a few years ago. So I've got an NES, a Nintendo Entertainment System, in the other room. I've got a Mega Drive through there. I've still got my Nintendo Wii, and that's still kicking around. We've got a Switch in there. We've got an Xbox. It's an Xbox One through there. And I got my PS4 on the desk here, which will
Mm.
migrate through there. Because the only reason I had the PS4 on the desk in here was so that I could play FS19 on it, um, which I don't do much anymore. So
Mm.
yeah.
I still have Nintendo Wii on the living room. Actually, it's still there
Mm.
because I like the Super Mario so much on that. So,
Oh, it's a
and my
brilliant
kids like
console,
as
that one.
well. Yeah, it is a brilliant console, and I have actually made a mistake with the V. I mean, we had the what is the V Fit pad, the platform where you
Hmm.
stand on, and then there was a ski jumping game, and we might have had a let's say a party maybe on Friday evening. It was, I mean, because I live in Finland, so of course we have sauna. So
Yeah.
we rented this like a commercial sauna place that has like like a sitting area. It's very common in Finland that people go to the sauna together and then they like spend some time on the
Yeah.
there's like different rooms like you're next to a bonfire or something like that. And then there was a television on the wall, so we hooked a Nintendo in front of it and we put a ski jumping game, and maybe I did have a couple lemonades before that, and I maybe might have jumped from the V Fit pad straight my head onto that television on the wall.
Oh,
It maybe didn't go as planned. So great memories
No.
from Nintendo V.
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely
Yeah.
wonderful. We've got a couple more minutes. They're still working on this problem. Until then, you've got the wonderful ramblings of myself and Copter as we reminisce over our last 30 odd years. Oh, now I feel old of gaming. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I got into PC gaming sort of. Well, the first game I played Microsoft Golf back on PC back in about 92, 91, 92. You know, when my dad got an 086 in the office. So, you know, one of the first sort of gen PCs from that came. No, in fact, it didn't even have Windows. So it predated Windows, and it was MS
Yeah.
DOS, and yeah,
Yeah.
and
That's the
played
good
that
times.
for hours and hours. Oh
Mm.
god, yeah.
Yeah, I think on the Commodore
And
64 there was the PGA Tour Golf, and then there was Lynx or something like that. I remember that playing with the Commodore. But yeah, a lot of golf games, of course, on PCs. I do play golf myself, actually. I have played competitive golf as well when I was younger, on the Finnish Championships, actually, on the 90s. So, so I do have I do enjoy from golf quite a bit. But these days I'm just chilling on the fields, not like grinding it. Back on the day when I actually played it, I played like 5, 6, maybe 7 rounds per week, so almost like one in a day, and I just put like all my free time at the golf courses. So, but then at some point I just stopped doing it because I wanted to do something else with my life, and then I tried to stop golf completely actually myself, and then my friends kind of lured me back there. But then I've learned how to actually enjoy just play, randomly, not take so competitive spirit with it, because everything I do, I'm usually like very competitive. I want to like compete. I want to be the best. I want to be better. And then of course in golf, that's an endless road. To be honest, there's so many things that you can do better.
oh yeah.
So in a way, I found myself in a quite difficult situation when I played the golf like for real, because then I was like always at the golf course. But I found the relaxation, and now I play like, let's say, like a 5 to 10 rounds of golf per year during the summertime, because the Finnish summer is not so long.
Yeah, no, it's the same. I used to play golf on a fairly regular basis, and then twins came along, and suddenly all my free time disappeared. And then I started creating YouTube videos, and my time disappeared even more. So there's not been much time to really get the clubs out and have a hit about,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
We should,
So
I mean, when
yeah,
we go
used
to
to
the
enjoy
same
my time.
place, when we go to the same place, we should have like a, casters golf reunion. We should take Kermit and we should go to the golf track.
Fantastic. I think that would be
Okay,
really
we can
cool.
do
Yeah,
mini
get
golf
get
if
get out
nothing
on
else.
the day on the golf course and do
Mm.
don't go do crazy golf. We'll try and get it through the bottom of the windmill.
Yeah, I mean, at least to have something. We can maybe
Uh,
make a YouTube video about that. So we'll see what's going to happen. But yeah, no information about the PC. There
to
was
answer
information
Kermit,
about 3 or 4 minutes ago that it's going to be 1 or 2 minutes. So we should be starting pretty soon. Hopefully, they have managed to find the other way around the issue. I know that Terminator has been trying to push you on the discussion as well. That we have a production chat there, so he was telling that he can also join here. But the production see that no, he can just stay there. So Kermit, your time to come to the broadcast will come later. We are handling this with Alex.
lots of surprising number of people in the chat whose first PC or first computers, sorry, first consoles were the Atari 2600, which, considering that's a console from the late 70s, early 80s, is quite cool.
Yeah.
And to answer Kermit's question, yes, the Sega Genesis is what the Mega Drive was known as over in Europe. So
Yeah, there is
yeah.
I have a bit of an
Gaming
information
sells
about
it.
that.
Yes, there is a mini version of the Mega Drive that's available in the UK now with a whole load of games on it.
Mm. I mean, when I had a Mega Drive, so I did save some money. So I used to, when I was a kid, I used to work in our family factory all the summers and save the money. So yes, I did save for a PC, but I did also buy a Mega Drive with that money. And that was time well before internet. So we basically bought the computer from either from like a actual like retail store, or then maybe based on the ads on a computer paper. So you call the number and then you gave your address and then it came and then you paid the price or the money to the postal service. And then every time when the computer magazine came, like once a month in Finland, usually the one. So there was this couple of pages of this ad. So then I spotted from there, like Mega Drive, this many Finnish marks. That was way before Euro. And then I ordered it, and I think I ordered like 6 games with it, and we gotta be heading to the game, so I can still tell this all the way till the end, hopefully before the players are gonna be coming up. So I bought it from there, and it was actually a Genesis, the US version. So I got the US version to Finland, and it was fine. It was modified to work with the Finnish televisions, but the cartridges, they are different shape in Genesis and Mega Drive. There's an extra notch that they are not compatible. So I had a huge problem that, when I went back home, because I was working at the factory, it was a different city. And after the summer, I got back home, and then I wanted to change some games with my friends, loan that, and they want to loan my game. We couldn't do it because the cartridges were not compatible. So what I needed to do, that I needed to take a saw and actually saw like a hole on those cartridges that my friends can use them, and also saw a hole on my Mega Drive that I can use their cartridges. That's what I did. But we got to be starting the game in a matter of seconds, hopefully. We are done with the chit chat here. Thank you, Alex, from the chat. Definitely enjoyable. I hope that the chat was also enjoying from our chat as well, and we can definitely do this more if it's going to be needed. But there we go. The players are finally here.
Your Valtra.
There we go. Valtra players arriving to the stage. Finally, the PC has been changed, and we can finally start the second series of the day. So they are getting ready, and then, of course, we are still waiting for another team to arrive. Do you, Alex, know who that's going to be?
I believe it's going to be Lindner, as I've just been told in my ear as well. Yeah, it is going to be Lindner. They will be out in a moment to face off against Valtra. And here they come.
I can't believe the production was baiting me when I said, Alex, do you know, they actually told me who's going to be the next team. Like, I wouldn't know. Oh, my God. Anyways, Lindner is there, so we shall see if they still have the same spirit. Yeah, and was it Lindner players who actually yesterday had a hoodie that actually had like tractors on the inside of the hoodie? There was one player who was holding. I think it's this one actually. Yeah, this hoodie of theirs. If you see the insides of that hoodie, there's like some kind of a printing of.
Oh yeah, I can see it on the back of the far seat.
Yeah, I noticed it yesterday. It was like super nice looking, to be honest.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. So, okay, we have the teams, we have the PCs. The PC should have a working audio as well. So the headset issue has been fixed. The PC has been changed. And we should be heading towards the final game of Group B, Lindner versus Valtra. And there we can see some notes there. I'm just wondering what's going to be on that white piece of paper. But we just got information that it's going to be 30 seconds when the game is going to finally start. So the guys are ready. We are ready with Alex. Are you ready, chat, as well?
Here we go. Oh, we are waiting for the start. Teams waving. They can see themselves on the screen. Oh, oh dear.
There we go. Finally,
and exploding things.
Okay, so let's see the band face
first.
You just go ahead, Alex.
Oh, now I have a mouthful of drink. So Massey Ferguson being banned first by Valtra. What is going to be Lindner's first move in this game? It is to ban the fence. That is the fastest, most powerful tractor in the game. So that has gone. And throwing a curveball by banning that little John Deere 6M. I'm fairly sure they banned that so that it forces all the teams to use the little Lindner. And now our Valtra actually going to ban the Valtra. Oh, no, it's the Deutz Fahrt that's getting banned. So
Mm,
interesting choice. That is the other 70 km per hour tractor at the top end of the scale, but it's also the least powerful of the top end tractors. So some interesting choices there in the banning.
mm.
Both teams going for bottleneck, both teams going for the ideal. Lindner surprisingly going for the Fent, and Valtra surprisingly going for the John Deere uh, as reservations for balers. So both teams looking to hold an extra point back. I'm expecting both teams now to actually go for two front loader tractors, because otherwise they're going to be at a disadvantage bringing the bales in three at a time. They're going to have to secure three carrying balers. And Simfield has gone for the Valtra. Lennox has gone for the JCB. So we do have one front loader tractor here. I'm expecting Anton to go for the little Lindner. Xerxes has gone for the telehandler, though. And
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
Lindner going for a really interesting setup here. They are going to have to grab two balers to make this work, whereas New Holland are actually fairly okay with their setup if they just go with the John Deere and one other baler.
I mean, last time when Zerzeros used the telehandler, yeah, it came out right. Telehandler at the start of the game, they were going for the combo strategy. So we'll see. I'm just, of course, hoping to have that, but who knows? Anyways, the game is just about to start. There we go. The players are going to be heading back to the fields. And there, we shall see what's going to happen. We can see Sinfrekanach leading this battle. We can see Valtra just following up. Let's see how the reverse. Oh, Valtra's going to be catching up. Getting
Overshooting a
first,
little bit.
I
I
think.
think it's
Yeah,
going
he's
to go
going to get that
Valtra.
one.
It's gone
Sinfrekanach will lose
Valtra.
that battle instead. And then we can see Apollo going to be getting a baler. 40 seconds till the 140-point first bale. And now we can see Sinfre is still trying to find a baler. He's going to find the one finally from the other pad. And let's see when we get the, there we go, the first bale production. Walter was actually pretty far away from the barn. So if these guys are responsible from the first bale, as I think they are, it's not going to be 140. It's going to be definitely less than that. And let's see when we get Lindner back on the pictures.
That's a really strong start here from Valtra, actually. They have managed to beat Lindner to the only two triple bale balers that were available. So they've got both the Krone and the New Holland balers, and have the machines that can power them. So Valtra now are able to bring a maximum of 8 bales back every time, which is just a huge advantage because Lindner are restricted to just 4 every time. That could be really telling in the latter stages of this game.
Mm. Well, the first bales are in. I mean, Valtra is okay. There's a 7 points for difference, so that's not much. So that is completely doable for both sides. Not a huge difference there. So now we just have to wait and see how the game is going to be starting to build. But I think there was a chances to have a better first bale as well. But I think it's fine. I mean, every time when you have equal first bales, it's builds up the tension towards the remains of that game. And now it's going to be just the usual grinding time. Let's get that grain on the back of the trailer. Let's start preparing for the next move. Let's wait for the drops. 12 minute drops once again. They're not so far away, so we shall see what's going to happen. And one thing that I'm really much like following myself is like when Lindner will start making bales, because in a way that will tell a story what kind of strategy they are doing. Of course, they are not dumping the grain to the ground either, so in a way, kind of like shows that they might go for the normal strategy.
Yeah, as expected, I think Lindner are going for a much more regular strategy here. Despite the fact that they've got the telehandler, they seem to be going for a much more regular strategy here. They're not pressing bales straight away. they are actually taking the grain and dropping it off. We've got speed limit and bridges lowered. I think if teams go for anything here, they are going to go for speed limit. Bridges lowered at this point doesn't make a huge difference, whereas speed limit is disruptive and therefore is a better choice to go for. And yeah, Anton immediately going and grabbing that. Lindner do need to press bales early, though. They have to press and deliver bales to their barn early, because if they don't do that, they are going to find themselves overtaken by Valtra's superior bale creation and transport capacity. So we will see what happens here. We're looking at a very similar end up with that, with the amount of grain delivered. That is purely because they have both delivered a full overloader each. So currently, to me, it looks like the advantage is in Valtra's hands.
In a way, yes. I mean, they just have a couple thousand more liters of grain, a couple more points. So yeah, maybe a slight advantage there. But yeah, we shall see how meaningful it's gonna be at the end. Nothing game changing here. Not really surprised, but you know, these early grain deliveries are something that we have now seen lately. I mean, if we go back to yesterday, we saw this happening a couple of times. But if you go back to the online tournament number 6, we haven't seen these early grain deliveries happening for a while. So now kind of like we have this trend that currently they're just dropping some, then they're going to go and collect some more. So they are not like really hiding the strategy with which they are playing. Well, in a way, I mean, if you don't drop the grain, then you're showing it the other way around. So in a way, it doesn't make much of a difference. But still, this is something that has been happening today, especially in some of the matches yesterday as well, that some early grain drops are going on. They are still collecting more at the fields after it. As we can see, both teams just going to continue the grind. I really hope that the scenery would be like that in Finland. I mean, now we have the snow, like 15 centimeters of snow. So I'm really missing these landscapes, to be honest. But the grain situation, I'm not going to say that it's evening out, but you know, it's almost the same. So there's almost like no difference on the grain at all. And we can see Valtra now unloading at 9.5 as well. That's just a bit of it. So a small drop like we saw the last series as well. Let's see how Sinfrey wants to play this now. And I would imagine that they want to wait and see what's going to be coming out of the 8-minute drops. And during these grand finals, I think we have seen the grain multiplier being used only once so far, maybe. So I'm really hoping to see that.
Now, Valtra are going to connect up and use this John Deere baler. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. They do have the Krone baler they could use as well. And that JCB is a very fast piece of kit. So they could probably use it with that. It has well, actually, no, what they need to do is switch tractors. The JCB can handle that. And how have Valtra left that baler for Lindner to grab? That is a huge mistake on Valtra's part. That triple baler could easily run with this JCB, and they haven't taken it. They haven't grabbed it. And to me, that's a big opening Valtra have left for JCB for Lindner to get back into this.
Well, there's a silo close, so this is definitely a disrupted drop. So let's see who's going to go for it. I think both teams, but the timing is the essence, as we can see. Sören immediately coming. Hopefully, Valtra's going to have a player ready. No, Sören is not going to come here right away, so they are waiting for it. We can see Lindner player right behind him. So yeah, they will definitely go for it. But the timing is very important with these ones, because when you take that, you need to be able to pour your own grain. We can see Valtra now exactly starting to drop your own grain and picking the silo close, so they will at least get some kind of an advantage with the multiplier. And where is Lindner? They are not anywhere nearby. They are not grabbing it on time, and Valtra, they can actually make a huge multiplier for themselves with this grain. They are late, and they are now finally picking that up. It's going to be 2.7 for Valtra, and now if they have any bales, they do have 8 bales. So if they can deliver, this is what I call the hammer time.
Yeah, this is a massive advantage now to Valtra. They need to deliver bales while they have this silo closed and while they have a 2.7 advantage. And Xerxes coming in, collecting bales here for Lindner. Where are Valtra? Are Valtra actually trying to score anything with bales? Not seeing anybody near their barn. Anton is still out in the field collecting bales, despite the fact he still has another 22 seconds where Lindner are unable to score points. This is a huge missed opportunity from Valtra here.
I think
and
they
Soren
get
coming
on the
in
belt.
He's got to get these on the belt.
And as Lindner's going to start unloading it. Ooh, that's a mistake, definitely.
Why? What a huge mistake.
I mean, there was definitely like 50 points to be, taken from there. So yeah, you can still get some points out of it. But now Lindner, they're already unloading it. The belt is getting faster, but they are completely missing on the multiplier. And what? Okay.
What are Valtra playing at? That is an insane play.
I think they're playing the Commodore 64 version.
They had 5 bales come in that could have been on that belt, scoring more than the 2 times multiplier, and they didn't score them.
Yeah, this is very confusing, to be honest.
They've got multiplier in their advantage again, but
yeah, Lindner has 32k more.
They're scoring points.
Yeah, I mean, there's 32k more on Lindner's side, and now they're unloading it, so it's going to be evening out multiplier, and they're completely almost missing it out. Now they will get couple bales there, and we can see that they are scoring some points, and they are somehow taking use of the multiplier, but there would have been so much more to be gained from that situation. I think they lost like some tens of points, definitely. I mean, of course, they will still get like 20 points per bale, even after it, but, get that 27, 26, 25 points per bale with 4 or 5 bales, that would have been easily like 20, 30 points more. So that is just like you said. It may
even have been as high as 50 points. I mean, that was a massive amount of points that Valtra left on the field when they could have scored them. I am amazed at that.
Yeah, that is definitely a lost opportunity.
Even if they'd loaded them on there and they'd fallen off, that would have still been an attempt to pick those points up, and they didn't.
Yeah, some people on the chat saying that they need a coach, but as far as I saw in the pictures, they had a coach. So maybe the coach will have a meeting with the guys. But yeah, it's definitely a lost opportunity, but let's not worry about that. So it's going to be just 5 points of a difference currently. Okay, some points going to be made more there, but, a very small gap there. And we can see that the Valtra, they are still leading on the bale. So they have 6 bales more, 3.5 minutes to go. The multiplier, both teams have unloaded all the grain. So it's 2.0. on both sides. So in a way, Valtra, they have still what it takes. That one bale is not going to go inside, so that's going to be costing some points, at least time, if nothing else. So we shall see how well the teams are going to be handling these bales on the belt, and then we'll see what's going to be the end result. But I think we are looking at a very tight scoreline here, because this is like, they're just so close to each other. Valtra having more bales, less points, so this should be, in a way, playing for them at least a catch-up versus Lindner. But of course, we cannot yet know. Anton, one of those key figures, like I always say, that the guys who are operating the belt, they are the key figures at this stage, because they just need to get those, all the bales successfully on the belt without dropping them, without being like too eager, but just, finding a good level of performance when you go, let's say, stability versus speed. That's what you need to find there.
I was saying before this match, the watching this and seeing how these teams play is going to be very much how as the Trelleborg toss, a perfect Trelleborg toss comes in from Lindner there. How these teams play in this match will tell us how much of a challenge they're going to be able to give Trelleborg in the semi-finals, and leaving points on the ground is a surefire way to get yourself trampled all over by a Trelleborg. So yeah, it's very interesting at the moment seeing how these teams are playing and seeing whether Valtra will be regretting those mistakes later in this match.
Yeah, I mean, if Valtra keeps doing these small mistakes that we can see here, I mean, they have the bales and they have a 2.0 multiplier, so they basically have everything they need to take the lead, or keep the lead, whatever is the situation with the bales. But if they keep doing the small mistakes, dropping bale here, missing an opportunity there, I think that's costing. So this is gonna go all the way down to the wire. And we'll just see. And we saw Zezerus doing that Trelleborg toss, and once again on the cameras we saw when he was smiling so heavily when they got the points. So it's very clear that they are enjoying the game very much, because every time they have a successful toss, we can see the players are smiling. So that's that is a good signal that the players are really enjoying.
It is the power.
At the same time.
It is the power of that telehandler. The fact that you can run out there, it's so quick to go and grab bales with it, and then so quick to come back and toss the bales in the top. Soren going out there now, no baler, so they've Valtra are now restricting the amount of bales
they don't get all the bales
they
in.
can press by not having both their balers out there, which is a little bit mad as well. Zercerus needs to have this in the top. It's going to be a Trelleborg toss to win this. No, Valtra have the bales. They've got the points.
Yeah, they have the bales.
Zercerus does not have the points, even with this toss. It has gone to Valtra.
Yeah, I mean, they had 7 bales versus 1 on the Lindner side. So they had the bales, and like I said it earlier, I mean, it was just about if they can get all the bales inside, about the performance, how they work on the belt. And Lindner, they were just running out of bales, unfortunately. So yes, a nice toss from Zezerus, but it's not going to help when you have like 3-4 more bales going inside from the opposing side. And it's a pretty clear gap as well. It's like at 65 points, if I calculate it right. And you can see the difference on the amount of delivered bales as well.
That is, yeah, 26 bales to 30. That's what won that for Valtra. 30 bales is a decent number. Not a clean win for them, though, by any means. I think they had to work a little bit harder than they could have for it. As we said, there were probably 30 to 40 points that they left on the field. So it could have been a much bigger winning margin. What are Lindner doing?
Enjoying.
Are they psyching out their opponents? Is this the Lindner version of the hacker?
I mean, they clearly we can see that they should have been practicing it more, because they have some timing issues and the which hand goes first. But I mean, they're learning on the way. Definitely having a great atmosphere, enjoying from the victory. I mean, these guys, they could be in a football festival in Brasilia, for example. I mean, clearly they have the same spirit, laughing and dancing, enjoying, even though they lost the game. That's good to remember. They lost the game and they're still having that much of a fun.
As Kermit says in the chat, the second stacker proving its worth, getting that JCB, having the front forks on and getting extra bales back, really saved Valtra's neck then. Lindner are in no way feeling feeling demolished by that loss. And Valtra are just sitting there going, what are we sitting next to? What the hell is going on? It looks like they've possibly rattled them a little bit.
Yeah,
I
don't know.
Coach brings in the drinks.
Yeah, I mean, if you would be doing those moves, Alex, it would be our sons laughing like that to us. Anyways, the second game is going to be starting in a matter of seconds, so we are just waiting for these guys to prepare themselves, but we should be heading towards the ban and the pick phase of the second game on this best-of-3 series. We are a little bit late from the schedule because we had a technical delay, but yeah, let's not worry about that one. So there we go. We should have that second game starting up. There we go. The players are there. Now we'll see if there's going to be any changes on the strategies regarding the picks and the bans. What do you think, Alex? Do you expect that there will be something, something else?
I don't expect much change from the picks and bans here. Lindner like to force people to use the little Lind track. Valtra are using the JCB to great effect. Lindner banning the John Deere. What I would do if I was Lindner, I'd ban the John Deere and I'd ban the JCB, and that way you are disrupting Valtra very nicely. So I think that's where I would go if I was Lindner at this point. Banning the big tractors doesn't seem to have a massive effect. I'm also slightly surprised that Valtra keep banning that Deutz. I don't think it's as big a threat as the Fendt is, and probably the John Deere is, as we've seen other teams ban. And Valtra coming out and banning the Valtra, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want to get your logo and your name somehow on the screen, so that's one way of doing it, to advertise it, to get the name on the board. But yeah, I mean, fast track is going to be banned, so that is that we didn't see happening in the last game. So the bans are there. A small changes here and there. Telehandler is going to be available. So if Lindner and if Serserus wants to play with the telehandler, it's going to be completely allowed. Bottleneck's going to be chosen by both of the teams. Ideals, John Deere's. We can see, okay, not Deere's, just one's on John Deere and the Fendt on the other side, but both are green. And then let's see what we're going to be having on the players' big phase. What's going to be chosen, but yeah, everything seems to me that there will not be much of a surprises here. So it seems that both teams, they want to go with the same strategies. I think Lindner's going to try to execute it better, and Valtra, they know what works, so they want to keep the same thing going on. Well, there we go. The picks are coming in.
Up. Oh. Sorry, I paused a little bit long there. Zerso is picking up the telehandler. Valtra. Lennox picking up the Massey this time. And yeah, in fact, Lindner went with what I suggested and banned the JCB to try and cause a little bit of disruption to Valtra. So that seems to have worked. And Lindner also picking up a second stacker tractor along with the very powerful, very fast Fendt here. Really interesting setup on both sides for these teams.
Yes. Okay, so there we go. The second game is going to be starting up. And let's see how this is going to go. I mean, we saw that there wasn't much. I mean, we saw Valtra actually winning some of the battles on the pads on the previous game. Let's see if that's going to be the case, because Sinfrey, he was definitely fighting with Valtra on the last time. They're going to be going for the same case baler. No, Sinfrey's going to go for the other one, so he's going to go for the chrome baler instead. So that's going to be challenging. We can see Lennox, and that's going to be getting awfully close. It's going to be
he missed!
And it's going to be Lindner who's going to win that one. Apollo claims the Deere and the Lovett Alex's house, aka New Holland baler. That is taken, and now I can see how the battles of the first bale is going to be starting up. We can see Valtra setting up on the same parts of the field. We can see Sinfrey going behind Zezerus. So the first bales, based on what we can see for now, they should be pretty equal, of course, pending how the actual delivery will happen.
Lindner having a fairly strong start here. They've got the chrome baler, they've got the New Holland baler. That's two balers that will bring in 3 bales at a time. Where Valtra do have the case baler, so they have that. The other thing Lindner have going for them at the moment is they've got both of the ideal combines, so they have a larger grain capacity than Valtra have. And first bale for Lindner is a 128. For Valtra is a 126. So nothing in it really on that first bale.
No, it's 0.1 bales. Just gotta say it. I mean, I needed to say it. It's gotta be 2 points or 0.1 bales. Okay, but the first bales are there. So I mean, the stage is definitely set for a very tight series for the moment. And we're following up the grain. The teams, they have a pretty much same timing as well. So let's see. But yeah, we had I mean, I don't know if you agree with me, Alex, but I think that we had a quite strange grain game on the previous match, though, because I think we had like 3 separate deliveries. So we had like a very early delivery, then we had like a middle delivery, and then we had like a very late, like a small delivery as well. So do you think we're gonna see that, or do you think that the teams are gonna be, for example, like, you know, trying to gather like larger amounts of grain and then maybe unloading it at once, or what do you think about it?
I think Valtra are trying to disrupt their opponents by delivering enough to get it up to the 2.1 multiplier at that 8-minute mark. I think it's a good strategy, but it's a good strategy if you score a bale or two at that point, because you're not going to send the other team scrambling to even things up if you don't score points when you have the advantage. And it's the one thing that I'm noticing with Valtra at the moment. They have a good strategy. They stick to that strategy, but they stick to it almost to a fault. So when they get something like an advantage in a multiplier, they're not altering their strategy to take advantage of it. They just keep playing along as they did and as they've planned. And on most games, that's fine because things don't go in such a way where you suddenly get a massive advantage. But when it does, you need to take advantage of it, and they can come up against teams who A will take advantage of that, and B will take advantage of them not taking advantage of that. So yeah, it's a really interesting thing to see. I think looking at this at the moment, Valtra are being a little bit too inflexible on their strategy, and that could easily cost them points if they're not careful.
Yeah, we saw that happening on the last game, especially when they kind of like had the 2.7 multiplier at the moment, and they had some bales in the front of a front loader, but they just didn't put them on the belt. They just stacked it on the side of a belt instead of to wait for the later opportunity. Of course, they still had more grain, and I guess they were still hoping to get like a larger multiplier later. But anyways, I think that was definitely one of those moments where they could have been adapting a little bit more. But yeah, they probably had their reasons, and let's see if they can utilize those similar kind of situations. We can see the hats coming on as well. Farming simulator hats, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see from the from the markings on the hats. So they are just farming their way in at the studio in Erlang. And we had the first grain
Yeah,
deliveries, by the way, at the same time as well, exactly at 11.5-minute mark. So that was the same time which we had on the last game as well. And now both teams have made the first deliveries. The multipliers are the same. I think the bars are not completely pixel perfect, but they are close to it. And we can see about the same amount of grain being collected as well. So these strategies are really following each other currently.
I think the biggest problem or the biggest thing in the last game was that Lindner didn't take full advantage of Lindner didn't take full advantage of Valtra's mistake.
I'm just asking, where's our hat?
I don't think it's a mistake they will make again. And we see Valtra delivering just enough grain to push it over and into a 2.1 to 1.9. Can they take advantage of this? They have no bales at the moment, but it's going to be at least another minute or so before any is delivered on either team. And as a result, I think that Valtra want to come out here. They want to fill a baler up and go and deliver it and score bales at this 2.1, get themselves ahead. If they score if they score one bale at this thing, that evens out the first bale difference. If they score two, it evens out the first bale difference when things return to 2.0 to 2.0. So
I think the
I think it's very important right now for that.
I think the 2.1 multiplier is just way too low to kind of like, start deviating from your strategy. Like 2.1, it's not that big of a difference. I mean, I think if you're going to now focus on starting to deliver bales on 2.1, I think it's just, not enough. The guys got to be away from something else that they have planned on the strategy. And I think the 2.1 is, I mean, it's good to have at the end game when you're putting a lot of bales inside. But at this stage, especially when we have the drops coming in as well, it's going to be crazy tool and speed limit, by the way. But at this point, when you kind of like, you are not delivering that many bales, I don't think it's going to be making much of a sense to focus on delivering bales that are just only 2 points more than the opponent. I guess you want to play the longer game and have that kind of a multiplier available at the, let's say, during the last 6 minutes.
I do agree with you that you don't want to be going out of your way to deliver bales at this point, but we've just seen Lindner go in to deliver bales and drop bales off at the barn. What I'm saying is if Valtra are delivering bales to the barn and they have that multiplier advantage, what they should do is, rather than put them on the ground, which is what we've seen them do in the past, they should score them. They should put the two bales on the forks at the front on there. And are they going? They're going to go for slow down as well, Lindner. So those things where Valtra put themselves in a position where they have an advantage. They kind of need to make sure that if they can take advantage of it, they do.
Well, I mean, it's going to be time to unload the grain, and we're going to be probably seeing pretty close what's going to be the final multipliers for the remains of the game. We can see still Lindner unloading it, and they're going to end up exactly with 2.0. So there is no change on the multipliers. Nobody has been, by the way, delivering any bales. And these are the multipliers that's going to stick all the way till the end. And look at the situation. It's going to be 10 bales, both teams, same multiplier, and 2 points of a difference. So this is going to be one very close series. I'm expecting the speed limit were picked by both of the teams. There's a slight difference on the time, how much there's remaining on those, but that's not going to play a significant role at this point. And I mean, can you see the same, Alex? Do you think that this is going to go, let's say, like inside 20 points at the final scores?
Quite possibly. The thing that's confusing me at the moment, and I'm kind of going, why are they doing that? Valtra are still using the John Deere baler, so that only brings 2 bales in at a time, and they're not using the forks on the tractor at the front to bring 2 more in. So for whatever reason, John Deere, Valtra are limiting how many bales they're bringing in. And there we go. Nice Trelleborg toss for Lindner there, scoring an immediate and a very quick 40 points. But yeah, Soren needs to be taking in as many bales as he can every time. And at the moment, he doesn't seem to be. So again, it feels a little bit like Valtra are leaving points on the ground, and I don't quite know why. It seems to be an odd way to do it.
Yeah, it's probably not intentional. I mean, needs to be collecting it. I think yesterday when I don't think that I really criticized, but I definitely said that Anton could have done in some places a little bit better work. He still managed to deliver, so he was still delivering. So he made those mistakes yesterday as well. He was having a bit of a problems with the belt, but still in the end, I mean, he still managed to stack enough bales on that belt, and that's going to be 2 bales, by the way, on the safer route. And we can see the look on his face, by the way, when those are dropping down. So he needs to get those. So this is definitely a problem. We can see Lindner taking the lead, but Valtra is producing the bales. So now still 4 minutes to go. So Valtra, of course, needs to make sure that they are delivering all those bales. I think they have been making a better job producing them. So Lindner, if we go back, like, let's say 1 minute on the clock, I think they had like a huge amount of bales on the side of the bale. The bale withering is going to be here, and Lindner's going to go for it, and that's going to mean that Valtra, kind of like the advantage of the producing more bales, is going to, well, not completely disappear, but it's going to fade away a little bit. And I'm pretty sure that if there wouldn't have been that mistake on the safer route, I mean, there would have been a Valtra player trying to pick up the super trap as well, but now they didn't have the time because they kind of like, needed to try to fix the problems with the mistake they did.
And yeah, that is definitely a good play there by Lindner, grabbing that bale withering, evening things up. Lindner also seemed to be delivering bales quite well into their barn. Although, having said that, Valtra are catching up quickly. It's really, really interesting to see how well Valtra are catching up and how well Valtra are pressing bales in this game. And now Soren is picking bales onto the front, so he will be bringing back 4 bales at a time. That is part of the reason why they are able to get more back than... Oh, he missed!
No smile anymore.
And that's when it goes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw earlier was that, I mean, if we go a couple of minutes ago, we saw Lindner having a huge amount of bales next to the belt. And then I think Valtra at that time, they were a bit of like unorganized more or less. But now we can see that Valtra has been improving on that. They are more like structured by getting the bales next to the belt. So they are actually pretty easy to stack and get inside. As we can see that they are putting some more straight on the belt. We can see that they are just, putting them next, close to the belt, that they are like easy to access for the stacker. And they're definitely ready when Anton's going to come here. So I think it's going to be like very close series. The bale difference is about the same. The bale count is about the same. So yeah, 1 bale of a difference. There's bales on the belt as well. So this is going to go all the way to the last seconds as far as I can see. 145. Anton coming with 2. Maybe he had 3 and maybe he dropped 1 on the way, as we have seen to happen multiple times. And I think now when we have 130, he just needs to start working with the bales that are available next to the belt and leave, like, bringing the remains right here. Because, I mean, to be honest, I mean, Anton hasn't been doing the greatest job by delivering the bales next to the belt, so he needs to be starting to stack them, and the others need to bring the remains right where he is.
And this is the thing, Lindner now slowly going into the lead. I had a little bit of a worry a moment ago that they did not have the bales sitting there at the barn for Xerxes to stack, but they've done a great job of getting more bales back there. This is really close going into this final minute. Lindner now, though, are still 5 bales behind overall, so they're going to have to get every single bale in to win this. And it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it's getting so close. 3 bales of a
only
difference.
Have 2 bales.
Yeah, 3 bales of a difference. We can see as Xerxes putting the final bales. Okay, there's still going to be a couple more coming up to the belt. It's going to be just 20 seconds to go. And scoreline is very, very even. Just 8 points apart for the moment. And it's going to be stacking 2 more on the belt. That's going to be some points coming home. They cannot drop.
They're not going to make it.
Afford that they're dropping
they can't Make
they're
it,
going to make
surely.
it. They're going to make it. I have the faith. They got to go inside. And there's going to be 3 bales on the belt. They're going to go in. That's going to be the final bale. It's going to go. It's going to go in. And they're going to push one more in. It's going to be Valtra. They will win the series with the 2-0 scoreline. Did you believe that this is going to happen, Alex?
Oh, that is... Well, Valtra have taken it. It's not the tidiest of wins, unfortunately, for them. But they have knocked Lindner out. Lindner's journey in these grand finals, in this grand final, ends here. As Valtra take another higher seed, I think, out of the tournament. Yeah, Lindner sitting at 5th overall, Valtra sitting at 7th. Another higher seed has dropped out, and we now know that our semi-finals are gonna be Trelleborg versus Valtra. and New Holland versus Bednar. Those are going to be some cracking matches. I still come back. I absolutely come back to the thing that Valtra have left in both those games a lot of points on the field. And I think they're going to have to pick those points up or they are going to have trouble against Trelleborg. So,
Yeah, I mean,
we'll see if they can pick those up.
yeah, definitely. I mean, Valtra, I mean, they did upset the enemy yesterday, and they did upset also Lindner today as well. So, I mean, nobody, I mean, okay, nobody is the wrong word, but I mean that, I mean, most of the people were expecting that Valtra is not going to make, all the way to this stage. And I don't think that they did expect that they're going to make all the way to the semifinals. So they will definitely be the kind of like the dark horse and the surprising team. But just like somebody pointed out, they are still the vice champion from last season. So that is good to remember. Anyways, we're going to be heading for a break. We're going to be heading towards the semifinals after the break. So we're going to see you guys in about 3 minutes.
All right. What's up, everybody? Kermit here with you for the first time. We're going to have the interview now with Valtra's captain. Steven says congratulations on making it to the semifinal. Two really close matches. How are you feeling heading into it? We prepared the whole evening yesterday, and then we tried to learn from the last games and figure out what we could change today, and we tweaked some of our tactics. And then we just took the tactics from the training, and it felt a bit weird, but it worked out. They weren't clean rounds, but it was enough in the end, and it was a lot of fun. And Lindner's always a funny opponent. And Lindner had some choreography and some, some good moments. How did you find these, 16 bales all of a sudden near the end? No idea when it happened, but after the 8 minutes, we delivered the grain. We started baling, and we did a really good job and bailed pretty fast. And now you're in the semifinals, and you face Trelleborg next. Trelleborg was one of our opponents from the championship last year, and they beat us. And they're the hardest opponent to come up against. We'll do our best, and we'll see how it goes. All right, we're going to take a look at the replays here in a bit. Basically, congratulations and good luck for Valtra.
There we go. Did you enjoy the series, Kermit? Did you watch it? I guess you did because you were very active on the chat.
Yeah, I was having my coffee in the other room at our little break table in the U.S. office, and had my laptop out, and I've been watching you guys since the third game of the first matchup of the day. But yeah, Lindner and Valtra, to be honest, Lindner was really strong yesterday, in my opinion. Valtra were too. But I expected Lindner to win this one coming in. But for Valtra, the 7th seed really starting to shine at the right moments. Of course, like they just mentioned, they've earned themselves a chance now to play Trelleborg. So let's see how good you really are this weekend and how much you have improved. But I would say Valtra have played some really good games, as we see a little bit of a wobble over the safer route there. And the safer route claiming some victims, Copter, with that Lindner in play a lot. It is a little bit sketchy going across the stone bridge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Valtra was definitely playing well. Just like Alex pointed out, that they still left some points on the field, but I think that they played it very well. Just going to be interesting to see how how that level of gameplay is gonna work on the semifinals, because it's going to be of course a very tight competition there, and of course the opponents are very, very strong. So I think the strategy which they're currently playing is definitely working out for teams like Lindner, but then if it's gonna work, let's say teams like New Holland and Trelleborg, that's completely a different question. So that's a thing that I'm a little bit worried. But we might be, there might be surprises coming up. So who knows?
Yeah, well, I really like that Valtra have decided to pick that second stacker. Now, will it work against Trelleborg, as you just were saying? I don't know. You've got to make sure that you play pretty strong games. Trelleborg themselves as well did make some of their own mistakes yesterday. And they are capable of being beaten, but you really have to bring your A game 9 times out of 10 to be able to knock them off. They are the #1 seed for a reason, and for Valtra, it will be a big challenge for them, but I think it's one that they're excited for. So we've got Trelleborg against Valtra and New Holland against Bednar. The first team from Group A against the runners-up in Group B, and then the winners of Group B against the runners-up of Group A. The losers of the semifinals will go into the third place game, and then the winners will take place in our grand final for the Season 4 World Championship. That one later on, the final, will be a best of 5. The others are still best of 3. So it's come down to these 4. Maddie, it's your first season in the Farming Simulator League, and we're almost there now. And it's all come down to this. I'm excited. Yeah. I hope you are too. I think you are.
I'm definitely excited. No need to worry about that one. If you saw the ending of the last game, You can clearly say that I'm excited. Maybe I'll find a complete new level of my voice, at some point of the finals. So who knows? Definitely exciting matches, and I really love that. It's not just that it is not just about that one team is gonna play as they did on the circuit. Valtra upsetting two teams here on the grand finals. I'm really loving it. Like I said, it's a Finnish manufacturer, so I'm definitely exciting. But we're gonna be having the teams coming to the stage. Just waiting for it. There we go. It's Trelleborg.
The Borg. And it looks like JK is actually going to be sitting this one out. You see him back there, going to be the kind of coach of his teammates in this one. And very nicely done, by the way, Copter. A voice of an angel, I must say.
I don't know about that, but I think the anthem in a way fits. Even though, Borg is from the different universe, but still. But there we go. These guys, they were just on the stage. They have a hot streak. So can they find the same level of performance? I mean, they have the toughest possible opponent, and I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, me too. I'm really interested to see how Valtra can now stack up against Trelleborg, because they've shown that they are a very improved team. They earned the right to be here by getting into 7th place, but they have shown performances well above that level so far this weekend. They've had to go the more difficult route into the second chance bracket to make it here to the semifinal, but now all they have to do really, and I'm making this sound way too easy, Maddie, is win 2 games. And against Trelleborg, that's no easy feat. But still, you're 2 games away now from making it into the final of the Season 4 World Championships. And they said yesterday that their goal was to make it into the semifinal and then kind of see where they go from there. So, they've made it this far, and anything for them, I think at this point, is a bonus. And I think they're really looking forward to seeing how well they can perform against Trelleborg.
Yeah, only 2 games. You have to win only 2 games. I think it's otherwise just sounding fine, but when you put only in front of it, and it makes it sound that easy. So they have to win 2 games or only 2 games. We know that these games are not going to be easy. I mean, Trelleborg knows that they have to play very seriously as well. I mean, I'm not going to say that they don't always play seriously, but sometimes it feels that they can just outrun the opponent that easily. But that's not really the case, and they have to bring their A game as well. So it will be interesting to see how this is going to work out. Anyways, the first game is just going to be starting on this best of 3 series. The first semi-final of the World Championships Season 4 is just about to start, and there we go. We enter to the legendary, the one and only, the ban and pick phase.
I love it. I remember one of my friends, when I started doing commentary for the Farming Simulator League, he had played regular Farming Simulator with me years before. But once I told him there was a pick and ban phase in the esport, he lost his mind, and it is pretty cool when you discover the Farming Simulator League for the first time and start to realize what the heck is going on. We had another comment like that in chat earlier. Maddie, if you go all the way back to the first tournament of this season, these 2 teams actually faced each other then. Trelleborg won in 2 straight games, 940 to 725 and 1026 to 778. And then in the second tournament, Valtra beat Lindner, and then they lost to New Holland. And that's how they've been able to finish 7th here. The rest of the season, we didn't really see a whole lot from Valtra in the finals events on Sunday. So now they've kind of risen from the ashes, basically, late on in the season, in the season championship, the World Championship. So how can they perform now? I'm interested to see. There's your 4 banned pieces of equipment, and look at that. All 3 of the stackers, the 2 stackers of tractors that are powerful enough to be able to pull a baler behind, have been banned, but the telehandlers are still in play. And Trelleborg are going with Big Haul here.
Let's see.
You've said you wanted to see it. Maybe they listened to you, Maddie.
Yeah, they're gonna bait
they
it.
trolled. What a
I mean,
troll. Oh,
yesterday,
Wooler.
Yesterday, I would have been excited about this, but I have been following these matches that much that I know that they seem to bait all the time now. So I wasn't trusting that. I wasn't fooled by the Trelleborg this time. I think that if Valtra, I mean, still, I'm gonna say that of course Trelleborg is a huge favorite for this game. I'm not gonna lie on that one. But yeah, we spoke about the well, kind of like I took us to the Star Wars universe, and we know that Trelleborg as a Borg is really from the Star Trek universe. So I think that Valtra needs to be from a third universe, and that is from the DC Comics. The Dark Knight Arises.
There you go. Well done. So Vulture have gone with the second stacker again. They've chosen the Lindner, and then they've gone with the Case IH. Now, this Case Maxim only has 175 horsepower, so it is only capable of pulling 2 of the balers, and that would be the John Deere, which they have reserved, and the Kuhn baler. So look for them to seek out one of these potentially balers out on the pods to claim as well. Now, I wonder if Trelleborg will try to challenge them for those to kind of upset what they're trying to do, because that could really put them in an interesting spot. Well, let's see what they end up going with.
We don't see much
Anton's
of
headed for the
challenges.
New Holland. No
Yeah,
one
let's see.
challenging for any balers yet that we've seen on the broadcast. Beatmaster
Okay.
getting in the ideal combine.
Yeah, the first bale. I mean, if Trelleborg has been saving something, I don't know if they're gonna save it. I mean, if they have, I don't know. I really don't know if they have been, saving any tricks. But yeah, I mean, we are finally getting those matches when, if they have something, something hidden on their sleeves. It's gonna be time to show your cards in a way. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Will be definitely interesting, because I think that this match, even though, let's see what's going to be the result. But I mean, of course, like I said, Trelleborg as a favorite. I mean, if they have something, this is going to, in a way, like show how they might be, playing the remains of the matches as well. Mott is going to do the first toss. That's going to be 140.
Nice.
And Søren, he's going to be reverse that in, so 134 maybe. Yeah, exactly. So that's not a big of a difference. It's 6 points. It is something, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you want to just keep yourself close as much as possible. It is going to be, tougher at the end of a round, presumably, against Trelleborg to make up a big gap of points like Valtra have been doing. So they've got to make sure that they can try to stay as close as possible throughout, try to match them in the grain deliveries and the bale deliveries to the barn, as we see Martin and Beatmaster now getting the grain loaded into the Horse Titan. I believe this is the first time this weekend we've seen Martin. Of course, Trelleborg have only had to play the 2 matches and qualified straight into the semifinal. Valtra, meanwhile, have went the more tougher route and had to play some extra games. And we had that technical break earlier, and they kind of had to sit and wait before their matchup, and they were able to take down Lindner. So this is our first semifinal of the weekend if you're just joining us. Shout out to our production team with the awesome camera shots we're seeing here and helping us run the show from the studio in Germany this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have been doing a great job. We had a slight technical pause, like you guys witnessed it. It was resolved. PC was changed, and the audio problems, whatever they had there, that was also done. But anyways, we are back on the grinding phase. Just collecting the grain. Let's see. We can see Martin. Well, I mean, we can see Trelleborg's grain now. We cannot see the stats from Valtra, so let's see when we finally see the both stats at the same time. The 12-minute drops are just about to come. Silo close, so that could be definitely something. We can see Anton immediately going for it, and now I can see the grain amounts as well. We can see Martin just arriving here on the silo. He's not going to be able to deliver that, and I don't know if Valtra's going to have time to do it, but at least, I mean, they were right on the right place at the right time. And the Trelleborg, they haven't yet picked that up, but I mean, they can still play this the other way around. I mean, they can play the time game, so they can just pick that so late Okay, they're not gonna wait all the way till the end, so they're just gonna pick it as soon as they can. And we don't have any deliveries coming from Valtra either at the time, so it seems that this is not gonna be affecting much. But what we can maybe expect to see from here, that if Trelleborg wants to play it that way, that immediately when their silo close is gonna end, there's gonna be 20 seconds. If they get some bales on the belt ready, because they're now producing them as well, we can see 3 bales there, so they might be going with those bales on the belt, and as soon as their timeout is running out, they will start unloading it, and then they can gain some multiplier points before Valtra can do anything about it. And if they can put them on the belt, let's say like a 10 seconds earlier, maybe 10 seconds might be too much, but let's say 5 seconds earlier, then they should be like, even proceeding on the halfway of the belt before they go in with a higher multiplier, because the belt is going to slow down at that point.
Yeah, we'll see if Trelleborg are ready to deliver any of them. They are going to have that slight advantage here in a moment. As you said, both teams basically canceling each other out, but also disrupting each other, because the teams picked up silo close when their opponent was just arriving at the silo. And now Trelleborg is delivering their grain. We'll see if anyone is ready to deliver bales. Right now, no one is in a vehicle with a front loader on it. So to deliver the bales right now, they would have to switch equipment. So I don't think that Trelleborg are going to attempt to take some bales to the barn at this moment with the 3-1 in their favor. And now Valtra can begin delivering their grain and just flip it back. So there wasn't a whole lot of time there anyways. And presumably here in just a few seconds, we're going to be back at 2-2 on the multiplier. If you're new to the FSL, by the way, you can see all this information that we're talking about on your screen. The scores, of course, are shown at the top with the time in the middle. The number with the yellow background behind it is the multiplier. That determines how many points you score for each bale put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt. And you can increase your multiplier by delivering grain at the silo. And in fact, Valtra actually have a 2.1 to 1.9 advantage at the moment, which is great. The rest of the information on the HUD, you can see each player, what vehicle they're currently in. The icons to the top right or top left of their picture is the player perk that they've picked, if they have one. And then you can see the team perk underneath the captain. And the bottom left, you can see the mini map and how much grain each team has outstanding, how many bales they have pressed. Valtra, meanwhile, have 11 bales to Trelleborg's 3 right now, Maddie.
Yeah, and the grain game is also like far away from the end, as they are still collecting it. So we can definitely see, we can see some bales actually going inside, one of them at least for Valtra. They are finally putting something in. They do have a slight advantage, like 2.1, and now it's 2.0, so it's not going to be much. They're going to be getting some points, but Valtra, they will start, unloading the bales a little bit. We still have plenty of time to go as well. 8 minutes, more than 8 minutes, and that's not even going to go inside, so they will just put it on the belt. We should be having the 8-minute drops. Let's see, I was hoping for a grain multiplier earlier. I mean, silo closed and grain multiplier would be kind of like the perfect game for me, if I'm completely honest. But yeah, let's see. It's just a couple of seconds away, and we can see it is there. Grain multipliers, 1.5 for the other team. For Valtra, and let's see what it's going to be for Trelleborg, the multiplier, because, I mean, Trelleborg has more grain, but I mean, Valtra is still collecting as well. And yeah, we haven't seen what the multiplier is going to be for Trelleborg, but I guess we're going to figure that out as soon as they're going to pick it up, at least, if nothing else. So we shall see. This will be definitely one of those key moments of the whole game, the first match of the series.
I'd have to say, Valtra are playing a really good game so far, because that bale difference that they have right now, and if they're able to continue to press them like they did against Lindner from this point onward as well.
1.7.
And it's 1.7 for Trelleborg. So that is unfortunate news for Valtra, because presumably the amount of grain, in fact, Valtra have slightly less grain as it is, and Trelleborg are going to end up with an advantage in the multiplier the rest of the way through here. Valtra need to get this back as close as they can, and they are now delivering on their side at the silo, as we see Anton and Linux both at the silo at the moment, trying to get it delivered as fast as possible. Valtra need to get back out there and continue to press Bales because they had 14-3. It's now 14-6, and Wooler is out there and bailing, and it's going to continue to be reduced, their lead in bales, as we see the Combine Beatmaster clipping the side of the building there. This is going to be interesting. They're definitely going to be at a multiplier disadvantage no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, Trelleborg, basically, they had about 60k of grain, a little bit less than that. So that 0.2 multiplier difference on the grain multiplier, that's basically 10k of grain, which is about 0.3 multiplier difference in the end. So this should be definitely ending up to a situation where Trelleborg will have a huge 2.5 multiplier difference. So that's going to be 10 more points per one bale. And these guys, I mean, they look very focused, but they don't seem very excited about the situation. So they know that they have a problematic situation at their hand, because now even if you have, let's say, 10 bales more than the other, and we know how efficient Trelleborg is, so let's imagine those 12 bales are going to go inside. That's 300 points. And let's say that they will put 20 bales inside. That's going to be the same amount. So the bale difference is not going to be helping out. Trelleborg making a mistake, and that's not happening very often. That's going to be 2 bales dropping. And let's see what's going to happen with the third one. That's maybe going to go inside, but that's not really like let's say, like a well-placed on the belt anyways, but it's still going to go inside, it seems. No, it's not.
Oh, no, that one's going
What is
off
this?
Too.
Very uncharacteristic for Trelleborg.
Oh my! And I mean, so Valtra had one fall off earlier when they had it at that they had a slight multiplier advantage, and then it went to 2 right before their belt or their bale fell off the belt. So that's 5 points that Valtra missed out on when that one fell off. The good news for Trelleborg and theirs falling off is they have plenty of time to recover it. But yeah, Valtra, the super drop is gonna, if the super drop is multiplier switch and they have a lot of bales on the belt already, that could really be helpful for them. They definitely need the super drop to go in their favor to give them a lifeline here, because it's going to be hard to find a way to get back into this when they're down now by 120 points already. And we are about 10 seconds away from seeing what the super drop is going to be. Now, you have to, the multiplier switch does not last long at all. You have to be ready to take advantage of it if that's what it is. It is bale withering. Actually, that was for Valtra, 2 bales. For Trelleborg, it's 1 bale, and it looks like Trelleborg are going to get it. I'm not sure that would have made too much of a difference either way, but still bad news for Valtra, trailing by 150 points, Maddie.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for them. I mean, Trelleborg, they have a lead of 150 points. But this is strange. We don't see Trelleborg dropping the bales from the belt that often. I mean, I think we have seen now 4 bales drop inside 2 minutes. I think that's more mistakes we have seen from these guys during the whole season earlier on the online tournament. So that is strange, to be honest. But these are going to go inside. They're going to be worth of 75 points. So, I mean, yeah, it's very difficult for Valtra. They didn't get a lifeline from the super drop. They didn't even get the super drop. So, yeah, a miracle needs to happen, more or less, if Valtra still wants to win this one. But I mean, the good thing about this one is that Valtra was actually looking very good before the whole grain multiplier came in. So that, in a way, like, you know, they'd mess up with the game. So it's going to mean that, I mean, I'm going to call it like very early, that Trelleborg should be winning this one. But the second game should be definitely a good one, because Valtra has shown us that they have what it takes. They have the capabilities of beating Trelleborg. And if they will just, you know, get the, let's say, the drops to work in their favor, or at least be equal in a way for them, then I think they do have a chance, definitely. But of course, they need to just not bring the A game. It needs to be like an A+++ game that they need to bring to the table.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the thing is like they almost have, in a way, been kind of punished for how well they started in this round, because the multiplier went against them and was weighted in Trelleborg's favor by 0.2, and that ended up with a 1 point difference in the multiplier. And meanwhile, you know, Trelleborg have just been continuously delivering bales. That one's a little bit shaky. It's going to fall off. Anton's been doing a pretty good job otherwise at getting the bales stacked on. But yeah, Valtra, they're going to have to find a way to bounce back from this one. They're now behind in points and behind on the bail count. I'm going to be interested to see what the final total bail count is, because I think they're going to be pretty similar in amount of bails, but to get 10 less points per bail is a pretty significant disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to deliver, let's say, 30 bails, it's going to be 300 points. So that's a lot of difference. Of course, some of the bails were delivered before the multiplier was changed, but still, it's going to be very hard for Valtra. It's going to be just 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. The bail count is about the same. Anton is doing everything he can, so only like a huge mistake from the Trelleborg side is going to change things, but I don't know what would be a mistake that big. That's going to be another 100 points. 25 just went in, 75 on the belt, 50 more points coming in, and Anton just, trying to scrap whatever he can. I mean, 2 bails is 30 points, so they are almost getting the same amount from 2 bails what Trelleborg is getting from 1, and of course that is not the odds you want to have here. So a catch-up is going to be up next to impossible. 30 seconds to go. They are trying everything they can, even showing it on the first floor of the bails, which they know that they cannot put on the belt anymore. They don't have time for it. But, they are just, fighting against a tornado or something like that, because there's no way that they can anymore get those points. So, we can call it a day. 15 seconds to go. Trelleborg, they are going to win the first game of the first semi-final, and there's nothing that Valtra can do about it anymore.
Yeah, really good showing, and very similar, to be honest, of the gap in skills from the very first tournament of the season. That first tournament, these teams were still trying to figure out how the new client and the changes to it were going to be for Season 4, as Valtra kind of having a look over at Trelleborg, and they have to be wondering, yeah, look at that. Valtra actually had 1 extra bail delivered, and it's not often that you see teams outdo Trelleborg with bails. They had the same amount into the top, 1 more into the bottom, but that grain delivery, they had 8,000 less liters of grain, and on top of that, they had the multiplier go against them in the 8th minute, which really ruined their chances of being able to have a chance at victory there. And so for Valtra, they've been pretty strong this weekend. They've made it to this point, but they have to be wondering what can we do there? That was just a little bit of bad luck, but they also did really nothing to disrupt Trelleborg. And we've seen the only time that Trelleborg have been knocked off in a tournament this season, formerly Vermeers, now New Holland, upset them by messing with them, by disrupting their game. And for Valtra, trying to match Trelleborg like for like is always going to be a difficult task, and even more so when you have that multiplier disadvantage. So Copter, I don't really know. I think Valtra played a good one there. You saw the stats. You put that at an even multiplier. They scored one with extra points as well, and maybe we're talking about a different result.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if they would have scored those bails with the same multiplier, so it was Trelleborg who won the first bail by 4 points? No, 6 points. So if you calculate all those, there was 1 more bail which went to the first floor for Valtra. So they would have won the series by 4 points.
Yeah.
That's how close it was. If there would have been an equal multiplier all the time, which is, of course, the strategies are part of it, and you have to try to find. So the strategy of Trelleborg, and then, of course, the grain multiplier did really help them out. So we can always say if, but it would, based on stats, without the multiplier, it was a very even game, and both teams were working very hard. Of course, when you take a usual game, we have seen Trelleborg delivering 37, even 40 bails sometimes. So they were lacking a little bit from their usual amount of the bails, but that's part of the strategy, because now the teams are delivering more grain, so that's going to mean that they have less time to make the bails and deliver them. So that is the meta what we currently have. Now we're going to be heading for the second game, and we shall see how the masterminds of Trelleborg will handle this one. When we had the players showing their happy faces after the game, I was expecting this like a director Burns from The Simpsons, like excellent, and the fingers moving at the same time.
JK's probably doing that off camera, to be honest.
Yeah. And one thing, I
Not
mean, the new
sitting this one
Holland
out in
team,
Martin's in.
the new Holland team that you mentioned, I mean, I gotta say they have the most stylish coach at the event. I think there should be definitely like a mandatory tie and a shirt and a suit for the coach in the farming simulator esports.
Well, I mean, you know, they're bringing a little bit of that French flair and swagger, I think, to the FSL this season, our New Holland. But yeah, hard to convince most gamers to get suited up. That's for sure. You saw JK there, casual in his Puma T-shirt, and yeah, it would be hard to convince others, I think, to get that fancy. And we're into the ban phase now, and that John Deere has been banned this time by Valtra. And now let's see what Trelleborg are going to finish up with. I feel like they're baiting us here. It's not going to be the John Deere. Yeah, there it is. Man, these guys, the Borg, just messing with us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna fall for it anymore. So you can just pretend that you can still know what they're gonna be picking. Okay, not pretending, but anyways, they will just bait. Let's see what are they gonna be still baiting with the big haul or something like that. I don't. Well, you'll never know what they're gonna do here. I mean, that would be something if they actually would keep the bottleneck here and then change it to the big haul at the last second. That is something I could approve, definitely. But yeah, they got to go with the bottleneck instead. So it's not that many differences here for the picks. We can see the player picks coming up. But yeah, it seems that they are okay. Manicho. They're going to bait. They're going to bait. I fall for it.
Yeah, they totally are. They're not. He's not picking the Lindner. Oh, he is. Okay. He's definitely not picking the Fiat. That would be hilarious. Just have Martin drive in reverse the whole game since it goes faster in reverse.
It's just laughing at us.
Yeah, this point, I would assume that Valtra are going to pick two stackers again. The Lindner is in play. It looks like that's what Anton is going to choose. The Lindner and the Massey for both teams. The only difference being the bigger tractor. Valtra going with the John Deere, and oddly enough, Trelleborg going with the Valtra. The reserved balers are different. And we'll see now how Valtra can react. They probably should stick to what they just did and hope that the drops go more in their favor. They probably should be a little bit more cautious to get ahead early on so that any potential drops are not weighted that heavily against them. And here we go now. If Trelleborg wins, they are our first team into the final. If Valtra wins, we'll go to the third of the best of three. We've got a battle here for the case baler, and it looks like Linux from Valtra has won the battle. So that's a good first moment for Valtra.
I think they won all the battles actually on the pad, so not just that one. They also got the combine from there, and that's gonna leave Trelleborg maybe not with so good first bale, to be honest. So this is I'm looking to have a great stuff for Valtra. Let's see how far they're gonna take this one. Martin needs to go and take the fend baler. That's gonna be of course free, and then we'll see when the people are there. We go. So Søren does have the bale, by the way. So, I mean, looking at the clock, 10 seconds. So it's going to be slightly below 140. That's what I'm expecting. Maybe even more because it needs to go from the second draw bridge. So it's going to be like maybe it could be like 131, 2, something like that. Let's see when it's going to go inside. But still, it's going to be better than Trelleborg because they are still quite far away because of the lost battles. And it's going to reverse. So it's going to be 120 something actually, not 130 even. Let's see how this is going to go. It's going to be getting stuck. We can see Trelleborg coming at the same scene as well at the same time. Deliver tries to wing that one, and he's going to miss that one. So that's going to be quite low first bale for Valtra. But still,
where the heck
they're going to win it
from?
Because Martin's going to miss the toss. So that is, I mean, that is drama at the first bale, and even the showing. Okay, 9 points of a difference. So it's not the end of the world. But Valtra once again showing that they need to be taken seriously because they won the battles and they won the first bale. So Trelleborg, a clear signal has been sent to them that, you know, we are here to battle with you.
Yeah, Valtra doing a great job, really. I mean, they lost that first round, but they had more bales. Just unfortunate, and starting strong again. But where in the heck did Martin come from? He was just a minor mistake away from actually beating Valtra to the first bale. And I looked when Anton was on his way to the barn. Trelleborg still didn't have a bale pressed. And then all of a sudden you saw the ghost mode. Martin just came flying out of nowhere. He missed it on the first approach and then had to struggle to get it in. But if he had pulled it off, they would have actually won out by a point or been dead even. So that was absolutely insane. I don't know how he got that kind of speed and where he came from, but that's what we have come to expect from Trelleborg at this point.
Yeah, I don't. Of course, we didn't see it, so I cannot say for sure. But what I'm of course expecting, because they lost the battles at the pads, so they needed to use the equipment that on the corner of the field instead of the what they picked from the pads, and that's usually when they're gonna start pressing the first bale. It's gonna mean that they are longer distance from the barn. So probably we saw that yes, they didn't have a bale. We have the drops, by the way, British Race and Crazy Tool. But yeah, so they didn't have the bale, and as we focused on Valtra, if what's going to happen with the first bale, I think they were pressing the bale like further on the fields, and maybe the drawbridges at that point have came down as well. So I think he had also he made the bale later, came from the longer distance, had more speed because more acceleration, and then maybe one of the drawbridges was down as well already at that point, and then maybe the mistake was because of the abnormal arrival angle towards the barn.
No, Trelleborg would never throw a match intentionally. I see it asked in chat. I think that Trelleborg have been a little bit shaky to their standards so far this weekend. It's important to remember that this season players have likely gotten comfortable with their own home setups with all of the tournaments being online, and now coming into the studio in Germany, they're in a different environment. There's all sorts of distractions. Players may have chosen to party a little too hard last night from some of the pictures that we saw. So all of these factors are different coming into the season final. But I think Trelleborg, they've looked confident really all weekend long despite some minor mistakes, and I wouldn't count them out of turning things around easily as this round continues to play out, especially if that multiplier drops in the 8th minute again, the grain multiplier, and goes in their favor like it did in the first round.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the difference is very small for the moment, so let's just wait and see what's going to happen, especially with the drops. In a way, yes, you said it at the end of the last game that in a way Valtra was punished from a great start on that game with that multiplier, and I completely agree with that because it was definitely a great start for Valtra. So we shall see how it's going to go from here. But in a way, I mean, the grain multiplier is a bit tricky one because it favors the team that is currently on the losing side. And now when the grain strategy has been so heavily used that people are gathering like huge amounts of grain, like 60K, for example. I think we saw, was it online tournament number 7? No, 6, sorry, of course. Online tournament number 6. I think we saw that there was, like more than 70K of grain, and then they got the multiplier of 1.6 or something. So there was like a 120,000 liters actually put on the silo. There was like huge amount of the multiplier. So in a way, I think that the grain multiplier sometimes it might be a bit unfair, especially when it comes at the 8-minute drop, because then there's like no way of recovering from it. I mean, if it comes on the 12-minute drop, then you can use it, and then still gotta be drops that in a way more time and the way to recover from that situation. But if it comes that late, then it's like really hard, as we can see.
I thought that was interesting. I'm not sure if Valtra was doing that to try to throw Trelleborg off, or they wanted to just get slightly ahead. I was like, what are they doing? They're putting some grain in. What if grain multiplier comes out again? And he hopped out and stopped it delivering just before it got to 2.1. So I think maybe just kind of waiting around and seeing what's going to pop up in the 8th minute. We're about 15 seconds away from seeing what the drop is going to be then. This is when the last round really started to take shape in the favor of Trelleborg. And at this point, Valtra has 1 bale pressed. Trelleborg does not have any yet, but Trelleborg again ahead by about 6,000 liters of grain. And this time it's bale multiplier and bridges lowered. And Valtra have 3 bales pressed. If they're ready to go deliver these, it'll last for 90 seconds. They should deliver them with this bale multiplier in play if they can make it work. Now, do they stop what they're currently doing, though, to be able to score these? They do have 2 stackers, but right now they have Linux, I believe it is, tied up at the silo, and in fact they've gone with bridges lowered instead.
I mean, watching the stats right now, so okay, bridges lowered going to be picked. So Valtra, they have been also pressing the bales at the same time, and we can see that both teams are pouring down the grain. I don't know if this is something that Valtra wants to try to do for now, that they want to, like, you know, gain something out of the situation, because I'm still wondering, like, what's there that, yeah, that you can take the bridges race, so in a way you maybe want to, like, you know, keep your opponent from delivering the bales. They will see that, you know, it's maybe not the right time to deliver now because it's going to be a longer way to the barn. But in a way, for this to have like full impact, maybe you should try to deliver some bales of your own as well. But that's you know, that's hard to say how they are planning this. It could be that they just pick it up because they want to make sure that the other team is, you know, not catching, just to make harm a little bit and not really take advantage of the situation yourself, just to make sure that the status quo was going to stay the same. And now both teams are unloading it. Once again, Trelleborg has a higher multiplier, but Valtra, they do have the grain, so that's going to even out. And how it looks, that it's going to be actually Valtra who's going to come up with slight advantage. Maybe... No, it's going to stay with the 2.0, so they don't have the grain for it, unfortunately. So this time at least, it seems that it's going to be equal amount, the multiplier, I mean. So now it comes down to the bare work that you do with your own hands, more or less.
Right, if they can do what they did in the last round now, Valtra, with the multiplier even, then we'll be headed to a third round. They've got to make sure, though, they maximize the amount they get into the top. Last time they had 1 extra into the bottom and the same amount into the top as Trelleborg, but they were getting 10 less points per bale. Oh, a little shaky there. Anton nearly crashing into Surin and able to hit the brakes just in time. But yeah, this 5.5 minutes remaining is definitely shaping up to be better for Valtra, and they will have a chance, at least in this round, to win. This point of the last round, you didn't really see a way for them to win already because of that huge gap in the multiplier.
Yeah, both teams are just gathering to get the points, so we can see the bales going on the belt. So now the battle of bale delivery starts in, and of course we haven't seen the 4th minute super drop to come. That's going to be 1 minute away from this moment. And I mean, in a way, Trelleborg, they started earlier. Valtra had that smallish, like a traffic incident next to the belt, so there was definitely the morning traffic hour. They need traffic lights right next to the belt. That maybe could help, but I mean, he was just parking it right on the way. I can easily, I can imagine when somebody getting out of that tractor and shouting to the other guy, like, "Could you please move? I need to go." But that didn't happen. But the gap is 30 points, and I mean, there's a slight bale advantage. Alex was pointing on the chat that, yeah, Valtra is still leaving points on the field. Let's see what's going to happen with that. And I'm just wondering where Wula's going to go. He's going to go to the water, actually. So he has something on his mind to go from here.
Oh, it's not worked out.
Yeah, I don't know what's the plan there, because
I don't think that's what he had in mind. Oh, no.
Yeah. But what's the idea there? Like, what is he trying to do here? I mean, he had 3 bales when he went there. He had 3 bales when he went there. So it's not that he's like picking up the bales from the water. There's got to be a reason for it. A multiplier switch, not going to do anything, so they can just hand those plates of pancakes. Maybe he thinks that it's faster to drive that way. I don't know. But yeah, I don't really see a purpose for it. It cannot be faster because you have to make those slow turns.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Maybe he's also concerned with the safer route, but he's got to go over it either way, really, no matter how you cut it up. So I don't really know what the point of that was. Maybe they had something in mind there. Maybe it was even to disguise that they were bringing those 3 bales in from Valtra, but what's the point of that? I can't really find any way to explain it I try to not question what Trelleborg and other teams do in the FSL, but sometimes you see things that you've never seen before, and you find it very hard to explain them. Right now, Valtra in the lead, 401 to 342, under 3 to go. Valtra at this moment in a really decent position to force the third round. So we'll
Yeah, I
see
don't know.
what's gonna happen here.
I hope they're gonna ask it on the interview if Trelleborg wins this one, of course, later. That what actually happened there, because I want to understand what was the case there on the water. Like, why did it go to the water with 3 bales? I don't really get it. Just like you didn't understand it, I don't definitely understand it myself either. Maybe they have found a funny angle to bounce the bales with some kind of a pinch. I don't know, but yeah, definitely something that I cannot understand myself. But anyways, the work's gonna continue. 2 minutes to go. The amount of bales is about the same. So if they're gonna deliver all the bales what they have currently, it's gonna be Valtra who's gonna win with 40 points. If all the bales are going to go inside. But it's also good to remember, like Alex has been pointing out, that Valtra does usually leave some bales on the field, so they're not getting them here. And that's going to mean that some of the bales which Valtra has, they might go undelivered. That is what we have seen on the past. So that is good to take notes about that one. And now as the last 1.5 minutes.
I think what he means is actually not taking advantage. He means not taking advantage of the multiplier when he's saying that they're leaving them now out on the field, not necessarily that they're leaving them undelivered at the end of a round, because Valtra actually have been doing a very good job with 2 stackers of making sure that they get their bales in, and they've been one of the teams taking advantage of an extra stacker this weekend. But they did have a chance there where they could have delivered some bales and gotten some extra points, and they weren't able to take advantage of that. But I think that you have to think about those moments and decide, do we waste the time to score these now, or do we make sure we score them later? As now Trelleborg's in the lead by a point with 47 seconds to go, and this is going to be a close one, Copter.
It is going to be a close one, definitely. About 30 seconds to go, and the gap in the points is 1 point. And that 1 point difference is for Trelleborg. So basically, to overcome that 1 point, it's going to be Valtra needing 1 more bale inside than Trelleborg. 25 seconds to go. A slight chaos here around the belt. Wolf's going to be putting 1 more on the belt. There's going to be plenty of time to get that inside. That's going to be evening out the situation. Also, Valtra is putting those bales on the belt. That's going to be 40 points. They can stack something on the first floor as well, because the Trelleborg do the same as well. That 1 bale is not going to go inside for Trelleborg. That could be the crucial one. Martin wants to save today. He wants to do the heroic move. He can get them inside. And is that going to be the one? But no, it's going to be Valtra. They will get the points required as far as I saw. So, I mean, these guys are cheering up. So it's going to be 1-1 the series, and Valtra will take the second game of the series.
No, Trelleborg, a little bit uncharacteristic there, but great play by Valtra. Valtra have played 2 really solid rounds here against Trelleborg. They were unlucky with that multiplier going against them in the first round to not win it, but they came out in the second round. They played the same sort of game and were able to keep the multiplier even. Last time they had 1 extra bale, but were getting 10 less points for the majority of them. This time, 2 extra bales, 1 extra in the bottom, 1 extra into the top, and it was actually Trelleborg with 1 undelivered. Valtra making sure they delivered all of their bales, and Valtra are on the verge. If they play another third round and the drops go their way like this and Trelleborg doesn't up their game, they could be on the verge of the biggest upset we have seen in the Farming Simulator League in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, Valtra winning this one, it's definitely, I mean, we said it after the first game that they have what it takes. They've shown us that, you know, they without the grain multiplier, they could have won the first one as well. So, I mean, these guys are getting very close. I mean, I could even claim that if the grain multiplier wouldn't have came, Valtra would have, I mean, on the first game, they would have won the series, basically. I think that's what would have happened. But of course, now it's going to be 1-1. So, the great multiplier did came. So it's not going to be our job to be guessing. But I just want to kind of reflect that how well Valtra is currently playing, that they definitely have the means to beat Trelleborg. And this third game is going to be absolute thriller, to be honest. And we'll see how that's going to go. What's going to happen? Will Trelleborg find something else? Or, will they stick with the same strategy? Or what's the case? I don't know. But, just great job from Valtra, and I want to see more of this.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm seeing people in chat saying that it's suspicious. I don't think that this should even be talked about personally, because you're taking credit away from Valtra here. Valtra have played 2 really solid games. Now, is it uncharacteristic for Trelleborg to lose? Yeah, I would agree with that. But I don't think that they've done necessarily anything suspicious here, if you ask me. Valtra have played 2 really solid rounds, and as Maddie was just saying, if it wasn't for the multiplier in that first round, Trelleborg would already be out. And so we're going to a third round now where Trelleborg does have to bring their A game. So it's going to be interesting to see how Trelleborg react. Now, we have seen in the past Trelleborg in this type of situation, and there is no one better in the Farming Simulator League when you poke the bear than Trelleborg at reacting and really coming out fired up. So is that what we're going to see here, Copter? It needs to be for the sake of Trelleborg, because if they play the same way they have been and the drops don't go in their favor like that first round, they are going out here, and it would be a massive upset.
It would be. It is very hard to say what's going to happen here. So I think it's just better to watch and see, because, I mean, we can expect anything. Valtra has been able to upset 2 other teams that we already were betting here on the commentator booth that the Valtra is going to be on the losing side, and they have still made it all the way to the semifinal, and they have won a game versus Trelleborg. So this could be, definitely an upset, and I completely agree with you, Kermit, about showing the game or talking about the whatever is there on the chat going on. I don't think that's like what's going on here. The only thing that I'm wondering, why did Wooler go to that water? That is something I don't understand. I'll be honest about that. But everything else is just making sense.
It's a very
more or
strange
less.
thing for sure.
Yeah,
They must have had a reason for doing it, but now is not. I mean, we've seen Trelleborg unveil things in the Farming Simulator League for the first time that we haven't seen other teams do. Earlier this season, we saw them with the telehandler show that it's possible to jump over the drawbridge without it being down. We've seen them do the toss into the top of the barn with the telehandler. They have all of the records pretty much for the Farming Simulator League. So they always pull out these surprises. And I would imagine that they had something planned there and it backfired. I can't explain it, but I don't believe there was anything malicious in that. Now let's see how Trelleborg come out though, because their back is against the wall here, and back-to-back champions. They are the to beat team in the Farming Simulator League, and now they have to really focus and bring their A game. But for Valtra, 2 really solid rounds against the number 1 seed, and Valtra coming in the 7 seed have advanced to this point, and they're 1 round away from a potential appearance in the finals here.
Interesting. I really hope that we're going to figure out why Wooler went to the water. Or maybe we'll see that later on the games. It could be also this. I mean, we saw the Lindner push on the first game of the whole grand final yesterday. And, they wanted to try something special, something that they know that they can do, and it didn't work out. So this could be a similar kind of a thing to Trelleborg as well. They know that we can lose 1 game, so maybe we'll try this now, and maybe it just didn't work. So it could be a similar thing that they had something special in store, but it just didn't work. I don't know what's the case there, but hopefully gonna figure out that later. We have the picks and the bans; they are done. No surprises really there. We don't see the trailer handlers, not on the ban list, but not going to be picked by the players either. So they are going to be out. We can see the front loaders. We can see Valtras. All good. And there we go. The battle from the pads. And this last time, Valtra, they won all the battles, and that's how Valtra also won the first bale. So it would be an understatement to say that there's no really it doesn't matter that much if you're going to win or lose the battle matches. So these are very important in the end. We can see Anton and also a member of Trelleborg heading for a different path, so they're not going to be challenging each other. We can see Beatmaster having a Valtra player right behind him, but they're not going to go for the path, so they'll just go for the usual equipment. So no challenges really going on. Sören's going to be quite slow with the Baylor. Martin's going to win something. I think the Trelleborg first bale seems to be building up nicely. So this should be definitely better than the last one, of course, pending how the possible toss is going to go in the end.
Yeah, that was a weird battle. There weren't any battles at the pods, which I found kind of intriguing. I'm interested why, honestly, that wasn't the case. It looks like we're going to end up with both teams headed to the barn about at the same time. They've been pretty close for the most part each time so far through the first 2 rounds on the first bale. Martin usually elects to go for the more aggressive flick, whereas Valtra is going for the safer approach. And this is 135 to 133, so I believe this is the closest they've been in each of the 3 rounds so far in the first bale. So we've got about 14 minutes now to decide which of these 2 teams is headed to the final. Let's see how things go. They've been matching each other like for like in the grain. Will it come down to a drop? Will it come down to the amount of bales again? Buckle up, everybody, because we're about to find out who our first finalist is going to be here in just about 14 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, Valtra, they actually had a better start for the first bale, but we saw the toss coming from Martin, so that's why they won it. So Trelleborg with that swing, they will claim the first bell. That's going to be 2 more points than Valtra. And, well, it's a very even situation, of course. It's definitely not the closest gap we have had for these teams on this best of 3 series. So let's see how it's going to go, because now basically, I mean, there's a slight, I mean, yeah, 2 points is 2 points. It's not much, but it's good to remember that, later, okay, we can have some change in the multiplier, but basically, if you want to overcome even 1 point of an advantage, you need to deliver 1 more bale, because, the minimum amount of points you can collect is 1 bale in a way. So you have to find a way of getting that. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 19. Of course, the multipliers, they will come to a play and then you don't get the even points. But still, that is a very, very small gap. But still, to overcome that, you have to make 1 more bale. So, yeah, the grain collection is going to start going on. It's pretty even. Yeah, Trelleborg leading with 2K. No bales are being pressed. 10 seconds, so we can see the first drops. And as we have been having these early deliveries, I wouldn't mind seeing the kind of like the silo close picked, and then maybe we're gonna see, both teams of course picking that up at that moment, because the bale drop and direct delivery, so no silo closed, nothing that's gonna affect the grain game in any level or the multipliers in a way. So I don't know, bale drop doesn't make sense. Direct delivery, I don't know. Does this make sense to you to pick at this moment? Because I don't think so.
I mean, neither of these are great, but I would take direct delivery if I were to choose one if I was nearby it, because it's, well, and Valtra have picked bale drop, but to be fair to them, they had just pressed a bale. So fair enough going for that one. I was going to say neither team have a bale. Like Trelleborg are going for it just as they press a bale. I think it switched over to 1 right as he picked that up. So I wonder if they timed that right or if that was wasted. It'll be interesting to see if that's the case. I don't know. Does bale drop actually give you an extra bale? I assumed that I thought it just dropped one you'd already pressed, whereas Lord Baylor will automatically score them, and the super drop, bale drop, will just drop one at the barn for you. So actually, I think maybe that is a bonus one.
Yeah, they're so even. I like in all the measurements. They have the bales, they have the grain. Everything is so. I mean, they're even farming on the same area of the map currently, as we can see. They are just right next to each other, basically, if they would be on the same map. So I don't know what to say about this one. They're just replicating the strategy from each other at the same time. I mean, they're making turns at the same time. Look at that. Look at that. They're just turning exactly, making a U-turn with the ideal at the same time. So it's, I don't know. And we can see Wooler coming. We can see Anton coming here. So this is just completely the same strategy, even the same path that they're doing. I mean, somebody has been copying the other's GPS traces, I guess.
It's really interesting to me that Valtra are playing so well and matching Trelleborg, because coming in, we had seen them, do pretty decently early on in the season. We've not seen much of them as of late, but they made it in as the 7th seed of 8 teams into the final. They lost to New Holland in the first matchup in Group B, but were able to finish runners-up in that group by winning the rest of their games. And now here they are, just going toe-to-toe with the best team in the Farming Simulator League, and Trelleborg, a team that has won every single tournament except for one this season. And they're 9 minutes away, depending on how things play out, of advancing. They have every chance to do so.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I mean, all the stats are just completely equal. The movements are more or less completely equal. They're coming at the silo at the same time, so both teams will decide to start unloading. Maybe even, well, okay, they're gonna just set up the equipment, so they're not gonna start unloading it. I'm completely wrong about that one. I know that Virtual Farmer is following this very closely, and he's gonna be going mad completely about the bars, which are not symmetrical. I mean, the amount of grain delivered, because Valtra's white bar is gonna be like almost like a 1 centimeter longer, or in technical terms about 60, maybe 40 pixels longer, depending from the resolution. So I know that is going mad there on the chat probably about that. But yeah, just 20 seconds, and then we'll see the drops. And I mean, if there's going to be a grain multiplier, it's not going to make a much of a difference, to be honest, because I mean, they are so close on points. So that shouldn't change the game. So let's see what's going to be coming down from the sky.
Yeah, we're about to find out. And thank you to NBC Masterdad in chat, one of the members of SGA, the team playing from North America in the FSL this season. Bail drop does give you a bonus bail, so both teams able to just pick up an extra bail by picking that up. So Crazy Tool, meanwhile, picked up by Surin, and he's right there and able to start taking advantage of it right away, slightly delayed in moving. This is going to allow Surin to press bales for less amount of straw. Although Trelleborg have gotten a 0.1 advantage.
Look at this
in the Crazy Tool, and they've picked it up now, 2.1 to 2.0. So let's see what the bale count is going to be. Right now, Valtra has 10 bales to Trelleborg's 5, 11 to 6 now. Crazy Tool has run out for Valtra at 12 to 6. 5 seconds left on it for Trelleborg. And as it stands at the moment, Trelleborg are ahead in the grain count, but Valtra ahead in the bale total. And we've seen Valtra outperform Trelleborg in total bales and both of the 2 rounds so far. And without a multiplier advantage in the favor of Trelleborg, they are truly up against it here, Copter.
Yeah, I think Valtra, they took a better use of the Crazy Tool. They were exactly pressing bales like a crazy at that point. So that's why they have so many bales. And now Trelleborg's going to be unloading the grain. So let's see the final multiplier. It's going to be 2.1 for them, I think. Yes, that's the case. So that's going to be 2. It's not like a huge difference. So it's like 2 points more per bale. And yeah, this is going to be, whatever's going to happen, it's going to be close series, because nothing's going to happen with the grain anymore. It's going to stay on 2.1. One thing that's good to remember, even though Valtra, they're going to claim 2 points less per bale, but they do have a faster belt, so they can, they can start taking the advantage of all the bales. They have double amount of bales, so they should have the time. They should have the belt that is fast enough to deliver those all the way to the second floor. We can see that people are moving in. Buller not going to go all the way from the water this time. He's going to stay on the, on the safer, not on the safer route, but he's going to stay, on the safer grounds, on the grass, not going to go to the water. We'll see. Somebody was saying that there's actually pancakes under the water, and he's going to use the bales as a spatula to pick them up from there. But that is hopefully not the case, because otherwise the whole community would be just swimming on that water all the time.
Yeah, so, I mean, this isn't great news for Valtra, because they've only been outperforming Trelleborg by 1 or 2 bales. They're going to have more than that extra, presumably, to be able to win this round with the 2.1 to 1.9. It's not as big as that 2.5 to 1.5 they had in the first round, but they have to be flawless in their delivery of bales. We've seen them have to put several into the bottom later in a round, but maybe, like you mentioned, with that faster belt now, if they can make sure that their stacking is perfect, they can get all of them delivered into the top. They can't afford any really to go into the bottom from here on out. They're behind by 10 points right now. They're behind in the bale count now all of a sudden by 1. And so at this moment, a super drop in the favor of Valtra is something I think that they are desperately needing to give them a chance to move on here.
Yeah, it's a super drop or Wooler going to the water. I think those are the options that they have. So I mean, we just have to watch and enjoy. Wooler's going to go from the bridge, not going to go to the water. We have the super drop spawning in, so 10 seconds, and then we'll see what's coming out of that. Of course, we can see Anton just doing the job at the belt. He's just putting the bales one by one. Like we can see a couple clear piles of bales. So it's going to take 4 of them. It's going to be a Lord Baler, and if they get this,
that doesn't really help.
It should be. Yeah, something, but it's it's we still have so plenty of time. It's not gonna make much of a difference. We can see actually Trelleborg claiming that, so it's not gonna make much of a difference. They will get some points, yes, but anyways, they would have been having that time to deliver them, and we can see Anton putting those bales on the belt. So I mean, they're gonna keep this as a close fight, and if we have 15 bales remaining, that 2 points more per bale is gonna be 30 points. It's gonna mean that Valtra, they need to deliver 2 more bales than Trelleborg if the score situation would be even. So yeah, they're definitely fighting against a wall here, but the wall is not that high. Trelleborg, they are not so far away, and they haven't been. I mean, Trelleborg, they haven't been completely flawless today. So if they will do one of those mistakes we have seen, then maybe there's a chance for Valtra as well.
Yeah, we've seen several, and I think it was the first round, Wooler had several bales falling off. It was earlier in the round, so they were able to recover, and of course they had that multiplier advantage too. But if they have some fall off late in the round, that could give Valtra a chance. But also Anton now has to be perfect, and you see not being able to get the 2 double stacks there, one of them falling off. Wooler, meanwhile, the safer route, has claimed a victim. I think he was trying to quickly get out of Martin's way and ended up in the drink. Luckily for him, he didn't end up flipping over completely, so he should be out of that situation now. But yeah, 101 point lead with 2:20 to go for Trelleborg, and it is really looking like Valtra might just come up short, barring some sort of mistake now by Trelleborg.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. I mean, of course, the gap is 100 points, so it has been increasing as the bales go inside. What we can see here is a slight mistake from Trelleborg. He's gonna bounce back to the water. Okay, so maybe, was that Wooler actually going back to the water with his style? He didn't have the bales this time, so no pancakes on the bottom of that sea. I mean, we see these mistakes, and we see kind of like the end result that they are flipping and, trying to somehow stay on 4 wheels. But these bounces, we don't see these bounces happening that often, that they're actually crashing to the other people because of the mistakes and then just, flying in the air to the opposite direction. But there we go. 52 points is the difference, and Trelleborg leading with 6 bales. So yeah, it's gonna be very hard for Valtra. It seems a very difficult mission for them. I mean, at the start it all seems so good, and then I don't think it's just about the multiplier, because when we're gonna be seeing the stats, I think it's gonna be also Trelleborg delivering more bales, definitely. So it's not just about the multiplier, but of course it's gonna play a role. With 10 bales it's gonna be 20 points, with 20 bales it's gonna be 40 points, and so on. But yeah, it's not going to be like a 100 points that's going to come out of that multiplier. So there are other elements on the play as well, which Trelleborg has been doing differently. 4 bales remaining, and I mean 722. There's not enough bales for Valtra to reach the same scoreline as Trelleborg. We can see Søren putting the final bales on the belt. There's going to be 2 more somewhere hiding on the fields, but we can see Trelleborg at the same time as well, just putting all of them there. And Valtra, they're trying to do everything they can, but there isn't just enough bales anymore. Even not even talking about the time, they're trying to do everything. This is the final showing here on the semi-final for Valtra, as they will end the series with the 2-1 scoreline, meaning that Trelleborg's going to get 2 and Valtra's going to get 1. That means that Trelleborg will be the first team that's going to be advancing to the grand final, and Valtra will find themselves from the bronze game.
I have to say, though, very well done by Valtra. Big props to Linux, Anton, and Surin this season, and being able to come in as the 7th seed and push Trelleborg to the brink. I don't know if Trelleborg came in and said, we can win this, so let's try some things out. Maybe just kind of test the waters. Yes, that is a pun for Martin ending up in the boat. But I think they may have taken Valtra a little bit lightly there, and Valtra have been working to improve. You can see it, how much they've improved. And yeah, they were close. Unfortunately for them, like we said, we've seen other teams in the past push Trelleborg to the brink, and Trelleborg usually responds and brings their A game when you poke the bear. So for the first time in all of these 3 rounds, Trelleborg outproduced Valtra in the bail count, and they did it by a rather significant margin, 5 more into the top. And you could just see those final 4 minutes or so, the amount of bales that Trelleborg were still pressing and bringing in was quite spectacular. So congratulations to Trelleborg. The number 1 seed moves on to the final. That's what we expected, but GG's to Valtra for really bringing their A game and forcing Trelleborg to be a little bit uncomfortable there. That was a great matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Valtra, they did a great job. I mean, if somebody would have told me that Valtra is going to, lead the first game, of course, they lost it in the end, but still lead the first game, and they're going to take the second game as well. I think that's more than many other teams have done during the season, to be honest. I mean, that seemed like a battle which Valtra could have won, but unfortunately it didn't happen. But I completely agree. Very well done for Valtra. And of course, congratulations to Trelleborg, who's going to be advancing to the finals as a first team. And of course, the next match is going to be telling us the remaining team that's going to go to the grand final, and who's going to be, of course, meeting Valtra at the bronze game as well.
Yeah, New Holland versus Bednar is our next semifinal. That's coming up here in just a moment. So don't go anywhere unless you're going to get up and stretch. Go get some water and take a quick bio break if you want. Come back in just a few minutes. We'll bring you that semifinal right here, the Season 4 World Championships. Hello, we're back. We're going to have an interview now with Trelleborg's captain, Wooler, and Steven is talking to him now. So you're the finalist. Congratulations. How was it? We thought it was a bit close, especially after the second match. Second round, we made some mistakes, but in the last round, we enhanced our gameplay. We thought maybe they could make it 2-0, but it didn't happen. We went for the bailers. They got both of the big bailers, and we didn't get it, so we were behind. And throughout that second round, we were running behind. Third round, we said, all right, come on. We were able to start a lot stronger, and yeah, congratulations. You're moving on to the finals. And you are the defending champion at the moment. Next match is New Holland against Bednar. Which do you prefer to play in the final? Really, we don't care because you have to beat everyone to be the champion? But we would like to have Bednar. We've had some nice matches against them, and it would be cool to play them again. We think the next semifinal will be 2-1 for Bednar. And then we'll face them in the final. That's the prediction they've made. We're going to have a look at the replays now. It's important to remember, Valtra just lost to Trelleborg, but they are not done today. We do have a third-place match coming up after this first semifinal. And the man, the myth, the legend, Virtual Farmer is back with me now. And Alex, wow, were you surprised with how well Valtra played against Trelleborg, especially in those first two rounds, beating them in bail count, and in this first one, just unfortunate to have that multiplier against them? Or maybe we're talking about Valtra going through.
The second game, I was absolutely stunned by. I've not seen that before from Trelleborg. It was an uncharacteristically bad game for them. So I was very, very surprised. Valtra, as I said a couple of times in the chat during those games, Valtra unfortunately was still leaving points at a time where they could have scored a lot, and it wasn't. I know a lot of the time the argument against going and scoring points when they have that multiplier is that it's a long way out of the way. But in every time when I've seen them leave points, they've been coming into their barn, and they've just decided not to put the bales on the elevator, which always seems to be a really weird choice. You've got the multiplier. Why are you not scoring points while you're there and you've got the multiplier? It always seems a weird thing to me.
Right.
So
you do have to keep in mind, though.
And it really.
What I was going to say, sorry to interrupt you, but what you have to keep in mind, though, is if, like we saw in that first round, if you have the score or the multiplier in your favor and then the 8th minute comes around, you could end up potentially shooting yourself in the foot and having the drop in the 8th minute weighted against you, which we saw happen in that first round. And that's what cost Valtra from winning the first round. Now, if they had won the first round, would Trelleborg have come out in the second and played the same? Probably not. So it's easy for us to sit and say Valtra may have moved on if that didn't happen. But yeah, you have to think about, every single factor, and it is a strange thing, but having the drops weighted against you, especially heavily, can often cost you. So every little moment that you decide in the FSL can work in your favor or come back to haunt you. And you really just have to hope that the decisions you make are going to work out and stick to your strategy. So I agree with you. It's strange, but it also is being maybe a little bit cautious, knowing that if you continue to play strong the rest of the round, you'll likely come out on top, which they did in the second round. Okay, I missed this live, and that is a little bit of a happy accident there, I would say, Alex, correcting the Lindner. and putting it upright. Oh my goodness.
They got very lucky with how that landed in there.
Yeah, for sure.
I do see what you're saying with that, and it is very easy for us to sit here and say, oh, they should be scoring points at that point. The trouble is that I see a team like Trelleborg scoring points when they have that kind of opportunity, and if you're going up against a team like Trelleborg, then you are. Then if you don't score those points, they will. And in that last game, there was that opportunity for Valtra just to score a few points, and had they done it, that would have gone their way, and they would have caused a big upset in that last game because it wasn't a massive points difference. So
Right.
I think that there is something for them to play around with when they come to the third place game. I think I'd like to see Valtra taking a few more of those opportunities. Not maybe every single time, but certainly they'll get a little bit of a higher point score if they do that. And I think
Right.
I think that could help them win that, and I think going into next season that would help them get higher up the scoreboard, taking a few more of those opportunities.
Right, I don't disagree with you in that fact. We're gonna have now New Holland coming out, and look at that, he's got the rosy hat on. You love to see it, and the little shush there as well. And look at that, here comes the coach with the glasses put on at the end, and a little bit of flair here. Got the French flag draped over his back, and posing for the camera now. And New Holland. Formerly Vermeer's Flamboyants, they are the only team this season to win a tournament that is not Trelleborg. And they have performed so well that they are now sponsored by New Holland. I know if you know my friend Alex, Virtual Farmer over here, you of course know of his affinity for New Holland as a brand, and often see him on his streams using New Holland and his farming simulator saves. But Alex, they have been, as much as Valtra has been the surprise team of the World Championship this weekend, now Team New Holland, known as, has been the surprise team, the team that has risen to the occasion in this entire season so far. And they have consistently been a great performer, as now we're seeing. That looks a little bit more like a rain dance or an Irish dance of some sort there than a French one, but bring in the flair as well. But Bednar is about to come out, but let's talk about New Holland and this team and how well they've done this season. We know that there was a lot of practice between the French community leading into this season, and we've seen kind of like both them and Power Team Esport performing at good levels this season. So New Holland, just talk about them a bit and how well they've done this season, Alex, in your mind.
The second half of the season from New Holland has been amazing, and in fact here come Bednar out now as well. I'm going to talk about both these teams at the same time, actually, because the story for both these teams actually is fairly similar. Bednar's is slightly lesser of an extent to New Holland's, but both of these teams have had a really strong back half of the season. Their positions overall have reflected that. Bednar coming up from very low down the table early in the season to make it up to I think it was sixth overall, and overcoming that bad start to their season, whereas New Holland have just come up and they have got themselves into the semi-final. Pretty much the final, I think, for the last 3-4 tournaments. They're the only team to have got the silver, the second place 3 times this season, and all of them were at the end of the season, along with a win against Trelleborg going into the final and then taking the first place. So yeah, they're the only team who have had 4 first or second place positions other than Trelleborg this season. And that is an incredible achievement from them. So they do have what it takes to go all the way on this. I think though, on their performance this weekend, so do Bednar. Bednar, only just lost to Trelleborg yesterday. It was 2 straight games, but both of those games were really close, and they are pressing and delivering a similar number of bales to Trelleborg. So I think these are 2 very strong teams. Whichever one of these wins, I think, is going to give a very tough final to Trelleborg as well, and it's really good to see that. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I am too. And of course, Bednar representing the Czech Republic. So we have 2 teams here from different nations. We, of course, have teams participating this season from North America. We had a team attempt to play from Australia and South Africa. Of course, German teams and Swiss teams as well throughout the league. These 2 teams, though, have a chance to face off against Trelleborg in the final, as you mentioned. And I see someone in chat said that was a Fortnite dance. I think this is the same thing as kids these days are like, oh, that's a TikTok song. And they're like, no, son, that's a song from the 80s. It's not a TikTok song. That dance may be in Fortnite, but I really doubt that it originated there. That's my argument, at least. And that's probably why I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know it was a Fortnite dance because, to be honest, I'm not a Fortnite fan. So thanks for letting me know. That
in fairness, as we all know, Fortnite dances are inspired by the outside world.
Okay, so to the semifinal, what do you expect to see? We're starting to see, we've seen nothing but bottleneck this weekend. It is the meta right now, and we see the same. This time, though, Bednar going with 2 stackers, and it looks like New Holland is opting to not do the same. And we've seen 2 stackers often can make up a difference in the final, but do you think that is going to, swing things in Bednar's favor or not? I mean, I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, it's a weird. I'm just trying to see if there's a reason why New Holland, considering they've only got 1 stacker, have gone for that Fent Baler. I'm just trying to see if it's... No, it doesn't have the narrow tires on it, so it doesn't go with the narrow tire tractor.
All the balers act as if they have narrow tires.
No, there are only 2 balers with narrow tires. The New Holland Big Baler and the Case are the only 2 with narrow tires.
Gotcha.
So all the other balers will get slowed by crop.
We're about to see. It looks like he's going to go... actually, he's just going to leave that there and hop in the combine. So who for New Holland is going for first bale? It must be Hayden off the screen on the other side of the map. We see Ventil here behind Hyper, and he is ready to set off for the barn. Hayden well ahead already and into the barn with the case baler. He's going to take the safe approach here. And 142. That is a really solid first bale. And Bednar lagging behind a bit here and could be right in the 120 range or so, 125 potentially. He missed the lineup.
That's not good.
And he is going to miss getting it in. Not a great start for Bednar here. 120 in the end.
So that's more than a bale. That's more than a bale that Bednar had to make up. Not how you want to start.
Not how you want to start at all. If you're Bednar against New Holland here in the semifinal. So you're going to have to make that up some other way.
So New Holland have managed to get the case baler. I don't know if they managed to pick up a second large baler. They really could do with one because they don't have a stacker. They've no way of getting more than 2 bales back if they have the other one. In fact, they do. They have the New Holland baler at the far end. So they have 2 balers that can easily get 3 bales back. They need that to not fall behind.
So there's not information yet about Season 5. Of course, we're not even done with Season 4. We'll be done today. And then with the holiday breaks around the corner and such, and a lot of our focus continuing to be on Farming Simulator 22 internally, we'll have news to share when we have it, basically. That's usually how things go for us. And with the FSL, it's no different. We don't have anything to say at this time about Season 5, but as soon as we do, you'll hear about it on all of our socials and such. I know that people are already eager. We're not quite even done with Season 4, but people are looking forward to Season 5. I know I'm the same, because it's going to feel weird for a few months without FSL. It's been an exciting season. It's been nice to have Copter added to the team this season and be able to have 3 casters, and some of us have missed out because of sickness or holidays and such. So it's nice to have that third person join the team, and he's been a lot of fun to have on the team, and I know that he has been really... he's like you guys, finding the FSL for the first time. He's fallen in love with it. He gets excited. You see how much fun he's having doing the commentary, and it's great to have him on the team, a real professional in the world of esports, as both teams now are delivering grain at the same time and pretty much going to cancel each other out. It keeps going up quickly for Bednar, and then it evens out for New Holland. 2.1 back to 2.0, and it is going to stay right about even. And look at those bars, Alex. Right, they're nice and symmetrical.
Pixel perfect. Oh, sorry, I'm losing my voice. I've been screaming so much this morning at these games, and I got a little bit of a sore throat coming on anyway. And yeah, I think by the end of the day, I'm going to have lost my voice because this is just awesome. These finals.
You've still got teams, 2 more to go after this, so save that voice, Alex. You've still got the final.
We've got both teams have picked up Bale drop, so both teams, as we discovered last game, have grabbed an extra Bale, or the opportunity for an extra Bale here at the 12-minute mark, which is why both teams also immediately dropped their grain, because there was no advantage to it. And there's actually been a really interesting meta that's come in this weekend for the grand final. We're seeing teams dropping off and dropping off all their grain at the 12-minute mark if they can, completely refilling the overloader and filling both combines up and dropping more grain. And it seems to be a response to teams making sure that they have making sure that they get the maximum amount of grain in there, and counter any possibility that their opponents might go and get a multiplier against them, because we saw teams doing that, and it's being taken even a step further now as well. So Hayden come in there, drop a little bit of grain off, just to get the multiplier in their favor, and then go out there and refill it again, so that the maximum amount of grain these teams can get at that 8-minute mark is sitting there at the sell point, to try and get that one up on that multiplier.
Yeah, so earlier I got confused about the balers, and that's a good point you brought up. But yeah, the balers do have specific ones that have narrow tires. It's the grain card I'm thinking of. It doesn't show narrow tires, but it behaves as if it does. Not enough coffee yet today, I guess, for me. My brain's not fully functioning. But, you know, that's one thing I've been really impressed with Team New Holland this season, is the speed at which they play and do things. And they play a rather different style than other teams. They've kind of, you know, come in and figured out their own way to go about things. A few tournaments ago, when they won the tournament and upset Trelleborg, we saw them right away come out and go for the claims on the pods and really threw Trelleborg off their game, and were able to get the win that month. Of course, Trelleborg were able to bounce back, and whenever you surprise Trelleborg with something, you're not going to be able to fool them too much longer with it. Heiden's going for silo closed here, and so is Ventil. And right now, Bednar do have a 2.1 to 1.9 advantage, so they only have one bale press. But this is the moments that you were talking about with Valtra in the last round. Do you take advantage now of this time with the multiplier and get some of these bales delivered? They need to press some more too, because only one's not going to do you much good, but all the extra points you can score are important in very close games.
So what I was saying earlier is if New Holland now are bringing in bales to their barn, they should immediately score those bales rather than just unload them. Now, Valtra had two stackers when they were doing it. So the thing that really, I was really questioning it earlier, not only did their small stacker bring 3 bales in and then not put them on the belt when they had a 2.7 multiplier, but then their stacker with the baler came in behind with 2 bales on the front and also didn't put them on the belt when they had the 2.7 multiplier, and that meant that there were 5 bales that didn't get scored at that really high amount of multiplier. Right. And it's a very extreme example of this, but if New Holland were delivering bales at that point, anything they bring in, they should try and put on the belt.
Silos are now open for both teams, and we've talked about trying to take advantage of the multiplier in your favor. Neither team here has scored any points yet other than the first bale. So we're still sitting at 142 to 120 with 5:45 remaining. This is the first round of the best of 3, the second semifinal. The winner of this one moves on to the final against Trelleborg. The loser will go into the third place game against Valtra, who lost in 3 rounds to Trelleborg just a few moments ago before we kicked this one off. And that bale is a little shaky.
How is that going in?
Go? I think it's holding on. It wobbled the whole way.
Really interesting. Watching when that was when the multipliers were all even a moment ago. New Holland has about 10,000 litres more grain than Bednar does. If New Holland unloads all of that, that is going to be disastrous for Bednar.
And they are doing it now. Yeah, that's not good news for Bednar. And you talked about it earlier in the round. You could see they're harvesting at the field near the silo. Usually teams opt to harvest on that big field closer to the barn so that you're pressing bales up near the barn. You don't have as far to deliver them. But you could see New Holland consciously was harvesting near the silo as their teammate was there delivering grain. So he delivered a little bit then and then came back out and collected more. And they've really made an effort here to focus on the grain. And they're going to end up, what was it, a 2.2 to 1.8 all the way through now.
And we saw this, the tournament where New Holland beat Trelleborg, we saw this. They didn't try to outpress Trelleborg with bales. What they did was they got the multiplier favor, and they made sure that although they knew they were gonna deliver slightly fewer bales, that they delivered enough to really make that multiplier count. And it's a very disruptive style of gameplay that New Holland like to play. And so yeah, it's great to see that they are on form here, doing exactly that kind of disruption against Bednar, as we've seen them do so well before.
Well, and it goes back to the point you've made, and earlier I was playing devil's advocate about trying to, consider whether you'll have the drops weighted against you or not. Maybe that's why you don't score points, but that is a gamble that you have to take, and this time it's backfired on Bednar. So they had a moment there with a 2.1 advantage with the silo closed up in the 8th minute. As that one falls off for Bednar, they could have scored some points and gotten 1 extra point per bale. They chose not to do so. And so in doing that, they are now going to get two less points per bale and 2 extra points for New Holland. So you're talking about a 4-point difference per each bale now the rest of the way through. And if they had chosen to deliver a few at 21 points per, maybe they would be in a better position here. But it does look like New Holland are in a really strong position to take this first round. They have the advantage in bales. They have the advantage in the multiplier, and they are already in the lead by 40 points and growing as this one's about to go in. 2:20 to go, and for Bednar, it's going to take a mistake now by New Holland to give them a lifeline.
Yeah, New Holland going ahead in the number of bales pressed. They're ahead in the multiplier, and they're ahead in the points. Everything stacked in New Holland's favor at the moment. Playing the kind of game that we've come to expect from New Holland. A really efficient, really precise game. I mean, they muck around and they enjoy themselves coming in to a game, but they get behind the screens, they get in those tractors, and it is all business. They just completely focused as Hayden comes launching himself over the safer route to bring in another set for Tita to load up onto that conveyor and continue their march forward on points. 626 to 470. This is a blazing game from them right now.
Yeah, and if... Oh, that wasn't even the safer route. That was just too quick of a turn. Hyper able to save it. If that had been the Lindner, I think he would have tumbled over. This is why teams prefer that John Deere. It's just a little bit more stable than the Lindner for the triple stackers. But you're right, New Holland playing a really strong game. And for Bednar, they have to find a way in the second round to match that grain output from New Holland. They can't afford to have this type of disadvantage again. And maybe they, to counteract it, instead of trying to match them in the grain, they go and score more points early on. They did have it in their favor for a brief moment. Of course, that was because silo closed came up, or it wouldn't have been the case. But yeah, this is gonna be potentially the biggest gap really that I've seen today in the games that we've been watching. And
15 seconds and
15 seconds to go, and they're on the roof. They're out of their tractors.
Oh, he's not going to make it. He's not going to make
delivered
it.
all but one bale. Oh, he did
yeah,
it.
There he is.
There they go again. And fist bumps all around for New Holland, and they did look very comfortable there. For Bednar, now the discussions already begin. How do we bounce back from this? Because our backs are against the wall. We have to win the next one, or we're going out here.
That is some really solid gameplay from New Holland. That is, yeah, wow. What a game. 30. They even delivered one less bale, New Holland. But that multiplier, their grain game is completely on target. 8,000 liters more grain they delivered, which is why they ended up doing it so well.
And look at the delivered grain with the multiplier is even more telling. 144.
Yeah.
144,000 to 132. That is just going to be really tough to come back from. And good job by New Holland. They played a really strong and efficient game there. And if they play like that again, it's hard to see how Bednar can come out on top. If you're Bednar, though, what do you do, Alex, to bounce back?
I think it has to be getting that extra bit of grain delivered, or trying to find some way of disrupting New Holland's delivery of grain. There was a little bit of that there. The silos closed came in the right way, and I think, and as you said, I think while they had that silos closed, while they had that minute where it wasn't going to change, get a couple of bales in. It might take you a bit out of the way, but in the end, those few points can always make a big difference. But yeah, in this case, they've got to deliver at least as much grain as New Holland do. 8,000 liters is a huge amount of extra grain. Right. So yeah, I'm I'm not sure what they can do other than be out there a little bit longer with the combine.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough. And we'll see what Bednar do. Right now, though, it's hard to see if they don't change things up how they'll be able to match that. Because New Holland just like the way that they did that, we've not seen teams really do that type of focus on grain before. We've seen multipliers in the favor of teams a lot this season, of course, but to do it in the way they did, what does that? What does the coaches? It looked like he wrote a message to us and was trying to show it on camera. I couldn't see what that said.
I didn't see what I was saying. I was responding to the. Oh, I missed what he said. I might try and see if I can catch it on the stream.
Someone in
but
chat
we are going
into
the next game. Like yesterday, as I said correct. So it said pancakes in French, basically. Yesterday.
Really? I love it. Okay, here we go. New Holland, one win away from becoming our second finalist. The winner of this one faces off against Trelleborg. For Bednar now, they need to find a way to react, or they'll be going into the third place game after 2 rounds here. Valtra awaits in the third place game. Trelleborg awaits in the Season 4 final. Still lots to play for both of these teams, no matter how this one goes. And we're into the ban phase now. The Fint 1050's out. The Case Puma 240's out. Let's see what New Holland are going to ban next.
That is a little bit disruption from New Holland. Both of those are tractors that were used by Bednar last game. So yeah, that's New Holland being disruptive again.
All right.
I heart pancakes. It's apparently what it said.
Is that what it said, Felden? I love it.
Brilliant.
Okay, similar picks in the captain pick phase here. Exactly the same. Both teams going with
New
the
Holland
ideal
changing
and the
their
Case
baler. They went for the Fent last time. This time they've gone for the Case. So yeah, a bit of a switch up here from New Holland, selecting slightly different equipment and different bands. They like to keep teams on their toes. They will switch things up between games. And it's what makes New Holland such a difficult team to beat. Because you never quite know what they're going to do, how they're going to try and disrupt you next. And I love that about them. They're such an interesting team to watch for that reason.
Well, and some of the players from New Holland are, former pros in other esports. Hayden, I believe it is a former Overwatch player, and Tita is a former Civ player on the national stage before and the world stage. So, they've kind of adapted that sort of competitive mentality really well over to the Farming Simulator League, and it's been an absolute pleasure to have them take part this season because they have been the strongest new team on the scene, if you will, and they've really shown that the time they've put in has paid off, and they're one win away here from making it to the Season 4 final, and Hyper missing out there. New Holland winning the battle for the Harvester, but Bednar winning the battle for the Corona Big Baylor, the Big Pack 1290.
So a little bit even there on going for the balers and the harvesters. Although, what have New Holland got there? That looks like the New Holland or the Case baler in the far background there that New Holland have. No, it's the Fent baler, so they have got that again. That is going to hamper them a bit because, of course, it only takes 2 bales, or it can only transport 2 bales back. So that is going to be a little bit of a problem at the moment, unless there is a New Holland or a Case baler still available on those podiums. slightly stronger start from Bednar here this time. 132 points to... What's it going to be? 122. So half a bale difference between it. So not too much for New Holland to catch up there.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if New Holland were able to get a different baler. It may have been that that Fent was the closest one to get the first bale delivered, and they're going to switch off later. But we didn't really see action on the other side of the map. Last time they were able to claim a New Holland on the side closer to the silo, and they left it down near their reserved combine. As now Hayden and Loiku are going to start emptying the grain into the Horse Titan grain cart. And we'll see, I would assume New Holland are going to employ a similar strategy when it comes to the grain as they did in the first round here.
Certainly trying to grab that second baler and put it up the top near where the combine does seem to be what Loiku was going for. I'd be surprised if Tita got a bale. In fact, no, Tita can't have picked up a baler because he had the stacking tractor. So he would have had to have dropped the weight off the back of it. I do not think that New Holland have grabbed anything other than the Fent baler at this point. That does possibly mean that there is a baler sitting on one of the podiums up there. But whether they'll go out there and try and pick it up is remains to be seen.
Silo closed and bridges raised are our 12th minute drops, and you can bet which one the teams are going to pick here. And New Holland's gone for it. Bednar is going to respond, and both teams with silo closed right when they're ready to deliver grain as well. If you're Bednar now, how do you find... Wait, now it looks like Hayden may be going for a different baler.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's actually going to go for the New Holland
this is the
combine.
backup strategy. If he's wise, what he'll do is he'll pull this off the podium, go down, and he will go and grab the Rostelmash combine off the next podium. He's not... Yes, he is going to do it. And this is going to hurt Bednar no end. It is a harvester rush. It is a harvester streak, sorry. And that means that now Bednar are going to be in real trouble and getting extra grain. They don't have a third harvester to get extra grain into. And it's going to give Bednar a massive disadvantage when those silos reopen. That is horrible for Bednar. It really, really is.
Yeah. I have to credit New Holland for doing that, because most teams wouldn't do this. Most teams would focus on their game out in the fields and wouldn't focus more on the disruption of their opponents. But as we just saw in the first round, what won it for New Holland was their focus on getting extra grain delivered and having the multiplier in their favor for the majority of the end of the round. And now, as you said it, Alex, it's going to be very hard for Bednar to be able to match them in grain. At this point, Bednar are delivering grain and trying to get ahead of things, but it's going to be a tough ask now.
It really is. An entire extra combine's worth of grain is going to be so difficult for Bednar to come back from. Now, Bednar do have a 3 times multiplier at the moment, and I doubt New Holland are going to change that anytime soon. Whether they'll score with it, I don't think they will, because they can't. In fact, they can't score with it, because if they do, that means that New Holland just creates even more grain to destroy them with later. So yeah, they have this 3 times multiplier and cannot use it, because that would be the end of their game.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation for
so
Bednar to be in right now. You could see the anguish on their face when that harvester streak popped up. I don't know, like, if they expected New Holland to do it, but it was still in play. But it's, like I said, it's not something you see teams do. And going out of their way is now Tita is going for a little bit of a tumble, and it does look like there is a baler sitting on that pod. But that's not what he's going for. He's getting back to business.
And the other thing here, of course, is Bednar can't actually deliver any grain at this point either, because the multiplier is sitting at 3 times, and it's just giving New Holland all this time to get set up. This is such a crushing position for Bednar to be in. They've got to start pressing bales.
Oh, man. We're about to see what the 8-minute drop is here.
If this is grain multiplier, Bednar are absolutely gone. It's not.
Yeah, I'm not sure it would have mattered anyways, because I feel like no matter what, it's going to be a huge advantage. It would have increased it a little bit, but there's only so far you can go. Crazy Tool and direct delivery for our drops are interesting, but maybe Crazy Tool for Bednar. If they are able to get it and New Holland doesn't, and they can just press a lot of bales, would be helpful. Bednar, meanwhile, have closed the gap a little bit on the grain. Now, though, it's because New Holland's delivered about 10,000 liters. So let's see where we end up here. The good news for Bednar is they have about 50,000 liters of their own grain to respond with. And they are delivering at the same time now. And I think this is going to end up being a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be in the multiplier. And it probably is a good case for Bednar that grain multiplier didn't pop up. Yeah, now it is 2-2, and Bednar have 1,000 extra liters of grain.
How is that happened that way around?
I think Bednar did a good job by going ahead and delivering early. Yeah, they went ahead and delivered that one load. I mean, that's 30,000 liters the Porsche holds. They went ahead and delivered that early on, whereas New Holland kind of have waited until this moment to deliver all of theirs. And now Bednar have still 15,000 liters outstanding, and so it's going to be Bednar who are going to be close to getting the 2.1, and they have it. So they have managed without... Yeah, the harvester streak has not paid off for New Holland in the end.
This is why you go and deliver. If you can, you go and deliver your grain at 12 minutes. And then you come back and you refill that overloader and take 2 combines up there. Because a single overloader with 3 combines is less than 2 overloaders with 2 combines. And that is why you do it.
It is a gamble.
About an extra combine's worth of grain.
It is a gamble, though, because if grain multiplier had shown up there, New Holland would be in the multiplier lead instead. But that's a risk you take by waiting. And Bednar, it worked out for them at the end that they went ahead and delivered it, because now the rest of the way they're scoring extra points per bale. And all of a sudden, the outcome of this one, in my mind, at least has flipped. And only down by 20 points. If Bednar can now start focusing on getting more bales pressed and match New Holland in the bales delivered from this point out, they could end up winning this and forcing the third of the best of 3. I don't know how they've managed it, Alex, to get out there and get that grain evened up and in their favor. But we weren't really seeing a lot of Bednar in those moments out on the field, but they have done a nice job by turning that around. We've had an oops happen somewhere for Bednar, whether it was intentional or not. Ooh. No, it was not. It looks like the safer route has claimed another victim, and Chasse is really in a bad way here and needs to find a way to get unstuck. That is not what Bednar needs at this moment. And
he is rammed right
he's wedged in there. Oh, goodness. Precious seconds being wasted by Bednar. They can't afford this. They need to be out in the field. Bale points of 20 points has popped up.
It's bale points at New Holland.
New Holland's going to get it. Goodness, we're going to see this
so
crash
he came
now.
round,
He took
he
it too
misjudged
quickly.
it, and
Ooh,
oh,
you can't make
and
those
that's
mistakes
really
in
bad.
these
He is
moments.
stuck right in there. And now he's got to try and get that bailer out of there because they can't afford to not have that bailer. And Hyper is having to come away from doing
This
the
is not
stacking and
good.
collecting bales. It's just costing
And now it's
them.
flipped again. It went from New
That
Holland,
is
in my
not
mind,
good.
taking this, to Bednar's taking it, to now New Holland's taking it, and he's going to have to go all the way around because of how this has ended up. He at least has been able to recover it, but this is a minute wasted. He could have had these bales dropped off already and gone out and pressed 3 more, but instead, he now... And then he's crashed into the gate on this side now.
This
and
is
Chase
awful
just
for them.
cracking
They are
under
down
the pressure.
an entire baler. And
he can't get up the
struggling to
hill.
get it out of here.
The bales are catching the bottom of the moat and causing all kinds of issues. This is going to be, in the end, about 2 minutes worth of work wasted. Meanwhile, New Holland have gone ahead in the bale count. They're ahead in the score. And with 2.5 to go, it doesn't seem like Bednar has a chance to get this back. They were right in the lead there, or in a chance of winning it. Things had gone in their favor, and now mistakes have set in. And they're behind by nearly 40 points. Behind in the bale count. 2 minutes to go. That is not what they needed. Man. Meanwhile, as well, like that whole distraction, Alex, kept them from being able to get the bale point super drop. Tita just stacking away here. 1.5 minutes to go. It's not over yet, but for Bednar, those couple of minutes wasted are looking like a shot to their own foot there. 560 to 489 now, 110 to go. It's nearly a 110-point lead and growing. Bednar now having a bale drop off the belt. And Alex, this one has gone back and forth. It looked like New Holland was going to take it. It looked like Bednar was going to take it. And now it looks like New Holland is going to be moving on to the final. And another oops somewhere for Bednar, meanwhile, has hit. And now what's happened?
Is that an intentional one? I can't see it. I think he might have gone into the moat intentionally. He's not at the safer route. He seems to... I think that was an intentional one by the looks of things. Yeah, because in comes... wow, without a baler. Just pushing bales desperately into the bottom.
It's not going to be good
enough. Oh, one has fallen for New Holland, though. Both going into the bottom.
And one's fallen for Bednar now. And oh, man. For Bednar, they were right there on the cusp of forcing the third of the best of 3. But it is New Holland, the 2nd seed, will face off against the number 1 seed, Trelleborg, in our final. We'll have the 3rd place game taking place first, and that'll be Bednar, who just have been defeated here, facing off against Valtra. So still something to play for Bednar, but just mistakes at the wrong time for Bednar, and now the team's shaking hands. And so, Alex, we're going to have Copter join us here in a moment for the 3rd place game. But before you take a break, the final is set up, and you should be back for that one with me. And it's the matchup that we expected in the final: New Holland against Trelleborg.
And if New Holland play the final the same way as they've played this semi, I think Trelleborg are going to have a tough game. I fully expect best of 5, of course, in the final. So it is going to be a tough... Well, I think it's going to go to 5 games. I really think New Holland are playing so disruptively that it's going to be a tough game. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
So you see the stats there. It was 3 undelivered for Bednar, but really because of that mistake on the safer route where he ended up completely wedged in the drain area for the moat, really it could have been 6 or 9 undelivered because he had 3 on the back. Get those 3 delivered, flawlessly get back into the field, press another 3, get those delivered, press another 3, and he would have been back and forth several times. That took up an entire span of 2 minutes where really he could have pressed more bales. So unfortunately for Bednar, the biggest mistake probably we've seen of the weekend coming at the absolute wrong time for them when they had reacted to the first round, got the grain in their favor. They were going to be scoring extra points per each bale the entire end of that round and did a really good job up until that moment. Fortunately for them, the mistake set in. So there we have it. Third place, Valtra against Bednar, and the first seed against the second seed in the final, Trelleborg, the defending champions, taking on New Holland. Valtra, meanwhile, the 7th seed against Bednar, the 6th seed in the third place game. So the teams that came in closer to the bottom of the standings, 2 of the bottom 3 teams, or the last 3 teams that made it into the season final, will be facing off for third place. So that's pretty cool for them. We'll be right back with the rest of the action. Don't go anywhere.
So, wir sind gerade ein bisschen fluchtartig in die Pause gegangen. Nochmal herzlichen Glückwunsch. Congratulations. We have Rodders here, the team manager and player. Ah, okay. From your end.
Orleans,
Congratulations to reach the final.
Yeah, thank you. We are really proud, like to reach this first milestone on the competition, and now we reach for the Borgs, as we
Okay.
like to call
How
them.
did you feel? You didn't play, but how do you think your team was in the first game and the second game? How was it for your team?
Really confident. Like, as some have must noticed, we haven't joined the party directly yesterday. So we do a lot of analysis before the game against
Okay.
Bednar. We had also against Mindsanity.
Yeah.
We obviously have won against Trelleborg.
Bisschen-
Okay.
Yeah,
Obviously,
better.
one against Trelleborg too, and today against Bednar. Really confident in the games. They are really great player, and we never underestimate any teams.
Yeah.
We know everyone at the top 4
Yeah.
is one of the best. So
Yes.
we have to try to do the best and confident. We many strategies, many variations.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck for the final.
Thank you.
And ja, wir gucken uns nochmal ein paar Replays an, würde ich sagen. Und ja, dann geht's gleich weiter.
Okay, we had
Und
the interview
ansonsten,
there.
thank you very much,
I don't know if
Rodness,
it has
stay here
actually
with
somebody
us.
heard that from the stream, because we
And,
didn't hear it here. So that was the new Holland coach who was being interviewed, but in English. So hopefully you heard it. But there might have been some audio issues, but it was supposed to be in English as a whole without the translation. So honestly, let's see what's going to happen. But anyways, we're going to be heading towards the replays. So I'll be back on the microphone. Of course, Alex going to be joining with me as well. So it's going to be Copter and Alex who's going to be providing the commentary for the third game. And Alex, are you there?
No, it's me. You're wrong.
Oh.
Alex is sitting out. You've got me. He is resting his voice for the final. So another last minute switch. But yeah, Copter, we were attempting to get the English interview out there because New Holland, the French team, and our German casters were speaking English to each other. So as you said, hopefully that got out on the stream. But Copter, you were sitting back and watching, and New Holland played 2 pretty strong games. Bednar, though, making a mistake in that second one.
Oh yeah, New Holland, they just continued where they left off. They have been, of course, like playing very well lately. So this is not going to be an exception, and they will claim the spot on the grand finals. And now we, of course, going to be time for the bronze game. So it's going to be Bednar, of course, facing then Valtra. So this is going to be interesting match as well. I mean, third place is definitely on the line, but yeah, we can see the replays. There was definitely moments for Bednar when they could have kind of like made a comeback, but it wasn't meant to be. It seems, of course, all these small mistakes which they did, for example, on this one, it's not going to help them on that issue, unfortunately.
Yeah, and this was the moment, really. Like, Bednar had every chance before this crash to take the second round and force the third of the best of 3, but this was 2 minutes minimum wasted by Bednar that they could have been delivering those 3 into the barn and getting several more pressed. This one, a more intentional drive into the moat. But unfortunately for Bednar, the mistake set in at the wrong time, and if they hadn't had that happen, they could still be playing. We could still be calling the third round there. But for Bednar's sake, coming in the 6th seed, they are now going to take on the 7th seed coming into this weekend, Valtra, for the right for 3rd place. So 2 of the last 3 teams in Copter facing off for 3rd place in the Season 4 World Championship. And here comes Valtra through the fog. And they are ready. Valtra have played really strong this weekend and put Trelleborg to the test. Took them to 3 rounds in the first semifinal. So for Valtra, they have to be pretty confident. They said that their goal was to make the semifinal. They came really close to making it to the final. And now a chance to play for 3rd place against Bednar, who are entering the fray now at the moment. Here they come. not that long of a rest for Bednar, and you can see the results of the last game maybe still weighing on their minds as they come back out. And both of these teams have played pretty strong this weekend, and they have a chance now to go out with a win and finish in third. Do you have a favorite here? How do you see this one going, Maddie?
I'm gonna favor Valtra. I don't know, from the results, when you look at the past games, of course, yeah, Valtra, I mean, they played very strongly versus Trelleborg. They have been, providing us with the great results all weekend. But I mean, of course, but no, they haven't been playing that bad either. So they have been also claiming their spot here, and that they had a very convincing series earlier. So of course, it's pretty tight. But in a way, I like to think that Valtra, they, this. Or maybe the surprising performance is maybe the wrong word for it, because they, clearly have what it takes. But in a way, I think that they're going to continue the good streak which they had also on the earlier matches, and because they went so close with Trelleborg, I think that the strategies which they're currently playing, they are pretty good, and we'll see how it's going to go. But if I need to pick one, I'm going to say Valtra.
Okay, all right. Maybe a little home cooking there in that selection, as we've heard you talk about before this weekend. But I think you're right as well. Valtra have looked really strong. If you're looking back at the season results, Bednar do have a runner-up medal. They have a silver medal. They lost to Trelleborg in the final. I believe that was the 4th online tournament of the season. And that one went to 3 games. Bednar took the first round, and then Trelleborg won 2 in a row to advance. We'll see how this one plays out. I think Valtra proving this weekend that they're one of the most improved teams, making it to the 3rd place game here and being really, really close to moving on to the final. That would have been a huge upset. And we're underway now into the band phase.
Yeah, it's true, and there's one thing that I also want to point out, that Valtra, they have been showing like a lot of a mental strength. They have been coming back as well. I mean, they in one of the series they were actually losing the first game, then they won the second 2, once changing the strategies a little bit. So I think they have been showing a lot of a mental strength and a lot of development on the strategies before the grand final week, but also during the weekend. So I think that they have been adapting pretty well, and they have been showing they have been coming back. So that's what I really like about this one. So I'm not saying that Bednar is not able to win this one, because it's completely doable. But in a way, Valtra has been just very positively surprising me this week, and I think that they have a good thing going on. So that's why I'm calling it for Valtra. But anyways, we have the bans coming up. So we can see Fast Track being banned by Bednar, then we can see Deutsch Far and Ideal being banned by
Are they really going to ban the Harvester?
Sorry, Valtra.
This is cost a point.
Yeah, they will change
now
it.
switching it up.
They are baiting.
Yeah, someone asked this question earlier, and tractors are free to ban, so that's why you're often seeing tractors banned. It has been rare for a while, at least. Early on, we did see some harvesters and balers banned this season with the new changes coming into season 4, but each baler costs a point to ban, and so do all the harvesters. So it's not often you see that happening, because teams want to use every point now into the captain and player pick phase. So it costs points to reserve a combine and baler, and if you don't reserve a combine and baler and your opponent beats you to the balers or combines on the pods, then you are pretty much not gonna win. We don't see that happen often, because you can reserve these. So now into the player pick phase. So far this weekend, really both of these teams have opted for 2 stackers most of the time. It looks like Hyper's going to go with the Massey Ferguson 9407 telehandler and the runner perk. Soren going for the Fent 1050 Vario, no player perk. And now both of the second picks are going with the Massey Ferguson and Archimedes Plus. Archimedes Plus allows you to unload 50% faster in anything that holds grain. And meanwhile, pretty similar setup. So each team with a large tractor, each team with a Massey with a front stacker, and each team with the Massey telehandler as well. So really the only difference here are the balers that have been reserved. And we're about to get underway. 3rd place at stake here.
Yeah, let's see. There we go. 15 minutes of time, and then we'll see who's going to be scoring most of the points for the first game of this best of 3 series. Once again, the the battle of the pads. It is starting on platforms, whatever we want to call them. And let's see what kind of challenges we have. We can see Hyper. He has something on his trail, and that's definitely a telehandler, by the way. That's going to be following him. I mean, you can see the hook. We can see Hyper going for the platform. We can see Lennox, and it's going to be Bednar who's going to be reversing, and it's going to be claiming the New Holland Baylor, if I saw correctly. That's going to be taken away by Bednar, so that's going to mean that Valtra Lennox needs to go for the Baylor, which they took on the earlier phase. Now he's going to go for the actual for the combine, and that they will start just making the making grain, and of course like trying to make the bale as well. So let's see, 25 seconds before the 14-minute mark, which is the crucial mark to get 140 points from the first bale. Sören's going to follow. He has been the person who has been tossing or delivering the first bale so many times. So let's see, this is going to be definitely a little bit slower. It's not going to be 140 points. Vensel's going to be close as well. I think the both are actually pretty even with the first bale, depending how they're going to be delivering it. As we can see, very close to each other's. Let's see the points when they will come up. Sören's going to be reversing it in. I think Bednar's going to do the same as well. 135. Both of them getting 135. So it is completely equal.
6th and 7th in the standings, both here fighting for 3rd place, and to prove that they're even closer, starting off with the exact score on first bale as well. If you're Valtra, they have had some time to recover from their defeat to Trelleborg, and the way that they played against Trelleborg had to really give them some confidence. For Bednar, they only had a few minutes to take a break and recompose themselves after that huge mistake in the second round and going out in 2 straight games to New Holland. So really good by Bednar to just put that behind them. Something new to focus on now. And 3rd place at stake. Yeah, you made a mistake, but let's put that behind us. It's in the past. And let's see if we can finish off Season 4 in a very strong way. And both teams are doing that so far at the beginning of this round.
Well, let's see. I mean, kind of like the early phase, waiting for the 12-minute drop, so let's see what's going to come out of that. Of course, teams are collecting grain. I don't think they're going to be pressing bales at the moment, so let's see what's going to come out of the drops. We have seen these small deliveries of grain at the start, around like 11.5-minute mark. That's what we have been seeing so far. But then we haven't really seen like any first bales to come out, so we'll see. Exactly the same amount of grain. Of course, no changes to the multiplier, no bales going to be pressed, so now we just wait how this will play in the end. And yeah, we can see eventually he's going to be heading towards the silo, so in a way, it seems that we might be getting those, exactly like 11-30-minute deliveries here as well. The strategy is going to be following each other's direct delivery and bridges lowered, so that's not going to be affecting on the grain game. The direct delivery doesn't make much of a sense at this point. And then, of course, bridges lowered as well. It is, it is just bridges lowered. So unless teams are going to start like doing early deliveries of bale, which we haven't seen happening that often, it's not going to be making that much of a sense. And then the unloading starts.
Yeah, if direct delivery does stay in beyond this season, I would like to see that drop be a little bit more effective, because most of the time teams do ignore it. But it does increase your multiplier as you're harvesting without having to deliver the grain. But it is not very effective. It goes up very slowly. It doesn't last for very long. So oftentimes you see teams ignoring it. So Copter, one of our FSL super fans earlier during the last matchup when you were in chat, I saw him ask you a question, and I actually would like to hear your thoughts on this too. You do a lot of other esports commentary, including CSGO and others. So Feldon, I think his question was, how do you see like the FSL? How does it compare, your experience casting it compared to the others?
I mean, there's a lot of titles that I have been casting. So yeah, I'm doing this farming simulator, of course, now. But then I have been doing a lot of like Counter-Strike. I have done a lot of PUBG. I have done a lot of some mobile titles. I have done some racing titles. I have done Rocket League, Apex Legends. So I guess like, the biggest difference between, well, or maybe it's not the difference, but I mean, so for example, all the games they have their own like way of doing it, their own pace and how they go. So when you go to the first-person shooters, for example, Counter-Strike, it's like very fast-paced. There isn't that much of a time for the storytelling. So of course it's completely different from that, because we do have these kind of like not a silent moment, but time to talk about things a little bit, try to explain things, talk about about things that are exactly not at that time happening on the screen. And there's a lot of similarities, for example, with the PUBG sports, which is a first-person shooter as well, but it's a battle royale game, because on the battle royale games you also have time between the fights when the whole situations are building up. So I think there's a lot of similarities with that one, that you have that time to talk about other things. So I would say that there's differences definitely, but I would say that kind of like the whole how the story builds during the game, it's quite similar than the battle royale titles, actually. That you have those moments when there's a lot of things happening. You just have to notice those important points and the bits on the way, and then kind of like everything just comes down to the last final couple minutes when everything's got to be decided in the end. So I would say that there's a lot of similarities, but then also like a lot of differences as well, because there's nobody shooting here, for example. So that's the
Right.
difference. Maybe in real life farmers can have a revolver or something like that, but they're not on the game, or a shotgun just to shoot away the birds, for example. But a lot of similarities, but then a lot of differences. What I really love on Farming Simulator, it's that you have 15-minute rounds. The schedules in a way are like quite easy, because the games are not running to the overtime or anything like that you might have on the other games. So it's easy to plan, and the length of the broadcast. As a person who is working almost all the time during the broadcast. So I want to know when my break is, for example, that 3-minute break. I want to know when I can actually go and step away from the microphone, even just for a couple of minutes, just to have my break. That's very important, because when you talk all day long, you need to have your breaks, you need to maintain your voice,
Right.
you need to drink something, you need to eat something. Without that, it's not going to work. And for that to work, you need to know the schedule.
All right. Well, we have Grain Multiplier and Bale Drop popping up in the 8th minute drop. So Grain Multiplier is going to be highly sought after here. Before we end this conversation and refocus back on the gameplay completely, I'm wondering, like, if you could say like your favorite thing so far for your first season of the FSL has been. Do you have anything that jumps out in your mind?
No, nothing that special that's going to be jumping out of our mind for the moment. So, unfortunately, no.
Well, I have to say it's been a pleasure to have you along. I know that I believe Alex is resting his voice now, but he's going to come back for the final after we're done here in the third place game, and then you'll rejoin us at the end. But it's been great to have you along, and you fit right in with the community. I know there's been a lot of pancake jokes and other things going on, but I think it's a good point you bring up about how the FSL is as an esport, and I think it kind of is something that it holds true from the regular Farming Simulator experience. There are a lot of differences, of course, and the reaction we get a lot is, how in the world did you turn Farming Simulator into a competitive mode? Well, you're seeing it right in front of your eyes how it's been done, but that community feel has been maintained even though it is a competitive mode. Because like you said, there's those moments for storytelling, there's a lot of moments for interaction with chat as well, and so I love that aspect of it. I don't have as much experience as you doing esports broadcasting, but I have done sports broadcasting and radio for a long time now, and this has been the most enjoyable bit of broadcasting I've ever done in my career. Because when you're on a radio broadcast, you're talking to a lot of people, but you're not seeing their reactions in chat, for example. It's the same for a sports broadcast. People are watching you, they're listening to you, but you don't get that interaction, and that is what I love about doing esports, and more specifically the Farming Simulator League, because Farming Simulator is a game that I love, and of course my job as community coordinator for Giant Software is heavily focused on interacting with the community, and being able to do that and still have a lot of fun in a competitive mode and see crazy things happen, and bales tossed to the top of the barn, and tons of bales pushed in at the same time, and all kinds of crazy things that our players pull out. while also interacting with the community is great. So thanks for sharing that. And with 5 minutes just about remaining, Valtra in the lead 215 to 156. We'll get back to the gameplay now. We're about a minute away from the super drop, and Valtra looking good at this moment. They have 2 extra bales. They do have the lead, but anything can happen, as we saw in the last round that was on the broadcast.
Yeah, anything can happen, but I mean, all the grain has been used already, so it's just, 2.0 multiplier for both, so there's no changes on the multiplier. The belt speeds are the same, of course, at the same time as well. So Valtra having that 60-point lead with the same amount of bales, so something needs to happen with the super drop. There needs to be a mistake made by Valtra, for example, and I think that would be chance for Bednar. But otherwise, if they can just continue like statically doing the same, delivering the bells, not doing the mistakes, then it's of course going to be very hard for Bednar to catch up on Valtra. So Valtra has been just, gaining the early lead, and that they have all the means for the moment to keep it that way as well. But after 10 seconds, we'll see what's going to be the drop, and will that somehow shift the balance of the current first game of this best of 3 series, as it's coming right now, and it's going to be... Oh, we're being baited. Oh, there we go. Bale points. And that is exactly something
nice.
what Bednar needed.
Yeah, that's evened things up a bit for them. That's given them a chance. And that's the biggest bale points advantage I've seen in quite some time. And that has put them within about 33 points. They still are at a disadvantage in the bales. So stand-in fodder, first-time chatter, has come in at the moment when we were doing a bit of storytelling. We do usually provide you play-by-play commentary of what's going on. But if you're brand new to the league, and if you're like stand-in fodder in chat and you're brand new and you're wondering as well, we'll give you a quick rundown. So in a nutshell, you harvest your fields and you deliver the grain that you get from harvesting to increase your multiplier. And then you deliver bales into the barn, as you're seeing now. And if you put them onto the conveyor belts and deliver them into the top of the barn, you get 10 points per bale multiplied by your current multiplier. So for each team, right at this moment, they're getting 20 points per bale for bales put into the top. Bales put into the bottom of the barn are always 10 points, except for the first bale of each round, which is solely based on the speed that you can deliver it. Right now, Bednar have gone into the lead by 7 points. There's, of course, a whole lot of other layers to the gameplay. There's a pick and ban phase at the beginning. There's drops in the 12th minute and 8th minute. There's a super drop in the 4th minute. All of those things can kind of change the outcome as well. And yeah, it really is 15 minutes that anything can happen at any moment that can change the outcome. It's often comes down to a lot of the bales being delivered now in the final few minutes. Valtra now is into the lead, 495 to 462. We're going back and forth. Bednar have 1 extra bale at the moment. Is that enough, though? I don't think so. But will a team make a mistake and not get all of theirs delivered?
Well, there we go. Just less than 2 minutes to go, and less than 30 points of a difference. Actually, now it's going to be just 7 points between the teams. Bednar has been catching up a little bit, but it's going to be Valtra who's going to have more bales still available, so 2 more of those. So we'll see how these last-minute deliveries will go. Will they get all the bales to the right place as well? That's one of those most important things as well. And now we just have to wait and see how this is going to play all the way till the end, because Bednar has been closing that gap. They got the bale points, which they picked from the super drop, so that's going to be helping out quite hugely. And look at the amount of bales which they have right next to the belt, so that's looking very good for Bednar, because when we see what is here on the Valtra side happening, they don't have the bales, they are still delivering it, so that's going to be, of course, raising questions that can they deliver them on time. But these bales, I mean, these hybrid can easily still put on the belt, and they can go on the second floor to get more points than from the first floor. But these, I mean, you get 1 bale here on the road. There's going to be more bales on the fields. So this could be, I mean, looking at what is currently going on, Bednar, they have a great chance of coming back from the situation that they were like losing with, let's say, with 60 points earlier, when we said that there was like a 4 minutes remaining. So they have been able to somehow come back from this. That's going to be 40 points on the belt. That's going to be another 60 points line right next to it. And what's happening at the Bednar side, it's way more organized and way more faster what is currently happening here at the Valtra side. So this is going to be going all the way down to the wire, and just 20 seconds to go. There's going to be two bales. That's going to be giving 40 points. One is going to be put on the first floor by Ventil, and they're going to go all the way to 770 after those bales. It's going to be just 10 seconds to go. I don't think that Valtra can anymore claim this one. It's going to be super hard. Let's see the final base. 772, 65, 75. Oh my God. It's going to be Valtra. They will come back.
Oh my goodness. That toss into the top made a difference, but I think it was one into the bottom that was the final one to swing it in Valtra's favor. And that might just be, Maddie, the best round that we've seen come down to the wire. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah, that should be a 3-point difference. So if we saw correctly, it was Valtra winning by 3 points in the end.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and I have said it multiple times that Valtra, they don't seem so organized. Yeah, there we go. 3 points of the difference. And then of course 2 more bales delivered. But what I have said earlier, that Valtra, they don't seem so organized. I have maybe criticized a little bit how Anton works around the belt, but they still have always been able to deliver. And once again, they will do it. They will deliver, and that's the final bale. 20 points, and then the one on the bottom at the same time.
Yeah, it was the one in the bottom that won it. The one in the top made a difference too, of course. Without either of those, they weren't advancing. But, oh my goodness. Bednar, of course, got the bale points, and it was 46 bale points. That gave them a chance. But it was last-second gameplay, literally. One into the bottom, one tossed into the top. Without that telehandler in play, Valtra aren't winning, Maddie. Goodness.
Yeah, they won it in the end. I mean, it definitely seemed that Bednar, they have a chance. But Valtra, they came up hugely at the final seconds of the first game. And, probably one of the best endings I have seen in a long, long time, maybe ever, on this game.
I mean, this isn't the final. This is the third place game, but that was championship level quality of how close that was. And if this is any, any pointers and any indication of how the final is going to shape up with the number 1 and 2 seed, remember here in this third place game in the regular season, these teams were 6th and 7th in the standings. 2 of the final 3 teams to make it in this weekend, facing off for third place. But yet again, Valtra doing really well to get bales delivered late on, but pulling out the spectacular to win that first round. So now Valtra 1 win away from coming in as the 7th seed and finishing as the third place winners in the Season 4 finals. For Bednar, they have been shocked, really, a few rounds in a row. How do they respond now? Goodness.
And I don't think that I have seen the Valtra players smiling this heavily before on this tournament. So they are just really happy currently, as we can clearly see. So we'll see how that's going to go. We're going to be preparing for the next game. So we'll see how the second game of the series is going to go. It's best of 3. So if Valtra's going to win the next one, they're going to claim the bronze medal or the third place on the World Championships. And of course, if they're going to lose, then we're going to go all the way to the third game. So a lot on the line. And these guys are really thinking. This is the first time when I see Bednar thinking that heavily and having a discussion like what we should do differently, what went wrong, and so on.
I'm stunned. That was amazing. And if we're in for a similar result here, it'll be absolutely fantastic. It's so much fun when moments like that happen because, of course, we had a lot of fun doing the commentary for it. And then we wait a minute because of the delay, and we see the chat begin to blow up, especially on Twitch. People went crazy in that moment, and our colleague and fellow caster, Virtual Farmers, said, I would have no voice left now if I was commentating that, and that's probably the case. He's resting his voice for the final now. Goodness, what a finish in that first round.
Yeah, there we go, the ban phase. I mean, both teams were so close, so I'm not expecting huge changes here. because they know. I mean, usually when the team is doing well, I mean that they're like a couple of points away. They just want to like fine tune the strategy. They don't want to change that completely, unless there's like a huge difference. But if the gap is 3 points, so they are probably trying to find the those small things from the strategy and try to improve on those and kind of like get the upper hand using that. So that's why I'm not expecting much of a differences here on the bans and the picks. But yeah, I don't think that I'm still fully recovered from that ending because that was just so close. Still, I'm still thinking about it. And when we came back to the cameras, by the way, when you saw that I
You were
wasn't
like head in
actually on
hands
the
a bit.
picture, no, I was actually keeping
Yeah,
hands on my face, just by the
exactly.
pure amusement of things. Because well, you should see while I'm casting, I'm moving quite a bit, and I do get excited. So that was just me being off the camera because of the pure excitement that was still in the air.
I think maybe next season we need like TikTok cameras or something on us as casters, showing like a behind the scene look or something. It would be very interesting to see. We get to see the reactions of the players this tournament in the World Championship because they're at the studio in Germany. But it'd be interesting to see the reaction on our faces and those kinds of moments. Of course, we all three get excited, and it's all in like completely different ways. The way that we get excited, I think that would be interesting for some people to watch as well, a different perspective, if you will, of how things look. All right, we're just about ready for the second of the best of three here in the bronze match. One of these teams will finish third, the other in fourth place, of course. Very similar, in fact, exact setups in both the team picks and the player picks here. So it will come down. Last time, so it ended up a photo finish, basically 30 points scored at the very end to win that first round for Valtra. But at the very beginning of the round, they were even at 135 each for the first bail. So let's see how that goes again here.
Yeah, we can see quite similar start here as we had on the previous game. Not that many challenges happening on the first two pass, but then here we have Hyper, and he's going to lose that battle. It's going to be Valtra who's going to claim that one. We can see Jose getting the other Baylor. Has some issues though, but there's no challenges, so he can just take that down. But going to be losing some seconds there. Hyper running quite far away for the New Holland, and we're going to be starting his journey with this one. We're going to be opening the hatches, and we'll go to the fields. We can see that Valtra is already at the field making the first bail. So it seems that they kind of like have the upper hand when it comes to the first bail. And judging by the location, I think this is going to be like 135-ish maybe, if they will do it right, if they don't have any mistakes. And then Bednar's going to be some points behind. But we just of course have to wait for it. Let's see when Valtra actually swings it in, and it's going to be right here. It's going to reverse that in, and if that's going to be actually 135 like I called, it's going to be amazing. And it's close. It's going to be 1 point away. I think that's the best forecast I have done because I still did that on the fields. I mean, sorry, I'm just tapping myself on the shoulder from that one. I hate to be that guy. And that's going to be 123. So that's 11 points of the difference. So definitely well done from Valtra.
I like that the Jonas in chat says, I mean, none of you gentlemen have what GTA Vice City calls a face for radio, so caster reactions are voted yes for. Yeah, so that joke is definitely one I've heard a lot. I used to be in radio, as I mentioned just a bit ago. So, of course, that joke is often thrown around in the radio world. That or like I have a face that only a mother could love, similar kind of things there. But yeah, great faces for being on the broadcast too. So it is possible in the future. We'll see how the future of broadcast will look. It's been really awesome. I know that Maddie will agree that we were able a few tournaments ago to finally get our cameras on the broadcast. So we're sending our cameras via a vMix call to the studio in Germany. They're producing it on their end and switching the scenes and such. But now that the US office has a studio set up as well, we also have our own vMix license. So it is possible in the future, as hopefully the US office continues to grow, that maybe we have enough people to do our own separate production, and then all of a sudden the switching of scenes could be in control more for our cameras, and maybe caster reactions and those kind of moments would be great too. But of course, we also want the stars and those crazy moments to be the players themselves, right? They are giving us the platform to be excited. We're just the guys sitting here and talking as well. But who knows what the future holds. But right now, we're focused on the present as we have third place to decide in this one. And then coming up, we'll have a best of 5 to decide who the Season 4 champion is going to be of the Farming Simulator League. It'll be New Holland, the 2 seed, against Trelleborg, the number 1 seed, in our final following this one. Currently, Valtra delivering some grain, and so far so good for Valtra, but still way too early to call in this one, as Bednar needs to win, Maddie, to force the 3rd round.
Okay, yeah, let's see how it's going to go. Of course, the grand final is going to be very, very interesting. I mean, the 2 titans of this season going to be facing off there. So, I mean, the final is going to be, in a way, what we expected it to be. There was some chances for upsets, like we saw Valtra challenging Trelleborg. New Holland, I think they had a pretty flawless run to the final, actually. So, will be interesting to see what's going to happen at the grand final. First, we're going to be deciding who's going to take the 3rd place on this season number 4. And so far, I mean, yeah, we had the drops as well coming up. There wasn't I mean, there's Crazy Tool, and I can't even remember what was the other one anymore. It was nothing important. Bridges lowered or raised was the other one. So I don't think that they went for the drops. Didn't make much sense unless they are pressing Dales and they want to use the Crazy Tool for it. But of course, that's going to take a lot of time to go for the drop and just pick up the Crazy Tool. And basically, it needs to be synchronized with the other member of the team. So using that is sometimes a little bit tricky. So let's see how that's going to go. But yeah, here we can see once again the teams are the same region of the fields as well. I mean, they're just, right next to the river, right next to the fence here, almost in the identical position. So yeah, teams have been scouting like what are the paths where we should be doing this, how we can get next to the silo, the fastest way possible. They don't want to be collecting the grain like 2 kilometers away and then driving, just like you don't want to go shopping like to a different city. So that's pretty much it. And now we should be seeing the first deliveries of grain because there wasn't the same. We didn't see that 11.5-minute delivery unless I'm not. No, actually, we did see some deliveries happening, but it's still the same multiplier. And now we're going to go for the second batch.
Yeah, both of these teams really like responding to each other and sticking pretty even. It's not as close as it was the last game, of course, matching each other on the first bale score. But now Bednar responding with the delivery of grain. Pretty even there. Right now, Valtra are ahead by about 3,000 extra liters of grain out in the field. We're not done with the grain delivery yet, but there it looked like Bednar actually did not fully empty their grain cart and went right back out there. We're seeing similar to what New Holland did in the semifinal earlier, where teams are actually working on harvesting close to the silo so they can maximize the amount of grain that they can get while their teammate is down in this area.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it is so close. I mean, this whole situation is like building up for a huge end game. As the teams are still like very even with all the benchmarks so far. They haven't like done anything that is like, differentiating from their opponent. So they are basically just using the same. I mean, the grain is like, 500 liters apart and they're still collecting. And if they're going to end up with the same amount, then who knows? Let's see if this, I mean, grain multiplier, of course, can change things if that's going to happen because there's a slight difference on the scores currently. So that could be a thing. But otherwise, I mean, 10 seconds, we're going to know if there's going to be any kind of like a huge change, how the team's going to play this down. And I mean, basically when these drops are coming in and you see what they are, this is when the change needs to happen. And then you're going to stick with the strategy unless you get lucky with the 4-minute drop. But you cannot really build like, 4 to 4-minute drop. So there we go. The drops are there and just waiting to see what they are. And there we go. It's going to be grain multiplier, 1.6 speed up, 1.6, and that's for Bednar. We haven't yet seen what it's going to be for Valtra. I guess it might be like 1.5-ish, maybe. Yeah, it's going to be 1.5 for Valtra because they're going to pick that up.
So advantage Bednar here.
Yeah, it will definitely give them a slight advantage. And and they have 57, so it's going to be 0.1. So it's either like 0.1 or maybe even 0.2 on the multiplier, what they should be gaining when they unload it. I'm just trying to calculate it. So they should, Bednar should end with a slight advantage, but it's not. I think it could be like 2.2 maybe for them if I calculate it right. I might be wrong as well, so don't mind about me. But it's
I'd leave the
pretty
math
much
to
on
you
that
guys.
line.
I won't even try. I applaud you for even trying. I'll just keep my mouth shut when math comes into the equation. And Hyper, meanwhile, trying to get his tractor unstuck. This was from early in the round when he lost the battle to get the case. And his John Deere may be unrecoverable here without a teammate coming over and helping him out. He is in a bad way here. He's tried detaching the weight a few times, and that's not helping. And meanwhile, both teams delivering their grain still with the multiplier in play. Let's see where that's going to end up. But we saw Bednar in the semifinal. It was a tractor getting stuck that cost him in that round. Could it be the same sort of situation here?
Well, after watching that replay, I think now I know how balers are made. But I would love to get some in-game footage. Going to be happening hopefully soon. We're going to be seeing the players for now. So that is Bednar, right? We can see the reactions. There we go. That's going to be Anton. So we're going to be seeing
the
him.
multiplier
we
was
can
even
see
in the
this
end.
one. So this is not a replay actually, because we can see the time is running up. So he's going to be stuck still. It's not a replay. There was 5 minutes on the clock, so it was not a replay. It was not from the start. So that was actually the footage from the players. And there we can see, so that definitely cost some time for
Right.
Bednar.
No, I meant,
and we can see that they are
I meant at the
definitely
start is when he
losing
got
on
stuck.
bales currently. They are losing on bales.
Yeah, they're losing on bales. They didn't end up with the multiplier advantage. But yeah, to clarify, he got stuck there at the beginning. That's when the tractor got stuck in the first place, and he left it there because he was trying to get in the harvester. Yeah, it wasn't a replay. You're correct. And then his teammate did have to come and get him unstuck. But another moment for Bednar where they've lost some precious moments that they could be spending out on the field. Hyper is unstuck now and bringing 3 bales in, but he could have brought even more in at this point without that mistake. So Bednar having several errors in the last few rounds that we've seen them play in that could end up costing them yet again.
Yeah, they are starting
And
to
now
kind of
bales
catch up
flying
on the
here.
bales. But at the same time, Valtra has been delivering some. So I think we have a pretty similar setup what we had on the last game. The gap is about 60 points. That's what we had on the last game, and we saw how close it actually went. So let's see. There needs to be something on the super drop like Bednar last
They need
time
bail
had it that
points
can catch
again.
up a little bit. So let's see how that's going to go. But the super drop is going to be coming in 10 seconds. So we'll see if Bednar will have anything. They're going to be matching up with the pace now. It's going to be just 13 points between the teams. That is exactly the same gap, by the way, as what they had after the first bail, if I do remember correctly. I don't know how the multiplier.
points
It's going to be
again.
bail points 22.
44
and
this
that is
time
what
if
they
Bednar can get
need.
it.
This should be, if they're going to get this one, because Joe's coming here, this is going to be the exact replica of the last round. They got to collect the bail points,
100%.
going to be catching up on that. And now
In the lead
we
now.
have neck-to-neck battle.
They're in the lead. They're down 3 bales, though. Now they are trailing, so that's bad news for Bednar, and that may have been because of those moments lost trying to recover this tractor a few minutes ago that got stuck on the back of that case combine. And Bednar in potentially 2 out of the last 3 rounds have cost themselves victories, arguably, by wasting moments where they had their tractors stuck in bad situations.
Yeah, I don't know. This is, Valtra is making the points, but so is Bednar. So, yes, maybe a slight advantage to Valtra, but I think Bednar, they came so close to the last series, so, or the last game, we cannot, close anything out from this one. It's going to be getting close. Hyper getting those bales. It's going to be 110 points about the difference, so they need to step up the bailing game, but Bednar has been very efficient on it. I did say something about Anton and Valtra not being so, systematical around the belt, and that's going to be causing some delays, to put the bales on the belt. So if that's going to be the case this time as well, then I think that Bednar with a great system will have a fighting chance, definitely. 1 bale is, by the way, under the belt, as we can see, so that needs to be picked up. 1 is going to drop on the side at the same time. Couple is going to come away from the baler. So yeah, this will be definitely interesting, but the gap is going to still stay in about 70 points for the moment.
It's going to be close for sure, but Bednar need to not have any more mistakes, and they need to find a way to get not just these 10 bales they have pressed at the moment, but several more in as well to close this gap, as we see a couple going flying there after going over the safer route, the stone bridge for Valtra, and now Surin having to avoid that one near the drawbridge, nearly running into Linux, and Linux nearly running into the tree, and really quick moments here, no room for errors for either team.
Yeah, it's getting awfully close. I mean, like a tossing, okay, it was not intentional, but tossing those 2 bales at the bridge is almost like, yeah, I had it, I'm done, I'm gonna go. It's almost like the ending. But yeah, that is not the case. And here we can see nice 60 points coming from Bednar, so that's going to take them about 500 points as we still have 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. We can see more bales coming in. So this is definitely, we can see exactly the same situation. Ancho doesn't have the bales. There's a couple bales next to the bridges, 1 on the straw bridge, 2 right next to the safer route. So, I mean, yeah, this is, I mean, Bednar, they have a chance with all this organized movement, which they have currently. They have a chance of actually catching up on this one. So I think this is going to go all the way down to the wire. Vendel's going to be moving all the way right next to the belt. But I think those are the right way around. I mean, the placement is not perfect one because Hyper needs to kind of like, you know, turn the forklift a little bit more to get those actually in front of that vehicle. 30 seconds to go, still about 90 points of a difference, but that's going to be closing with 60 points soon as they will go inside. It's going to be only
close.
50 points now, and just more bales are getting inside. 15 seconds, there's only 2 bales. Valtra, they need to put something on the first floor. Is that going to be enough? Only 2 bales are going to go on the belt. Now, I don't think they have the time to put anything on the second floor.
Oh no!
Off. They are dropping from the belt. That's bad news for Bednar. Oh my god, the chances are gone, and it's going to be Valtra who's going to win the 3rd place on the World Championships on the Farming Simulator Esports season number 4, 2022.
Well done to both of these teams, but for Valtra, they have played some really, really great rounds in this weekend's World Championship. They were the 7th seed coming in. They almost had a chance to knock off Trelleborg if the multiplier hadn't gone against them in that first round. Maybe they're in the final. We don't know. That's in the past, of course. But I think that both of these teams have to be happy with coming in as the 6th seed and the 7th seed and finishing 3rd and 4th place in the World Championships. And that just means the better you perform, the more prize money you're going to end up with in the end. So for these teams, they get 4,000 euros each for making it into this 3rd place game. So great showings by both of them. A really strong round for Valtra. And I think, again, for Bednar, it came down to a tractor being in a position that took them a couple of minutes and going away from normal field work to recover a piece of equipment that they really needed. That's what put them behind again in this one. So Valtra takes 3rd place, Copter, and we're going to have the interview presumably with Valtra coming up after the break, and then after that, we are going to be heading to the granddaddy of them all. We have finally reached that moment, just a few minutes away now. The number 1 seed, Trelleborg, the back-to-back champions, and the hot upstarts, the number 2 seed, and now Team New Holland, facing off in the best of 5 final. Before we go to the break, Copter, do you think this final goes to the 5th game?
Yes.
They are 2 evenly matched teams, so it wouldn't be surprising, would it? Again, congratulations to Valtra for winning the 3rd place game. Great showings by both of those teams, Valtra and Bednar. Don't go anywhere. We've got the interview and the final, of course, still to come of the Farming Simulator League Season 4 World Championship. See you in a moment. All right, we're back, and this interview will be back to being done in German. So we're going to have Niels, our producer, translating for us. So Homer said congratulations and thank you coming from Valtra's captain. And congratulations on getting third place. Saw that you got your hats back. You had 2 matches against Bednar. What do you think was the main reason why you came out on top and won? I think with this tactic, we tried to get 1 green multiplier point percentage more, and it worked out. That made the difference for us against Bednar, and we were able to pull out the victory mainly because of that. Last year, you were Team LSA. Last season, coming up runners-up. This season, 3rd place. Early on in the season, we didn't have a lot of time to practice, and we had a new player that we trained and practiced with as well, who had never played Farming Simulator before. And for the championship, we really focused on training every single tactic and getting ready for the end. Next year, what about your participation for that? Yeah, we plan to play next year, and basically, good job and good luck to them. And we're going to have the replays now of this 3rd place game, and rejoining me is Virtual Farmer, who luckily sat out that first round, or he may not be able to speak to me now. So, Alex, what was your reaction sitting and watching this one?
I'm sitting there watching that first game, watching how close that was getting, and I'm resisting the urge to scream at my screen as it's just building to that moment of utter chaos at the end. And and just trying to keep track of where all the bales were going. And you can see actually there, with 14 seconds to go, that bale drops and he has to put it in the bottom.
Oh,
that would
toss
have been enough to win it. And
absolutely crazy.
Utterly crazy.
Yeah,
What a
I mean,
game.
they started even too. 135 on the first bale, they matched each other, and then it came down to the final seconds. Here in the second round, Bednar in a rush to get this case, and they ended up not getting the combine. As you see, the red X indicates their opponents beat them to it, and they can't claim it. They got their John Deere, the triple stacker, stuck. And this is another couple of minutes wasted by Bednar. We saw this against New Holland in the semifinal round as well. And that really, I think, took away any chance they may have had at forcing the 3rd round there in the bronze medal game. And Valtra really looked comfortable in this 2nd round.
We've seen so many teams today have a huge problem because they've crashed their tractors into the rear of a combine they're going for, and have either ended up losing the combine as a result of it because they've had to jump out and try and move the tractor, or their tractors got stuck later on. And it's one of those things where you look at it and go, there can't be that much advantage to crashing your tractor into the back of a combine because it could very easily cost you either precious minutes or the combine itself.
Well, and I think as well, like in the Farming Simulator League, you can only enter your combine from the left-hand side, and that crash happened on the right-hand side of it. So it was a gamble not worth taking, and maybe it ended up just too fast on the approach. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think it's interesting to see that happening, Alex, during these World Championships, because throughout the majority of the season, due to how it was set up, of course, the last couple of years we've dealt with the global pandemic of COVID and such. So this season, the decision was made that all of the tournaments in the regular season would be done online. And now coming into the final, they're at the studio in Germany, and so it's a different environment, potentially different equipment for you that you're not used to. And so there's a lot of adjusting that's having to be done. Some teams have struggled with it, and some have been able to react to those struggles a little bit better. But it's all come to this now, Alex.
Yes.
We're finally
Oh,
here.
yeah.
The number 1 team, Trelleborg, against the number 2 seed, New Holland, formerly Vermeer's Flamboyants. We're about to have the teams walk out in just a moment. Trelleborg, the back-to-back champions, going for another one here, going up against the only team to knock them off in a tournament this season in New Holland. It is going to be JK sitting out again in the final, which is surprising to me. It is going to be Vuller, it's going to be Martin, and Beatmaster taking place in the final, and JK, again, just there to lend advice to his teammates. And we'll have New Holland coming out in a moment, but this is going to be a best of 5. And it was 2 tournaments ago, online tournament number 5, that New Holland knocked off
a moment to see
Mindsanity in the final.
of a certain type of emote get spammed as New Holland come out. To just, Trelleborg having a monster season again, and these guys, New Holland, coming out, formerly Vermeer's Flamboyants, now sponsored by New Holland, coming out to sit in a final. But 6 months ago, halfway through the season, they were not looking as strong a team as this, and they have just come out and they've played the kind of game in the FSL that I've wanted to see for years, and have just proved a point of mine that I've been harping on about for years. You play disruptive gameplay in the FSL and you will win matches, and time and again New Holland have proved this to be true. And I cannot wait to see what they bring out in a possible 5-game series against Trelleborg. How disruptive they might be at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think that the argument is there to be made. Of course, it all goes out the window now when you get to the final, but the argument is there to be made, I think, that New Holland have looked the more comfortable of the 2 teams, especially in the semifinal today. Valtra taking Trelleborg really to the brink, and if maybe 1 or 2 other things had gone in Valtra's favor instead of against them, maybe we're talking about a Valtra versus New Holland final, which would have been a huge surprise. But when you talk about Trelleborg, they've been here before. You know, this is kind of a new experience for New Holland in the Farming Simulator League. And this is where teams that can disrupt their opponents, teams that can also adapt to adversity, overcome that adversity, are often the ones that are going to rise above. So it was the 5th tournament, though, that we saw New Holland knock off Trelleborg in the semifinal, and then they beat Mindsanity in the final that month to win that tournament. The rest of the season, all of the tournaments have gone to Trelleborg. So it's all to play for now. It doesn't matter that New Holland has only won one online tournament previously. They can still become the Season 4 champions. And it's going to be a best of 5 here. So you have to win 3 rounds to come out on top. And we have seen these teams play absolute insane matches against each other. So I think you all are in for a treat. And I hope Alex's voice holds up for the entirety of this one, because I think there's going to be some moments of excitement, that's for sure.
I'm really excited to see New Holland's bands here. They're already thinking disruptively, already thinking tactically. They've banned the 2 most powerful front loader tractors. If Trelleborg want to grab a front loader tractor, they've got to go with the JCB, which we know teams don't like. Teams find it unwieldy, find it a little less stable than the others, which suddenly puts both teams on a level playing field. means New Holland can go for those big tractors and not worry about Trelleborg getting extra bales back when they can't. So that's fantastic play there. Both teams going for that case baler early on. We know that that's one of the better balers. And look at that. Trelleborg not being taken by it. They have gone for that JCB. They must have been practicing with it in order for this kind of situation to come up. They know they want to get more bales back than New Holland do, because New Holland are going to be laying heavily into that grain game. So this is going to be really, really interesting now.
It is. And I mean, you saw Valtra not afraid to use the JCB earlier on today. And Valtra talked about how early on in the season, they didn't have a whole lot of time to spend practicing different tactics, but they were able to spend a lot of time approaching the World Championship, and you could see that it paid off.
Oh.
So for these two teams,
this race,
you know
this
they're
race
putting
is important. This is for the
a lot of
ideal.
work.
It's going to go
and Trelleborg win it.
It's gone to Trelleborg. But New Holland beat Trelleborg to the case harvester.
And we did see earlier on that tournament where the tournament where New Holland won, they were able to win those battles at the pods earlier this season, and they really disrupted Trelleborg in that tournament in the semifinal. So good job really by Trelleborg to at least win one of those battles. Now we're on to the first bale of the Season 4 World Championship. And if Martin can pull off the flick here, this is going to be a pretty decent score. And he's going to be going over the drawbridge. And he's heading in and could be approaching 142.
Oh! Two. Trelleborg
Let's see,
coming out the gate firing as Hayden brings in the John Deere baler. Is this the only baler they've got? They do need to have a second 3-bale baler in order to have a chance here in the first game. They're going to be at a big disadvantage if this is the only baler they have other than their case. And Hayden not risking it. He's going to try and get the points safely as much as he can.
Nearly 30 points.
That is a big deficit.
Yeah, not the greatest of starts, but who knows how the rest of the round will go. And, of course, it is a best of 5. I would imagine if we see a clean sweep here by either team, I will be shocked. It could still happen, of course. But these two teams are usually so evenly matched. I feel like we're going to have a lot of back and forth here.
I think New Holland are too disruptive for this to be a clean sweep. The one downside to playing disruptive game players, it doesn't always go your way. Because in being disruptive, you do have to give up a little bit of your own getting advantage. And when it pays off really well. When it doesn't work for you, it can cause you to lose games. So it's a slightly riskier style of gameplay, but one that has worked so well for New Holland this season. It's going to be really interesting. They have got that John Deere combine that the teams like to get in lieu of getting the ideal. So I don't think they're at such a massive disadvantage there. But that first bale, the 30 points being behind, they're going to have a bit of an uphill struggle to get those points with Trelleborg there, pressing as many bales as Trelleborg tend to do.
Yeah, and I mean, I think these two teams as well, when they face each other, do throw a little bit of a curveball at each other. They play a different game than they would normally. We've seen it in the past. Last month, Trelleborg responding and knocking them off in the final to make up for the loss before. Bale drop has been picked up for Trelleborg, so there's one extra bale for them, then 30 seconds still on the clock for New Holland to go and pick up the 12th minute drop and respond to that. Meanwhile, though, Trelleborg delivering grain. Now Hayden at the silo for New Holland is responding, and this should be evened up in just a moment. 10 seconds, though, for New Holland to go and get that drop, and they may not have time to get it. They may not even be worried about it. I mean, it is just one bale, but remember that one bale if that's what it comes down to in the end. In fact, they've not had a chance to go over and get it.
And it doesn't seem to have given New Holland much extra grain, maybe an extra 1,000 litres not to go and pick that up. So that is really interesting that, yeah, it's maybe 1,000 to 2,000 litres not picking that extra bale up has made the difference of. I don't know if that will make the difference on the multiplier or enough of a difference on the multiplier. So we'll see how that shakes out at about the 8-minute mark when the rest of the grain gets dropped.
Yeah, so far everything in this first round is going the way of Trelleborg, but it's still a lot of time on the clock, and who knows how the rest of the round will play out. We still have the 8th-minute drops, we have the 4th-minute super drop, and a lot of time in between that errors can be made and flip it in your opponent's favor. So still too early to call, and of course the best of 5. We're going to be treated to at least 3 matches between these two teams. And it would be very surprising if it didn't go beyond that, at least into 4, if not 5. As Martin and Hayden are both headed in now to deliver more grain at the silo and canceling each other out again here. And the way it's shaping up, so Martin is actually just dumped enough to give him space to go back out and empty some more in so that they can stay out there and harvesting and getting more straw output onto the ground so that they can press more bales later. And it looks like New Holland will do the same. Very smart strategies being employed by both teams here. 9 minutes to go, Alex. This is just the first one.
This is a sign actually of how adaptive Trelleborg are. This is New Holland's tactic. This is how New Holland continuously gets more grain than their opponents. They drop a little bit at sort of the 9-minute mark, enough to top up their overloader, and then they're back out there and refilling it, so they have a little bit more grain. And Trelleborg have seen that tactic, and they're doing it to
going over the roof.
New Holland doing it.
I love that approach there. Hayden just using every advantage he can there. Who's like, why go around the building when I can go over it and save myself a couple of seconds? Honestly, I've run around that area on foot before. I've never thought to do that in the FSL arena. I love it.
So 6,000 litres more grain for New Holland. For Trelleborg at the moment than New Holland. That is a little bit of issue. Crazy Tool versus Speed Up. And it's spawned at the top end. Is either team going to go and grab that? Doesn't look like it, to be honest. Hayden is ignoring it and heading down the field back towards the barn. And already Trelleborg have 5 bales. So they did have extra grain. They haven't delivered any, and the extra grain has now gone to New Holland. But 5 bales already pressed for Trelleborg. And now Trelleborg have grabbed Crazy Tool. And it looks like
New Holland went with
New
Speed
Holland
Up.
have as well. Did they grab the,
They
oh,
went
no,
with
they grabbed
Speed
the
Up,
Speed Up?
which is interesting.
That is probably not the greatest idea.
Yeah, they really, I think, because of the grain has evened up, so I think the multipliers will end up just about even. But to pick Speed Up over Crazy Tool, they have to have something else in mind when it comes to their strategy right now. Because now it's 13 bales that Trelleborg have pressed at this moment with 6:40 to go. Because we're spectating Martin, we can't see the current bale count for New Holland. I'd be curious to see what their grain count is. They still have 54,000 liters of grain outstanding. They have 7 bales pressed. So right now the advantage is looking to be in the favor of Trelleborg, at least when it comes to bale count. And we know how strong Trelleborg usually are at getting even more bales pressed in the final 5 or 6 minutes or so.
my thought behind them going for speed up is thinking we can produce more bales and more grain if we select speed up versus just creating more bales. But Crazy Tool does create so many bales. Although, having said that, it's only a 3 bale difference.
But that's because Trelleborg have already scored a couple.
But Trelleborg also need to go out and collect those extra bales they dropped because of wanting to do Crazy Tool all the time, to its completion. So, yeah. However, there we go. It has evened up. So it is a 2.0 to 2.0. So it's a straight shot now for New Holland versus Trelleborg. Both teams just need to get bales delivered, get bales into their barn.
6 extra bales.
Whichever team delivers the most bales now is gonna take this match or take this game.
Trelleborg are looking really good. I mean, the super drop could change it if New Holland are able to get it. We saw Bednar nearly come back from a pretty significant disadvantage against Valtra until they got one into the top via the toss and one into the bottom in the final seconds in that third place game. But right now, Trelleborg have 7 extra bales outstanding and a 53-point lead over New Holland. So at the moment, barring a mistake by Trelleborg, they do look good for winning the first round of the best of 5. Anything could happen. We're about 15 seconds away from seeing what the super drop is going to be. But New Holland desperately need this super drop to go in their favor, and they also need it to be, they need to collect it, and they need it to be something beneficial to them right now as well. Let's see what it's going to be. It has spawned now, and it's bale points, and Wulder just beats him to it. So that is bad news again for New Holland. And unless they make a major mistake now, Trelleborg are in a nice position at the moment.
That is a killer for New Holland. Slight bale advantage to Trelleborg at the moment. Huge points advantage to Trelleborg at the moment. And New Holland have just got to keep supplying Tita with bales. I don't think he can go out, but we do have the case baler coming in, and that is going to give 3 more bales to New Holland to deliver. And straight off the back of the baler, they have 2 more loaded onto there. Trelleborg continuing to score, and this is really just such a fight for New Holland now to come back from this.
And keep in mind, New Holland elected to not go with a second front loader tractor, so they only have the 1 stacker. So as you said, Tita can't afford at this point to go back out into the field. He has gone out there now, but as time continues to tick down, he won't be able to leave the area. He's going to have to focus on stacking, probably with this next trip in. These bales are nearby the barn, which is good for him. He's able to pick up 3. But not having that second stacker and having the balers kind of go against them, they're also not just at a point disadvantage at the moment, they are at a disadvantage of getting these bales in. So even if they were to press, several more at this moment, I'm not sure they could get them in. Martin coming in nice control with the JCB in the case combine there.
And it's speed. It's 5 bales back every time with this JCB. This is where Trelleborg gets the advantage, and it's the trouble that New Holland have. And New Holland have a bigger disadvantage as well in that their second baler is just that John Deere. So that JCB is bringing in 5 bales every time. That's as many as the entire team of New Holland is bringing in. So Trelleborg are just able to press and return more bales than New Holland at the moment. So it's just a massive disadvantage for New Holland right now.
Yeah, Trelleborg playing really strong in this first round. And I wonder, we saw them push to the 3rd round in the semifinal against Valtra. but I think they were trying to not show off that they could counter the strategy that New Holland have been playing most of the weekend. And now, to make matters worse, Tita has 2 bales falling off of the belt for New Holland, and with 50 seconds to go, they trail by over 200 points. Nearly 300
and Trelleborg
there for a second.
Not making mistakes, not making the same mistakes as New Holland. You can see there's a pile of bales around the bottom of that conveyor when Tita hasn't quite got them straight on there, and it's just causing them to drop points all the time. And we've got a couple of bales sitting at this end up here that Trelleborg are going to bring in. There's 18 seconds to go. There is over 203
points.
Wow, that is a big trouncing coming from Trelleborg. And yeah, that's it for the first game. Trelleborg not putting a step wrong, just playing an absolute blinder, laying down the law in this first game. And yeah, New Holland have really got to pull something out now. Their strategy for the beginning of that game was absolutely great, but the lack of a front loader tractor and the lack of a triple bale baler has really cost them in that first game, and they're gonna have to get both for the second game or risk losing it. Look at that, an extra 8
and
bale.
10 more into the top as well.
Wow.
I think for New Holland, I hope for New Holland's sake that they have now another strategy that they've planned to use against Trelleborg, and maybe it was the case for them of coming into this first round and showing the same strategy they've been using, because Trelleborg has countered it perfectly. They did not allow New Holland to get the advantage in the multiplier. They matched them in the grain game and then outperformed them in the bale count, and there was several of those 10 bales made when Trelleborg opted for Crazy Tool and New Holland opted instead for Speed Up. And maybe it was the case of they didn't have the balers out there to take advantage of Crazy Tool because they were at the silo delivering, they were harvesting, but man.
It was a baler. It was somebody driving a baler that picked up Speed Up, and I think that was a massive misstep. Whether they only had time to get the closest one, or whether they just decided Speed Up was the better way to go, I think that was a big unforced error there for New Holland. They really could have done with Crazy Tool. They really could have done with those extra bales, and not getting it again is one of those things that cost them. So a few little unforced errors there absolutely cost New Holland that match. And yeah, they are going to have to tighten those little bits up, because that is exactly the kind of thing that Trelleborg go in there and they exploit the hell out of. you know,
yeah, well,
they do not give you room to maneuver.
In that 5th tournament of the season, when New Holland were able to knock off Trelleborg, it was them that were doing the better disrupting. And in this one, it was Trelleborg coming in and disrupting New Holland, I think, by matching their strategy. And they disrupted them a bit at the beginning. It all started with a pretty significant gap in the first bale. It was 30 points or so. So right now for Trelleborg, they have to be confident after that first one. And for New Holland, I think they're going to have to pull out a different strategy here. Don't think that the same strategy employed is going to work out in their favor if Trelleborg continue to match them in it. So let's see what they go with now. Maybe banning that JCB, but as soon as you do that, of course, the telehandlers are still in play. So what is it that you go for? What is it you do? You got to find a way to upset Trelleborg here and disrupt them.
I think you ban those 2 tractors, but you have to take the JCB yourself if you're going to do that. If you are looking to disrupt in that way, as we've been saying the whole weekend, you need a front loader tractor with power to go on the balers, and that at this point is the JCB, because sensible teams go in there and they ban the Massey and they ban the Valtra. But if you are willing to ban those two tractors, you have to be practicing on that JCB. You have to come in and select that tractor. Because otherwise, Trelleborg do exactly what they just did to New Holland.
Yep, same picks here in the captain pick phase as well. And let's see if the player pick phase is going to be different. Like if New Holland opt again, it's a good point that made in the Twitch chat, by the way, that maybe one of the reasons they didn't go for Crazy Tool is because they didn't have a second stacker. So all of those bales on the ground, would they have been able to get them in? That's a very good point. Could have been part of it as well. So do New Holland opt to not go for a second stacker? And if Trelleborg does, is that enough of an advantage for them to win 2 straight rounds? And that would put New Holland on the brink of elimination. It is a best of 5, keep in mind, for the final. So far, the same picks in the player pick phase. And now Beatmaster going with Archimedes and the JCB. And Loiku is going to go with the case unless he makes a last-second switch here. So yet again, opting not to go with that second stacker. But if this is going to be what they go with in the player pick phase, the strategy of the gameplay needs to be different now.
They have to ban. They cannot let Trelleborg get a second triple baler. And I'm just looking over those balers. So that New Holland baler and that Krone baler that are down the front there, both of those have to go to New Holland, or New Holland are going to be in big trouble. And Hayden is slightly ahead here, but he's overshot badly.
He went way too far.
He's going to go for the Krone instead.
Well, at least they can get the Krona.
Loiku has beaten them to... has beaten Trelleborg to the second ideal, though, and the New Holland combine is there for New Holland as well. But yeah, they needed to block Trelleborg getting that New Holland baler, and not doing that is going to cost them dearly.
Trelleborg beating New Holland to the New Holland. Who would have thought it? It could make the difference here. Way too early to tell in our second round of the best of 5. Hayden, a lot better performance here from New Holland for the first bale. We're not sure where Martin is at the moment. Hayden going with the safer approach, and 136. So this time not trailing in the first bale, and in fact leading, and Martin a few seconds behind here. Well, let's see what he ends up getting if he can hit the flick. 124. So 12-point difference. Not too bad, but much better for New Holland. They were down 30 points or so in the first round after the first bale. So a lot stronger start for them so far.
Yeah, much better start for New Holland. They both have managed to get 2 triple balers. So that's better than they had last game. Also, they've managed to get first bale in quicker, and that means not only have they got more points, but it also means that Trelleborg are slightly behind. And you can see here in just the timing for Martin picking up that overloader compared to Hayden, it's a couple of seconds quicker that New Holland are at the moment.
Yeah, so far pretty even. I mean, the first bale, of course, does sometimes tell the story, but it's way too early to tell if that'll be the case here. And I'm just wondering now if New Holland are going to throw any wrinkles into this round, or if they're going to just stick to their strategy and hope that they can execute it better.
I'm looking at New Holland using this New Holland combine. I'm wondering if they're going to go for a triple combine strategy here. They've got 3 big combines. Trelleborg only have the Rosselmash as the third one if they want to go and grab it. If New Holland can sort of mix things up, get another combine in there, and do 2 drop-offs, their Bridges lowered and Herbicide are the picks. I'd be surprised if either teams go for this. And Noiku, I'm not expecting to go for it at all. He wants to be out there getting grain and getting straw on the ground. Trelleborg might go for it, but I doubt that they will either. Both teams are way too good to be hitting the weeds.
Yeah, that doesn't. So if you're wondering what the herbicide drop does, it just allows you to ignore the weeds that are in the field. If you're newer to the FSL, you might notice that sometimes they go and they leave like circular patterns in the field, and that's because there are weeds that have spawned in that area of the crop, and it will slow you down significantly if you just catch even a tiny little sliver of it with your combine header. But as Alex said, both of these teams very skilled, and so they're not going to be concerned about that getting in their way. And I think you're right. So this New Holland is going to be probably they're going to fill it up, go ahead and take it to the silo, and then go get that second ideal and start filling it up. I would be surprised if that's not the case of what New Holland are hoping to achieve here, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really trying to figure out where New Holland are going with this New Holland combine. They have that second ideal and they're not using it, which is, I'm just going, why? What is the play here that you have the 2 biggest combine, 2 copies of the biggest combine, and you're not using the second one?
Right.
And in fact, that New Holland combine is slightly larger. Sorry, just thinking about it, that New Holland combine is also slightly larger than that John Deere one. So, yeah.
Right. Yeah, we'll see. They're delivering that bit of grain now, and I am wondering, like, are they going to go and get that ideal at some point? Or did they just claim it so that Trelleborg couldn't have it? Martin now delivering some more grain, and he's going to not deliver all of it. So both teams doing, like for like right now. They're matching each other. They're going out, making sure that their combines can stay out there and creating as much straw as possible and getting as much grain stored in as possible, but to make sure that they can keep moving and they're not sitting there. They are going into the silo and delivering just enough, and then coming back out and gathering more. And now presumably Hayden leaving the grain cart at the silo means he is headed for that second ideal combine. And then they will bring all 3 of them in full for a grain chain at the silo here. And potentially, if grain multiplier shows up here in 30 seconds, they could be in a good situation. However, there's not going to be enough time for Hayden, who does not have the runner perk, to be able to get enough grain into this combine. And in fact, he's actually going for his tractor instead.
If I was Hayden, I'd probably just take a very small moment, pull that Rostelmash off that podium. I think it's worth doing that just to prevent Trelleborg from grabbing another combine if the thought took them. He does need to get out there and press bales. It is silo closed versus Crazy Tool, and New Holland is delivering grain.
They need to get silo closed, but there's no one anywhere close right now. There's no one close to it.
They've got to close that silo, and the silo is closed for New Holland. It needs to be closed for Trelleborg as well. Trelleborg are coming in now, and
he's going
here
for
comes
it now.
Hayden. Can he close it in time?
He can.
Yes, he can. 1.6 to 2.4.
No bales press, though.
Right now.
So now they need to press some bales and take advantage. Yeah, they have no bales pressed. They need to get them pressed. Even just a few right now could flip things back in their favor.
And
right now, though,
there, did you
Trelleborg
see
does
that?
have the grain to make it up.
And
What happened?
Trelleborg had grabbed the Russell Mash. And there's the mistake made by New Holland. As he was running up there, he ran past that Russell Mash combine. He should have pulled it off the podium, because what Trelleborg are going to do now is they're going to fill that Russell Mash combine and bring it in when the silo close reopen, because they've got the time to do that now. And now it's all up to what are New Holland going to do with that ideal combine, and the answer is
What is
nothing.
Liku doing? Going back and forth, wasting time on foot. Didn't have enough time, I guess, to go for the combine. So circled back and
There it is.
went back to the silo. Their silo is about to reopen in 5 seconds or so.
No points scored, and there's an entire Russell Mash combine full of grain extra.
They might get some
That,
scored here. He's got
that
3
Trelleborg
bales.
have.
If these get on, they're going to score a couple extra points, but Trelleborg presumably are at their silo and ready now with their silo reopening to deliver their grain. They've not started delivering any yet. Beatmaster is headed in, and that's why. So there's a few bales on the belt for New Holland. They could score some extra points with. Yeah, 2 on the belt. Beatmaster's going to start delivering now, but they are going to get some extra points. That one's in at 29. New Holland now delivering some more grain.
New
This
Holland's
one's going to be 30
holding it.
points.
But
And then
this
they'll
is
get
gonna
some
go
bonus
horribly
points
the
for
other
these
way in a
2.
minute.
And now back to 3 and back to 2.9. They need to score as many points as they can now, New Holland.
2.8. They're holding it. This
One
is
at
a
28, one at
huge amount
27.
of points.
And
This
will
is a
these go in
massive
at
amount of
26?
points. If these two
Trelleborg
can
have
go
more
in
grain.
at 26 points each, that's massive.
There's one in at 26. The second one shouldn't be too far behind. And Trelleborg are emptying into the grain cart, and it's another one in at 26. And that's a huge moment for New Holland, because the bad news is that this multiplier is about to go against them for the remainder of the round.
Sorry, Trelleborg are scoring points before it's equalized.
They had to stop the combo, presumably, there.
And it's 1.9. How much? There's 6,000 liters of grain. Is it enough to take it to 1.
No, it's even.
No, it's even. Trelleborg.
Wow.
So this is huge. New Holland scored.
It's New Holland's to lose now.
6 bales.
Super drop could change it. It's popping up in a few
multiplier.
seconds. Here comes the super drop. It's bale withering
And
for
it's
2
bale
bales, and
withering.
Martin is going to get it.
Martin will get it. But
That's helpful.
all red.
But
That's
man, what a moment for New Holland.
For Trelleborg. Oh my god.
Oh, we've talked about it a lot this weekend, Alex. Teams having the multiplier advantage and not scoring bales and taking advantage of that moment. But New Holland have just shown how you can execute it perfectly. They had the grain to keep answering back. They had someone at the silo. They scored, 2 at 30, 1 or 2 at 29, a couple at 28, 1 at 27, a couple at 26. You're talking about a significant amount of extra points that they scored in just that minute or so, that they were able to keep that multiplier advantage in their favor. And now it's going to be hard, barring some sort of mistake, for Trelleborg to get back into this. They trail by nearly 200 points with under 3 minutes to go.
And that there are not enough bales there to match that. I mean, Trelleborg do have
flying
this
over
setup.
the
They
stone
do have
bridge.
5 bales coming in from Martin all the time, but that is a huge deficit they've got to make up in 2.5 minutes. A massive hill
Good morning,
to climb.
Vish.
And if they
Good morning,
do,
Vicious Tech in chat, by the way.
Yeah, hey Vicious Tech, welcome along. Yeah, if they do come back from this, that will be immense. It really will. And New Holland
Well,
got
right now,
lots of bales
they have
now at
100
their
extra
farm.
points out there. They have 100 extra points if both teams deliver all the bales they have now. It would be 100 extra points for Trelleborg, which would still be short of what they need. So, but now they have more bales pressed. So it still could go either way, and especially if New Holland were to make a mistake here, if some bales start falling off the belt, which we've seen happen earlier to Tita, both in the first round of this final and in the semifinal as well. Wooler now stacking as well. Trelleborg can't afford any of their bales to not go into the top now. 1 minute 30 to go. And it's still too early to call. Like, New Holland are in a nice position now, but anything can and has happened and could happen.
Oh.
103-point lead for New Holland. I just don't think
So
Trelleborg
New
are going
Holland
to
bringing
have the
6
bales.
bales in every time, with Trelleborg bringing in 8 bales every time. So 2 extra bales coming in thanks to that front loader tractor. With New Holland on, with Trelleborg.
The gap
on
is
every
closing.
run. In fact, I'm not sure that's the case. I'm not 100% sure that 2 extra bales came in that time with those balers.
The gap
And
temporarily
it's
closed.
still
It's extended again, though. Only 2 extra bales now for Trelleborg. It's not enough. With 30 seconds to go, Beatmaster's out there pressing more in a desperate attempt to give his team a chance. The lead is going to be extended, meanwhile, as Tita puts those 2 in. But there's no more bales for New Holland at the barn. They're bringing some in now.
2 more bales coming in. If those are not going in, there's not enough time, I don't think, to get those in.
They're going to have to put some into the bottom.
Not enough bales there for Trelleborg. Oh, so close, but it's not enough.
And second round goes to New Holland. Great play there. It was that moment taking advantage of the multiplier.
That right there, Kermit, is how you disruptively beat Trelleborg. That is a
100%.
masterclass on how to disruptively beat Trelleborg. 3 less bales.
3 extra bales.
Not even
Still lost.
less grain delivered. But taking massive advantage of a multiplier when they had it.
And Trelleborg scored points when the multiplier was against them. I think they got 18 or 19 for 1 or 2 bales that they scored. And then, of course, they got 20 for the rest of theirs. But add up all of those points that New Holland scored when they had the advantage in their favor. They scored a couple at 30, 1 or 2 at 29, some at 28, 27, 26. Add all of those extra points up, and you're talking about the difference in the victory there. Fantastic performance.
Do you know what? That's
in the second round.
I think that's the first time in the history of the FSL that I've seen a team deliver fewer bales and less grain and win.
Well, I think maybe not the grain, but New Holland had less bales than Trelleborg in the 5th tournament when they upset them in the semifinal, because I remember we talked about it so much that if you want to beat Trelleborg, you have to match them in bale count, and then New Holland came out and proved that that wasn't the case on that day. But
no.
you're right to.
But yeah,
we've
had teams
both.
win.
It's crazy.
We've had teams win by delivering more grain and fewer bales, and we've had teams win delivering more bales and fewer grain. But I don't think we've ever had a team deliver less bales and less grain and still win the match. Because normally, teams don't do what New Holland did. New Holland turned around, they held the multiplier at the maximum they could, and they scored as many bales while it was there. And that's what did it. That was such good disruptive gameplay. And I love to see that. And I'm moving my hands about like a madman.
I mean, the thing is like each round of the FSL is 15 minutes long, but it's every single moment that you can maximize that can make the difference. And the moment that made the difference there for New Holland was that time period where they were able to control the multiplier and also, more importantly, score points with it in their favor. So that was a great moment for New Holland. Now they've answered back to the first round from Trelleborg. How do Trelleborg now answer back to New Holland? Because whoever wins this one now is one win away from winning the Season 4 championship. So yes, it's a best of 5, and it could go all the way to 5 games. But arguably now, this is the most important match because it's going to put you one away, and you'll have 2 chances to go for it. You could win it right away, or you could win it in the 5th game. This is a huge moment for both teams.
The interesting thing about this is because New Holland have won that way, it's going to mean Trelleborg are having to keep one eye the entire match on what New Holland are doing.
Right.
They've now got to divide their attention between what they're doing and what New Holland are doing, and they've got to counter everything New Holland does. And the trouble is that puts a lot of pressure on Trelleborg. And when you have a lot of pressure on, we've seen it even with Trelleborg before, a lot of pressure on, and those little unforced errors start creeping in. And it's gonna be such an interesting game, this, because I'm gonna love to see how Trelleborg respond to being disrupted that much. We've never had a team win the way that New Holland just have, and how did Trelleborg respond to that?
Oh man, I really don't know how this is gonna go. Max Soul Lover in Twitch chat says, Giant Software, we need a dream match, 1v1, Terminator versus Virtual Farmer. That would be interesting to see a 1v1 because we would have to. The score would be so low because we'd have to harvest some grain and deliver the bales and go for the drops, and we would probably presumably both have runner perk. So that
I would definitely pick a front loader tractor.
Oh, you would definitely pick New Holland all around. Don't kid yourself, Alex.
Yeah, I'd take the T6.
Yeah, you don't see it enough. I know you would use it for your own gameplay. You may not use it if you're up against these two. Kermit Layfrog,
Hayden,
presumably.
Hayden, is he closer this time? No, he's not.
Oh no!
The Chrome Baler goes, but Trelleborg.
The ideal goes to New Holland, though.
The ideal combine again.
Similar to last round. It's interesting to see
New Holland
this.
have a Baler? Oh, New Holland have the New Holland Baler, so they do have two
there
triples.
You go. Wow. Okay. No first bale delivered yet. Martin is sitting and having to wait for the combine. He can't do anything yet. So another bit of disruption by New Holland. Wooler having to go and get the John Deere. It was the only option. Presumably somewhere off the screen, New Holland is already headed into the barn. There is Hayden now. It's not going to be as far ahead as it could have been. Both teams kind of canceling out each other in some way with the disruption at the pods. But you'd have to say overall, Alex, wouldn't you say that New Holland came out winners there?
Absolutely. And having to wait there for that combine is more of a disruption simply because, well, you can see it. 3,000 litres less grain and an unforced error right there, right out the gate for Trelleborg. First bale misses the barn. And it's 116 to 128, so 12 points between first bale this time.
So we have had several people this weekend, and Kermit Layfrog 87 is the latest one. Hello from Kermit from Giant Software to you, by the way. Welcome to the madness. It is the Farming Simulator League. We get so many comments like this where you come in, you have no idea what's happening. But we do hope you fall in love with it. That's what happens to most people when they discover it for the first time. So the Farming Simulator League, this is actually, you picked the right time to see it for the first time. Although this is the final of Season 4, so if you fall in love with it, you're going to have to wait a few months to watch it again. But here we go. Trelleborg against New Holland, all to play for. The season's final World Championship is at stake at the moment. It's a best of 5. tied up 1 game apiece. And New Holland dumping a little bit of grain on the ground so they can keep harvesting there. That's something we've been accustomed to seeing. You don't want to stop the combine.
You can see the difference that first bale's made. Martin is way behind Hayden in emptying that second combine. That is the difference in timings that we have at the moment. And of course, that combine, that John Deere combine, also is behind where Tita is with that New Holland. So yeah, Trelleborg at the moment on timings overall lagging a few seconds behind New Holland.
Speed limit and crazy tool are 12th minute drops. If you're new to the FSL, speed limit will slow your opponent down. Right now the factor is 20%. Crazy tool allows you to press more bales for a lower amount of straw. I would say with those two, it's more likely they'll go for crazy tool, but only if they're ready with their balers out in the field to fully take advantage of it. New Holland, meanwhile, is delivering grain at the silo, therefore increasing their multiplier. Your multiplied points determine how many points you score per bale into the top of your barn.
And we see New Holland sitting there now with a 2.3 multiplier as Trelleborg empty out the rest of their grain. Both teams picking up speed limit. 72 seconds left for New Holland. 75 seconds left for Trelleborg. And that is the difference between the first bale points there. A little bit of slowing, a little bit more slowing down on New Holland's side. Because Trelleborg are slightly lower in the points.
Long way to go in this round. Both teams tied at 1, though. If you win this round, you're 1 win away from winning the championship. We'll see how the 8th minute drops go as well. We've not yet seen grade multiplier in the final, have we, Alex, in the 8th minute?
We haven't. It's not dropped out. We've actually seen an awful lot of silo close today, and it is one of the most disruptive drops that can appear. It makes a big difference to how some games go.
Yeah, we're under 10
And
minutes
speed
to go
limit
now.
is
Still
about
just those
to
first
end
bell points.
13. Sorry.
6,000 extra liters of grain right now for New Holland. So shaping up to be a pretty decent start for them. Still way too early to call. Presumably now Hayden's going to empty a bit of the Horse Titan out, head back out into the field so that his teammates and the harvesters can keep creating straw and getting more grain. This is just, I think this is everything we could have asked for from a World Championship final, Alex. These two teams squaring off, trying to match each other, trying to disrupt each other, trying to find a way within that disruption by their opponents to stick to the strategy that they feel most comfortable with. But it will be the team that can adapt to disrupt the most likely out of these two that will end up coming out on top as Season 4 championships. There's 20,000 euros on the line for the first place winner, and if you finish runners-up, it is a 12,000 euro difference in the prize money you get. You'll take home 8,000 euros. That's nothing, to be upset about. But both of these teams right now, of course, want to be crowned Season 4 champions.
And right now, Trelleborg in the slightly stronger position. If silo close turns up at the 8th minute, they have a tiny bit more of a multiplier there. However, New Holland have already finished with their Titan and parked it by the silo. So Hayden now heading out to start pressing some bales, and neither team have one at the top. Speed up and bale drops, so it's going to make no difference to the 8 minutes drop of the grain. Trelleborg picking up speed up
So we saw speed limit in the 12th
Holland
minute.
gonna
We
do the
see
same?
speed up in the 8th minute. And presumably Tita will go grab one of those drops now. He's headed that way. He has the runner player perk, so he can run really quickly on foot, and he does pick up speed up. So both teams kind of equal here. Martin recollecting the JCB that was left there at the beginning of the round. And now, Alex, the teams seem to be rather even in the grain, because right now Trelleborg is trailing in outstanding grain, but they're already ahead 2.1 to 1.9 in the multiplier. So now it might come down to who executes pressing and delivering bales better to decide this third round, because it won't be a repeat of the second round where New Holland were able to score extra points in that moment where they had the multiplier in their favor, because Silo Closed is out of the mix now.
New Holland already about 7 bales ahead of Trelleborg. That little bit of a delay at the start has resulted in a decent sized amount of advantage in the bales, and
they're headed in to try to score some.
Have a 2.6 advantage on the multiplier. If they can get bales in now, we're going to see the same thing happen as happened last time. And they're fighting over that multiplier as Tita comes in with 3 bales. If he can get these delivered before the multiplier disappears, then he is going to be in a great position. New Holland need to get more grain in.
It's about to even out. And it's actually going to go against
And
them.
here
He
they
might not want to
go.
put them on. Oh, now
And
it's back.
going to stay even. Oh, no, New Holland have got
2.1
extra in,
now,
and these
just
are
in
going to go
time.
in with a
2.2.
2.1 and a 2.2.
2.3
This is huge.
and going up
2.3.
2.4.
2.4.
Continuing to rise. They're doing it again,
If
aren't
they
they?
can get
Even
more
without
bales in at the
Silo
moment
Close.
and take advantage of this, that is huge.
Oh my.
Once again,
I mean,
New
now it's
Holland
going back in
pulling
Trelleborg's
out.
favor, but
But it's
over
about
100 points
even.
ahead now.
That is
They have
a
given themselves
massive
a
advantage.
100 and nearly a 150 point advantage with 5 minutes to go, and now no more grain for Trelleborg to have a multiplier advantage the rest of the way. So again, New Holland, Alex, have put themselves into a fantastic position by controlling that multiplier. And I was just 30 seconds to a minute before saying they weren't going to be able to do it again because Silo Close wasn't in play. It didn't matter. They executed it perfectly.
And this is the great thing. That is so difficult for Trelleborg to counter, because by the time you know it's happening, it's already too late. You know, there is no signal that the opposite team is going to do that. And it is the most disruptive thing any team can be doing in FSL. And I think we've been talking about this for 3 years. That
You definitely have.
The best way to beat a team in the FSL is score points while you've got the multiplier. And New Holland are coming into this final and demonstrating it.
And Lord Baylor will not really do much good for Trelleborg as the super drop, because it's just going to automatically score a couple of their outstanding bales for them. They are temporarily in the lead out of nowhere. They've completely gotten rid of that gap, and they're ahead now. But presumably we couldn't see how many bales Trelleborg had there. You would think that the advantage currently still sits in New Holland's favor.
It's still a 4-bale deficit that Trelleborg have. Yeah, look at that. It's 4 bales. New Holland are pressing bales fast enough that they're keeping up with New Holland. And Tita is going out there to grab more bales, to get them off the field, because he has to, because they don't have that second front loader tractor. And there's those 3 bales sitting here at the side. And it does delay New Holland from scoring bales. And Martin coming in now and delivering 2 bales. And this is Trelleborg's
This is going to
strength.
be crazy.
Those 5 bales coming in every time on that JCB.
This is going to come down to the wire here in the third round. As Loiku gets hung up on the bridge, that is not good. He's able to recover just in time. But yeah, with 2 minutes 20 to go, it's way too close to call. If both teams get all of their bales in now, that would be 80 extra points for New Holland. That would be enough to do it, but you got to make sure you get them all in. And you got to make sure that you're not allowing Trelleborg to close that gap in bales. And here soon, as well as it gets into crunch time, as you said, Trelleborg have an extra stacker. That will allow them to bring more bales in. And if needed, that JCB can also stack a few that they bring in onto the belt in the final moments. You got to maximize every point that you score right now. You can't afford any bales to go into the bottom. And this one's going to fall off.
Oh, no!
Speaking of,
and the pressure,
for New Holland, they
is
can't
on
afford
Tita.
that.
That can't happen. They can't
This
be
is
doing
enough
that.
on the
These
belt to
bales
give them
need
the
to go
lead.
in.
Enough for the lead here if Trelleborg don't have any they score. They have scored some, though, meanwhile, off screen. So maintaining
Oh,
their...
no!
Those are falling off now for Tita.
The pressure is hitting. These unforced errors for New Holland cannot happen. They need to catch up, and Trelleborg.
Look at the bale
out
count,
there
but
now.
can they get them
They've
in?
got time.
They've got 1 minute, and all of these bales just sitting there, and they need to get as many, if not all of them, into the top. Trelleborg, meanwhile, didn't have any at the barn, but they've got 5 coming in now, with Martin bringing the JCB, and this is where that second stacker advantage is coming into play, because he can bring in 5 and go ahead and stack those 2, unload his baler with 3 more, and presumably he'll leave those maybe for Wooler to get if he doesn't go ahead and stack them. It's a 56-point lead and rising for Trelleborg, and I am absolutely shocked right now that Trelleborg are this far ahead with 20 seconds to go. It still could swing back the other way, but the bale advantage now has disappeared for New Holland. How many will each team get into the top, though?
No, that's not
240.
going.
That one's going to fall off.
He's just going to
Can
have
he
to
save
drive
it?
up.
And he's
And
falling
no,
off the
he's
belt.
falling-
It's not going to
Oh,
be
it's
enough.
in.
Trelleborg's
Trelleborg.
taking it. Wow. And that is why they're the defending champions. I didn't think they really were going to be able to pull that off in the second round. And they have, and now they're 1
That
win
is
away from winning the
insane.
Season 4 championship. Wow. Goodness, Alex.
What
You
a
couldn't
final!
write a script better than this. It's absolutely amazing.
300 liters more grain delivered by New Holland. 4 more bales delivered by Trelleborg. And yeah,
Too many bales
wow,
falling
90
off for New
points.
Holland,
Less than
and
90 points. Yeah.
too many bales falling off.
What?
They had to put 2 extra in the bottom. They had 3 undelivered, and you know, if you have them start falling off in those crunch moments and you don't have a second stacker, it's going to be tough.
It was a 64-point difference at the end, maybe. Those
Insane.
bales going in would have taken it very, very close, if not won it for them. And yeah, wow.
That's just insane. I mean, Beatmaster's getting up and having a stretch here. It's important. And Martin, meanwhile, is hydrating. And it is going to be now... The pressure is definitely going to be on New Holland because they can't afford to lose another round. Trelleborg are 1 win away from winning another Farming Simulator League season championship. I'm just taking a minute to collect my thoughts and breath because we have seen 3 crazy rounds, and usually after 3 rounds, the rest of this season, we've had our winners decided, but we're headed to a 4th at minimum here, if not the 5th game, to decide the champions of Season 4. It's just absolutely insane right now. What's at stake for these two teams? You see them kind of coming together now to strategize, and maybe a bio break needed for a member of Team New Holland who is not currently on screen. You can see Beatmaster continuing to stretch over there off the left side of the camera. And Alex, are you going to be able to maintain your voice here?
I don't know. I just yeah. I'm maintaining my voice by drinking an awful lot right now. So yeah, bio breaks are a real thing. But yeah, wow.
Yeah, in fact, I'll be right back
amazing
during this
3
delay, and I'll
games.
let you take the reins.
So yeah, what an absolutely amazing set of 3 games. New Holland proving something that we've been saying for a very long time. In both that second and that third game, they didn't win that third game, but so disruptive, scoring the points while they had the multiplier, and so effectively in that second game. It's just an absolute joy to see that, to see that kind of really disruptive play finally being used to such great effect. And you can see the effect it had on Trelleborg. Kudos to Trelleborg coming back in that third game and pulling it back and scoring the points, and I think it was a Bale points they grabbed as well, or Bale withering. I can't remember which it was in that last game, but that was enough to pull it back a little bit. And then New Holland making unforced errors. Absolutely stunning final, and you see why these are the 2 best teams in the FSL, because they come head to head, and this could easily go to 5 games. It really could.
It could. It really could. I think that Trelleborg, of course, if they win this next one, win, and they would be justifiable winners. I think for me, for our sake, we would love to see it go to the 5th game just because of the excitement of it. If you're out there and you're a fan of either of these teams, if you're a Trelleborg fan, of course, you want to see them just end it right away. If you're a New Holland fan, you hope that they're able to force that 5th one. But for the neutrals, it's been a good weekend to spectate, and this has been a great way to cap things off. And we're 10 seconds away now as the players get prepared, get their headphones back in. They've got the earbuds to hear each other. They've got the noise canceling on top as well. So that's why they're wearing 2 sets. They've got the earbuds in, and of course the headphones over top as well with this in-person event. We're going to be starting here in just a few moments. Goodness, Alex, it's all come down to this potentially. There could be one more after this. This could be it. Trelleborg win. It's been a fantastic season, and we'll come back after this, no matter if this is the last one or not, and recap things at the very end of the broadcast, of course. Copter will be rejoining us, and we'll kind of talk about how the season went and how this weekend went. But now we have business to take care of still here in the 4th of the best of 5 series in the Season 4 World Championship Final.
Oh yes, and coming straight out of the gate, New Holland banning the Massey Ferguson again. We're seeing the Fent banned from Trelleborg. I am not expecting any change in these teams set up here. They are pushing each other so far that with the setup they've got, it doesn't make any sense really for them to change their setups. Second ban is the Valtra for New Holland. For Trelleborg, and then we're expecting the other Valtra, the front loader Valtra, the T series, to be banned by New Holland as the final. They've banned the fast track, which, in all fairness, is really sensible.
Definitely.
Because a willingness by Trelleborg to use it means that it probably should be banned over the Valtra. The fast track goes at 60 miles an hour, but has a slightly slower horsepower. But of course, the horsepower is still enough to run these balers. So getting the Valtra will slow Trelleborg down slightly. Fantastic piece of disruption. Bring them in. It's also, the Valtra is also a tractor that Trelleborg don't tend to use, because if you ban the Massey, then you tend to ban the Valtra alongside it. So yeah, put Trelleborg into an unfamiliar tractor, disrupt them a little bit, even just a little bit.
Last match of the year, Alex. No sense holding back now. We'll see if anyone gets that reference. But in the case of New Holland, it is their backs against the wall right now.
I am surprised that New Holland have not gone for the Valtra. They know the power the second stacker has, and that Case Puma is about the same horsepower as that Valtra, I think.
They didn't need it in the second round, to be fair, and I think that they're sticking at least to their own strategy. But you make a good point. Not having it did, arguably cost them in that last round, because once the bales started falling off the belt and then not being able to bring as many in at the same time, and they were trailing in the score, it was really a hard ask for them to be able to get back into it. Meanwhile, thanks, by the way, to both Damaskin and Ting for the raids. Mr. Ting coming in as well as Damaskin. Thank you so much for joining us. This could potentially be the last round of Season 4 of the Farming Simulator League. We're in a best-of-5. Trelleborg leads 2-1 over New Holland. And we're just getting underway. Alex, I was looking at chat. Did you catch any of the action at the pods there? I'm not sure if any team has an advantage over the other.
Well, for New Holland to be using the Massey Ferguson harvester and not to be harvesting any grain yet, I think Trelleborg have hugely disrupted New Holland. I think they have a problem. However, looking at Trelleborg here, Trelleborg are running with the John Deere baler versus New Holland running with the New Holland baler. So do Trelleborg have a baler that can carry 3 bales? He's very happy with that flick there. 126. And New Holland, not having the greatest start in this game. They are already down points, and it's 108. So not quite a full bale, but not far off. Oh, and Trelleborg making the mistake of not clearing the access to their trailer.
Yeah, slows them down a little bit, destroys some crop, but there's more than enough crop out there remaining, so they probably won't be too bothered by it.
Though.
Yeah, Trelleborg are definitely winning the early battles here.
Yeah, this is
now going to empty out the case.
New Holland.
Yeah, in a must-win game, you're right as well. That hopefully, for their sake, the drops will go in their favor. We've seen them in the last 2 rounds score points with the multiplier in their favor. It ended up winning them the second round. It didn't help them win that previous round, which I was really surprised by. Trelleborg just came in with a flash and all of a sudden completely removed that lead. But the difference was New Holland scored several bales at extra points in that second round, and then the previous round it just wasn't quite as much of a gap. So Trelleborg were able to close it. Herbicide and bridges lowered are our 12th minute drops, and as you see, hide and go by and ignore it. Wooler is going to pick up herbicide, and that is a very interesting one, but allows them to just kind of, make straighter lines at the moment. He was close enough to it that it was worth going for. And it could be a slight advantage for Trelleborg if New Holland decide not to pick it up, and presumably they won't. Meanwhile, Trelleborg getting ahead and delivering of the grain because of the delay at the start. And he is going to just drive straight here. There's a patch of weeds directly ahead of him. He doesn't have to avoid them for the next 20 seconds, though. And 2-2 in the multiplier, Alex.
It looks to me like Trelleborg managed to get get all but one of the harvesters. They're running the case at the moment. They have the John Deere, and of course they are running their own Fendt Ideal. The Massey Ferguson is the combine that New Holland managed to pick. And I'm guessing there must be a Rostelmash sitting out. In fact, yes, I can see it in the background of this shot. There's the Rostelmash sitting on the back there. So the Ideal has not spawned on the platforms this time. This is why neither team is running two Ideals. And with the slightly limited grain capacity of that Massey Ferguson, it looks like Trelleborg have disrupted New Holland by managing to get the two bigger harvesters off the podiums.
There's a lot at stake here, and it's going to be interesting to see how the remainder of this round plays out. For New Holland, they need some things to go their way after that early setback. It's not enough to, put them completely out of it at the moment. Right now, Hayden is delivering some grain. I would assume he's not going to deliver all of it. There he stops now. Just a few thousand liters so he can get back out, make sure his teammate can keep running the combine. A minute or so away from the 8th minute drops. Could we see silo closed or grain multiplier here? Depending on that, it could be an advantage for either team.
Now, I think Hayden delivered as much as he did then because of that deficiency they have in the Massey Ferguson's grain tank, trying to even things up. Trelleborg have not gone for it, though. They have gone and delivered a whole load themselves. So they are trying to maintain this advantage they have at the moment with the amount of grain that they can get back to the grain store or to the sell point at one time. I think New Holland's response to this is once they fill that Massey, why not go grab the Rosselmash, get a little bit more grain and drop that off there as well. Might give them a little bit more of an advantage grain-wise. But I don't know if we'll see that. I don't know if they will waste any time doing that. I think they might try and do an increase in the or take advantage of the multiplier again as they have done before. Speed limit and crazy tool is the 8-minute drop. Neither team is currently pressing bales. Hayden is grabbing speed limit though, trying to slow Trelleborg down. Is Trelleborg going to go for crazy tool? I don't think so.
They're going to go for crazy tool. Nope, not this time. We did see, what was that, the first round, Trelleborg went with crazy tool, but you're right, at this moment they're not ready to start bailing, so there's no point in grabbing it. In that first round we saw Trelleborg with crazy tool and New Holland went with speed up or speed limit. Can't remember which one it was. I think it was speed up at that time. So both teams canceling each other out yet again. 7 minutes to go, Alex. It's going to go one way or another. Either we're going to wrap things up and crown a champion after 7 minutes, or we're headed to the 5th game. There's still a lot to play out here. But if you're New Holland at this point, you're hoping you can get some sort of advantage in the multiplier, but you've also got to start getting some bales pressed, as Tita is going to collect a couple of bales and take them in.
Beatmaster bringing in the ideal for Trelleborg at the moment. And this is nerve-wracking. Watching this and trying to see and predict how things are going to go. They look like they are in the better position, Trelleborg, at the moment. Wooler is bringing in bales. Are they going to... Yes, there we go. So, no, they've not done it. Wooler is on the way in. I would have unloaded more, got yourself at least a little bit of a multiplier, and then gone, because Tita is not going to drop it because of that. And here we go. Complete reversal. Wooler coming in. There's a 2.6 multiplier in Trelleborg's favour.
This
is why Trelleborg
potentially
are the
bad
Masters.
news.
This is absolutely why Trelleborg are the Masters, because they've taken New Holland's own tactic and they're using it.
Ooh, that one's going off. Yeah, but we did see it in the last round not paying off for New Holland. And Trelleborg were able to close that gap. New Holland are going to have to hope it's something similar. That one's going off. And it's going to be a 2.8. No, back to 2.7 just before it goes in. Both teams delivering grain. Martin putting another one on the belt. Tita now coming in with some bales. And New Holland now will... They still have 23,000 liters and declining as they deliver it. Tita cannot put these on the belt yet. And this is a little bit of disruption on Trelleborg's part. They're going to have to sit and wait here. He's going to go ahead and put that one on. It's going so fast that it's going to go in at only 15 points. With it. The combo was only at 3, though, and I doubt Trelleborg were ready. It's only at 3, though, and Trelleborg don't have any more bales ready to deliver.
The biggest worry you have as a stacker is that the other team is sitting there stacking bales on while you're running out there and getting, collecting bales. So the reason why he put that on there and scored some points is because he has no idea if the other team is there. The other team is going to score points. So he might as well put one on there, give himself as much time as he can against a setup like that.
51 bale points, that was for New Holland, and Trelleborg get it. So New Holland really could have used those.
And we're already heading back. This is not in New Holland's favour at the moment. In fact, Trelleborg even have advantage on the bales at the moment as well.
Yeah, and that's bad news because, as we were saying earlier, it's not often you can see Trelleborg beaten when a team has less bales. But when it's been done, mainly by New Holland this season, it's because they've been able to have the advantage in grain, or they've been able to disrupt Trelleborg in other ways, score bales with extra points, and everything right now is stacking up against New Holland's chance to force a 5th game of the best of 5. And this is, so far, Trelleborg's best performance of the day. It's going to come down to New Holland having to execute flawlessly and needing Trelleborg now to make a massive error.
Which in all fairness is not New Holland's normal gameplay. New Holland's normal gameplay is disrupt as much as possible and take advantage of that. With 2.5 minutes left, all the disruption has been done. There's very little they can do at this point that would do it. And that's Hayden coming in, almost losing it over the safer route. But yeah, a 60-point lead, a 40-point lead now for Trelleborg as Wooler is bringing in more bales, but twice as many bales there for Trelleborg at the moment. This is looking harsh for New Holland, although New Holland now going into the lead.
So I saw a comment in chat that this would be back-to-back championships for Trelleborg. It in fact would be 3 in a row, GT someone, for Trelleborg if they are able to pull this off. And Alex said it a big. It's only a 2-point lead though for Trelleborg. They do have the bales though. That one's fallen off, so it's not over yet.
It looks like Trelleborg, the reason for the lead is because Trelleborg are missing the belt. There is that stack down the side that they've had. So, yeah. Is that one going to fall?
An
That
oops,
one's going to fall
meanwhile,
off
by
as
New
well.
Holland. Is that
Trelleborg
intentional?
making-
Maybe. It is. And New Holland into the lead here. 45 seconds ago. A 2-point lead for Trelleborg now. Oh, here we go, folks. Just when you thought it was going to be an easy win, it's not going to be the case. This is a lot of points on the belt now, though. Those are going to go in.
Bales are there
A
for
2-point
Trelleborg.
lead
They are
temporarily.
not for New Holland.
Yeah, they don't have the bales at the barn at the moment, New Holland.
This is
And
going.
it looks like they're going to fall short.
Going Trelleborg. The bales are not there for New Holland, and a big lead is
And
opening
here it
up now
comes.
for
Is
Trelleborg.
it 3 in a row? It looks like it is. They've done it.
It looks
the
like it. The
Borg
hat trick is
strikes
going
again.
to Trelleborg.
And Trelleborg win.
There it is.
3 in a row. The Season 4 championship goes to Trelleborg. And they pulled it off, Alex. They brought their A game when they needed it most. In fact, we saw them in the semifinal kind of struggle against Valtra. And maybe that was a case of not trying to show too much and just doing what it took to get into the final. We won't know unless they tell us. But still a great season for New Holland, Alex. You have to say, New Holland coming in, started the season as Vermeer's Flamboyance, and then got sponsored before this season final by New Holland. Absolutely amazing. And there's the stats.
I'm excited to see what New Holland bring to the table next season. They have played an amazing back half of the season. Congratulations to them to getting to this final. But yes, this is all about Trelleborg. Trelleborg have managed the hat trick. They have taken the FSL Season 4. They've taken every season of the FSL since it became the FSL, which is just absolutely incredible. Fantastic. What a win for Trelleborg.
Right. And we'll talk a bit about it. We'll have the interview, of course. Congratulations again to Trelleborg. But now, with the backing of New Holland, how much does that mean for the future of this team? They've come in and really had a great season, coming in as the number 2 seed, winning the 6th tournament of the season, or maybe it was the 5th, knocking off Trelleborg in the semifinal, that tournament. And then you talk about Valtra coming in and finishing in 3rd place, and Bednar finishing runners-up in the 3rd place game. They were the 6th and 7th seed coming into this weekend. And then you have teams like Mindsanity as well. So presumably way too early to talk about. It'll be interesting to see how teams kind of switch up and how they carry the momentum forward after we get back to action. Copter rejoins us now. And Maddie, how crazy was that to sit back and watch there in the final? Trelleborg showing their class really in the end.
Yeah, they definitely showed up. I was really hoping that it's going to go to the 5th game. That was my estimation, but it didn't go, but it was very close. I mean, New Holland playing definitely a very good farming simulator esports, as we can see. But of course, Trelleborg, we know that they are a very strong team. There's no denying of that. So, they managed to turn many situations upside down. Same applies for the New Holland as well. So in general, as a whole, a very exciting grand final. I was painting my nails here at the same time. I was watching the broadcast, but they are pretty much done right now. But congratulations to Trelleborg, of course, and a great showing from the New Holland as well.
Yeah, and Alex, I'm glad your voice held up because we had some crazy moments this weekend. We had a lot of games. It kicked off Friday. We still had to decide the final seed, the 8th place decision match, and 8 games yesterday, 6 games today, and for your time now, this is the end of your 4th season as part of the FSL. So how do you see how the FSL has progressed to this moment?
Well, I think I'd love to respond, but I think we're heading over to winning ceremony right now to present the check of 20,000 euros to Trelleborg. Congratulations to them winning the FSL
The
for
board.
their 3rd season in a row. Fantastic. Well done to them. They have led the entire season. They have won all but one of the tournament. The other one was going to New Holland. And yeah, they must have so many noble chairs now. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, you could line them up in a row and have several people stretched out across all of them, that's for sure. Lots of prize money is well picked up throughout the season. And they look just so calm about it right now. They're holding that big check of 20,000, and it's like, yeah, we've been here before.
And talking about noble chairs, I just made a quick calculation. I think with 20,000 euros, you can buy about 60 noble chairs if you really want to.
I'm not sure they need to buy
Depending from the model, of
course. Right. I love it.
They almost have that, Bednar.
Yeah, it's crazy. You see Marco from the Giants video team. We've seen some other staff members on camera. And so many behind the scenes as well. Shout out to all of the staff in Germany. Well, Steven says congratulations to Wooler, the captain of Trelleborg. Homer now talking to him. Congratulations to Trelleborg. And had a bit of pressure. And we definitely had pressure. The pressure was there definitely for us. But we just continued to, chip away at it, and we made it in the end. It was pretty rough to play against New Holland in the final. It's important to win the first one to start with. And the second round kind of went against us, but we came back and got the job done, basically. That's what they're saying. We came in with the right mentality that just continue to go and continue to win and do what we do best. So congratulations again, Wooler. Well deserved as the favorite throughout the entire season to win the season championship, and congratulations. And we're going to have a look at the replays here in a moment. And GT, someone makes a great point in chat that Martin, formerly of Team Valtra, part of Trelleborg this season, made them even stronger. They were already the team to beat coming in, but that made it even more so the case that they picked up Martin from Team Valtra, one of the best players in the Farming Simulator League. And Alex, let's get back to that question here as we watch the replays now. How do you see the evolution of the Farming Simulator League? You started back before it was even this current arena. And where do you think the state of the FSL is here now with Season 4 coming to an end?
I am so excited to see where the FSL goes from here. The level of ability, the level of talent has just increased year on year. We're seeing so many different types of gameplay now, and so many different tactics and things coming in, and we have teams that can challenge each other really, really well. I am so excited to see what Season 5 brings when we get to hear about Season 5 and see what happens. I have no doubt that it's just going to go from strength to strength, because this is amazing. What a final weekend. What a set of 4 games for the final. I couldn't have asked for more, I don't think. It's just fantastic.
There was a lot of great storylines, and really quickly, I know there'll probably be some more questions. Well, what about Season 5? We don't have any info for you yet. Just stay up to date on all our social media channels, and remember specifically that the Farming Simulator League Esports has their own social channels. So if you are on Twitter, hopefully it sticks around. It's at FSL Esports. You can go to fsl.giants-software.com as well to stay up to date and follow along on the Discord server as well. So, Copter, for you, speak a bit about Trelleborg and their dominance, winning all but one tournament this season and well-deserved Season 4 champions.
Well, I mean, when we started the season, of course, they were like very strong at the start, and before New Holland like beaten them in one of the online tournaments, for a while it seemed that nobody can actually stop them at all. So they were just so strong, and I think that they dominated like even more at the start of the season. So the first, let's say, 3 tournaments, for example, I mean, there was nobody really challenging them. And I think like when we came to the second or the later half of the season, I think then more teams, they found the strategies how they might be able to beat them. And New Holland beat them once. And here on the grand final, we saw that it wasn't that easy. I mean, Valtra came close, New Holland came close. So I think that the gap between the other teams and the Trelleborg has been closing all the way towards the end of the season. So I think it's a good signal, because that means that, the scene is learning. The other teams are also learning. They know how to change the strategies, and they're not like so heavily stuck with the other game. So when they see something that works, they are not afraid to change the gameplay. And we have seen that changing quite heavily during the season. So in a way, I think that the gap, while the gap has been closing, it has been really good for the scene. And of course, when we do have the details about the next season, that's going to take a while. But when we do have the details about the next season, I think we can expect that there will be even more teams that are going to be challenging Trelleborg if they're going to be still holding that dominant position.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying a bit ago, way too early to speculate, but that's part of our job, right? So going into Season 5, like Trelleborg coming into this season, how do you keep your dominance up? Well, go get one of the best players that's currently not on your team in the FSL in Martin, previously of Valtra. And of course, coming into this season, Valtra's team changed completely. The team that were formerly LSA ended up finishing in 3rd place, and last season they were runners up to Trelleborg in the final. So they, similar to New Holland, did so well last season that they were able to get that Valtra sponsorship. They kind of struggled at the start, as they admitted to in their interview after the 3rd place game, but really had time to focus and practice ahead of the finals. I think that really showed. So now going into, the potential Season 5, whenever it does happen, like what kind of movements are made amongst the teams, because it now opens up that window that you can go out and make those acquisitions. Do we see newcomers to the scene, similar to New Holland, formerly Vermeer's Flamboyance, that come from the world of esports outside of Farming Simulator League and form their own teams? Do we see teams from more countries begin to participate, if possible, like we saw from SGA in North America, and teams that attempted to participate despite the ping difference from places like South Africa and Australia as well? As Alex said, we're Season 4 now is coming to a wrap of the Farming Simulator League, but the future is bright, and who knows what it's going to look like once Season 5 gets here. I can say, though, it's been an absolute pleasure to be along with both of you guys, Virtual Farmer and Cast by Copter. There's been a lot of pancake talks, and also literally in Copter's stream last night. I know some of you were hanging out there, and it's really awesome for me as a community coordinator for Giants to not just see the esports side of things growing with the FSL, but the FSL community is growing as well. So we've got 10 seconds to go, and we can only say goodbye for now. Stay tuned for the future of the Farming Simulator League on all our social channels, and we'll see you next year.